The fierce wind brushed against his face, and the sweltering summer breeze enveloped him, the coolness of evaporating sweat jolting Yu Tianlin back to consciousness. I'm still alive. I haven't perished. Where am I? Before even opening his eyes, Yu Tianlin sensed something was amiss. Just moments before regaining awareness, he distinctly remembered meeting his end before the grand city of Dahuang. Surrounded by the mocking laughter of his enemies and relentless attacks, he could almost hear the sound of his own flesh tearing and bones shattering. Yet now, he felt no pain whatsoever. The sweet air surrounding him left him bewildered. What had happened? Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of anxious voices erupted around him. Startled, Yu Tianlin opened his eyes, and the sight before him sent a jolt of fear through his being. Stood atop a tall building, one foot dangling in midair, poised to leap down, while a crowd gathered below, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Some well-meaning individuals were urging him to reconsider, while others snickered in amusement, reveling in the spectacle. What on earth is going on? In his previous life, Yu Tianlin had fallen victim to familial betrayal in business, losing everything he owned, along with his parents' savings. Overcome by shame, he had chosen this path. However, unlike before in his past life, when he jumped, not only did he take his own life, but he also dragged innocent individuals down with him. Innocent individuals. A shiver coursed through Yu Tianlin as he glanced back, spotting a firefighter clad in orange gear, poised to leap towards him. In his previous life, his jump had not only led to his own demise, but had also claimed the life of this brave soul, who had plunged down in an attempt to save him. He was not alone. A female police officer below had also suffered due to his reckless act, caught by the clothesline that he had inadvertently sent crashing down. One could say that Yu Tianlin was a harbinger of misfortune. Whoever drew close to him would inevitably encounter calamity. Those who treated him kindly met with dire ends, as if cursed. This continued until the last moment of his life, when he fell in battle before Dahuang City, having brought about its ruin. Having already tasted death, Yu Tianlin concluded that his virtue was too rigid, too upright, making him odious and too unyielding, inviting misfortune wherever he went. Yet this moment, reminiscent of a rewind in time, left him incredulous. Could it be that heaven had granted him a second chance? Was he merely dreaming? Smack! Hey, don't be so agitated. Why are you so young and troubled? I'm coming over, so don't rush. The firefighter, alarmed, was baffled. He had no idea why Yu Tianlin had just slapped himself. Surely, a rational person would not act so erratically. Yu Tianlin couldn't help but laugh. He had no intention of jumping. In his previous life, he had felt hopeless, which led him to such a drastic decision. However, having endured the trials of life, he now understood that nothing was insurmountable. To live was the most precious treasure one could possess. This rebirth meant he had gained several more decades of life. Moreover, the former Yu Tianlin was not a mere nobody. After his leap, a dark era descended upon the world. Space fractured, and the four dark races emerged. Many humans transformed into soulless beings, becoming part of these malevolent factions, thoroughly embracing evil. Those who survived included a faction that became cultivators, wielding unparalleled powers to combat the four races and protect the remnants of humanity. Of course, not all survivors were virtuous in the apocalyptic world. The wicked flourished, and some cultivators succumbed to corruption, masquerading as protectors while being worse than the monsters themselves. In his previous life, Yu Tianlin had been betrayed by such individuals, ultimately leading to his downfall during the siege at Dahuang City and the catastrophic battle at the Dragon Lock Well. A top 10 cultivator among humans, he was trapped in a formation and reduced to ashes. The one hailed as the most gifted in cultivation vanished without a trace. Yet heaven was merciful. Perhaps the mysteries of the Dragon Lock Well were boundless. Yu Tianlin did not perish. His primordial spirit shattered time and space, sending him back to the past. Due to the overwhelming strength of his spirit, as it appeared in the consciousness of his former self, It replaced the original, becoming a different Yu Tianlin altogether. Yu Tianlin seemed to grasp the situation, squatting at the edge of the building. His previously anguished, tear-streaked face suddenly broke into a smile as he called out to the firefighter. "What are you talking about? Jump? If anyone's jumping, it's you. Imperfectly fine. Jumping? How painful it is. I know that feeling, and I won't be doing it." The firefighter was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, the man had been in despair, and now he had transformed completely. It seemed this individual was genuinely troubled, which only heightened the firefighter's anxiety. Yet, he remained perplexed by Yu Tianlin's sudden shift in demeanor, unsure of how to respond. Yu Tianlin reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, lit it with satisfaction, and took a deep drag before settling down at the building's edge. He cheerfully inquired, "Brother, we are now life and death comrades, yet I still don't know your name. How about this? You tell me your name, and I'll share a great secret with you." The firefighter hesitated, still unable to comprehend Yu Tianlin's intentions. He knew he shouldn't slack off. Distracting Yu Tianlin might prevent him from taking that fateful leap. Slowly squatting down, the firefighter sighed, "Brother, my surname is Sean, and my name is Sean Hao. Honestly, you really don't need to feel so hopeless. I only make a few thousand a month with mortgage and car payments, and am not even married. Who doesn't have her troubles?" Hey. Sean Hao's words were abruptly cut off as Yu Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. He took several puffs of a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring, grinning, "Brother Sean, soon these troubles won't matter anymore. In just 2 minutes, the world will change, the blue sky will vanish, and no one will demand you pay your mortgage. This world is about to transform." Huh? Sean Hao stared at Yu Tianlin as if he were a lunatic, firmly convinced that this man had lost his mind. However, he dared not interrupt him after all. One who was mentally unwell might truly leap to their demise. "What are you doing? Don't me. How can you be so strong?" Sean Hao exclaimed as Yu Tianlin yanked him, his body uncontrollably sprinting towards the emergency exit. The surrounding colleagues looked on in disbelief, bewildered by this sudden transformation. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of suicide, and now he was as lively as a person on a caffeine high. Realizing this, the firefighters swarmed in, grabbing his arms and legs, pinning Yu Tianlin in place. "Why are you fools holding me? You should be escaping. I am the mad immortal of the reverse scales. Are you all out of your minds? Hey, Sean Hao, why are you kneeling on me?" Yu Tianlin shouted, drawing the attention of everyone, who now regarded him as a madman. At that moment, Yu Tianlin was merely an ordinary person, his previous powers stripped away. He was now just a bit taller and sturdier than the average individual. Amidst the commotion, time flew by. 1 minute felt like an eternity as Yu Tianlin, ignoring everyone, lay on the ground gazing at the clock tower of Donglin City, watching the enormous second hand tick away. 10, 9, 8.321. As Yu Tianlin counted down, the moment the clock struck 10, a thunderous chime resonated, and suddenly the sky darkened. A tremendous tremor caused everyone to stagger, and a deafening roar echoed throughout Donglin City. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the clouds above transformed into a blood-red hue at an observable speed. A chill swept through the air as if conjured from thin air, making everyone shiver in the summer heat. An earthquake? Sean Hao stood dumbfounded, staring at the sky, suddenly recalling Yu Tianlin's earlier words of blue sky would vanish. Could it be true? In that instant, Sean Hao's grip on Yu Tianlin loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianlin broke free, sprang to his feet, and dragged Sean Hao towards the emergency exit, shouting at the bewildered firefighters, "What are you doing? It's not an earthquake, the space is fracturing. Those creatures will descend tonight. Run. The energy from the other realm is already here. Soon, some will turn into zombies from the movies. And that's not all. Those whose souls are shattered by the energy could become zombies, while those whose minds are corroded by darkness could turn into vampires. Even our ancestors could rise as skeletons. If we encounter beasts from the Mountain Sea realm, a single beast could level Donglin City. Why are you still standing there? Yu Tianlin, self-absorbed, lit another cigarette, taking a satisfying puff as he sat at the building's edge, cheerfully asking, "Brother, we are now life and death comrades, yet I still don't know your name. How about this? You tell me your name, and I'll share a great secret with you." The firefighter was momentarily taken aback, still unable to fathom what Yu Tianlin intended to do. Thus, he dared not to relax his vigilance. If Yu Tianlin was speaking to himself, perhaps diverting his attention would be beneficial, preventing him from making an impulsive decision to leap into the abyss. Gradually, the firefighter crouched down, forcing a wry smile as he said, "Brother, my surname is Sean, and my name is Sean Hao. Frankly speaking, there's truly no need for such despair. I earn only a few thousand yuan a month, burdened by mortgage and car loans, and am still unmarried. Who doesn't carry a few worries, right? So, hey. Before Sean Hao could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Yu Tianlin, who took several deep puffs from his cigarette, releasing a smoke ring as he chuckled. "Brother Sean, soon these troubles will be trivial. In just 2 minutes, the world will transform, the blue sky will vanish, and no one will demand repayment of your loans. This world is about to change." Sean Hao gazed at Yu Tianlin with the look one would reserve for a madman, firmly convinced that the young man was quite unhinged. However, he dared not interrupt him, for one can never tell what a distressed mind might do. "Goodness, what are you doing? Let go of me. Why are you so strong?" Sean Hao was yanked along by Yu Tianlin, his body involuntarily propelled towards the emergency exit. The surrounding colleagues appeared as if they had seen a ghost just moments ago. This fellow was poised to take his own life, yet now he was bursting with vitality, as if invigorated by some elixir. Realizing this, the entire firefighting team surged forward, grabbing arms and legs, and promptly pinned Yu Tianlin in place. "Why are you lot such fools? Why are you apprehending me? You should be fleeing for your lives. I am the fierce immortal of the reverse scale. Have you all lost your senses? And Sean Hao, could you ease up? Why are you kneeling on me?" Yu Tianlin shouted, and to the onlookers, it was evident that he had suffered some sort of trauma. Otherwise, where would such madness stem from? They had entirely categorized Yu Tianlin as a lunatic, and their grip was relentless. In that moment, Yu Tianlin was merely an ordinary individual. His former prowess was a distant memory, and now, apart from being somewhat taller and sturdier, he bore no extraordinary distinction. As the commotion ensued, time flew by. A minute felt like the blink of an eye. Yu Tianlin, utterly oblivious to the fray, lay on the ground, gazing up at the clock tower of Donglin City, watching as the massive second hand ticked forward, ever so slowly. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As Yu Tianlin counted down, the instant the clock struck 10 o'clock, the bell tolled, and suddenly the sky darkened. A tremendous tremor sent everyone reeling, the thunderous roar echoing throughout the entirety of Donglin City. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the clouds above transformed into a vivid crimson at an alarming rate. A chilling wind seemed to materialize from nowhere, causing one to shiver involuntarily, even in the sweltering summer heat. Earthquake! Earthquake! Sean Hao stood stupefied, staring at the sky. Suddenly, he recalled Yu Tianlin's earlier words. The blue sky will be no more. Could it be that he spoke the truth? With this thought, Sean Hao's grip on Yu Tianlin loosened slightly. In that fleeting moment, Yu Tianlin broke free, sprang to his feet, and seized Sean Hao, racing towards the emergency exit. Simultaneously, he bellowed at the dazed firefighters, "Forget earthquakes. The fabric of space is fracturing. Those beings will descend tonight. Run. The energies from the other world have already permeated our realm soon. People will transform into creatures akin to zombies from the movies. But that's not all. Those whose souls are shattered by this energy may become zombies, while those whose minds are corroded by darkness may turn into vampires. Even our ancestors, long buried, could rise as skeletal horrors. And if we encounter otherworldly beasts from the Shanghai realm, a mere offspring of such a creature could raze Donglin City to the ground. Why are you still lingering?
Chapter 2, Rescue Yu Tianlin's intention was to safeguard the group of valiant firefighters before him, a rare assembly of virtuous souls. In the midst of an apocalyptic upheaval, it was a rarity to encounter individuals whose hearts remained untainted by malevolence. Thus, he fervently called out to them, hoping they would heed his words. If fate favored them, they would follow him; if not, there was little he could do. Yet, there was one individual he was determined to protect: Shan Hao. Additionally, there were two others downstairs, a female police officer entrusted with ensuring his safety, and a nurse responsible for medical aid. He owed a debt to both of them. The police officer had met her untimely demise in a previous life due to his actions. "Brother, are you serious?" Shan Hao instinctively began to follow Yu Tianlin, confidently gesturing towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. "Taking the elevator down will be faster." "Nonsense! Aren't you a firefighter? Do you really think you can ride that contraption during an earthquake?" Yu Tianlin exclaimed. "Moreover, I must inform you that even if we were to take the risk, there's no power." As he dashed down the corridor, his words struck a chord. Shan Hao suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation and, at some point unbeknownst to him, the safety lights in the hallway had illuminated, a clear indication of the power outage. Subconsciously, he had begun to trust Yu Tianlin. And thus, without further hesitation, he followed closely behind, fleeing downwards. It must be said that Shan Hao, true to his firefighter origins, and Yu Tianlin descended 27 floors in one breath, accomplishing this feat in less than 2 minutes, a speed that could rival a 100-meter dash. The two of them burst out of the building through the safety passage, appearing amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Gasping for breath, Yu Tianlin wasted no time resting. Instead, he bellowed at the bewildered throng in the square, "Danger! The apocalypse is upon us! Everyone must swiftly evacuate from the aerial ladder. The countdown to doom is 10 seconds. Panic ensued as people scrambled to open spaces. "Hurry!" Shan Hao looked at Yu Tianlin in shock. But the latter paid him no heed, sprinting with explosive speed towards the safety airbag. In an instant, he tackled a female police officer and, in the process, pulled a nearby female nurse down beside him. The events unfolded with breathtaking rapidity, as if struck by lightning. Just as Yu Tianlin shielded them, an unsettling wave of energy cascaded from the heavens. Boom! A purple lightning bolt cleaved through the sky, as if splitting the vast firmament in twain. The heavens seemed to shatter, and a terrifying crimson shockwave surged downwards, instantly pinning everyone to the ground under immense pressure. Simultaneously, the city's glass shattered like firecrackers, exploding in a cacophony of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the once opulent city became a scene of devastation, as fragments. Moreover, among those pedestrians who could not evade the impending disaster, only a fraction managed to escape the onslaught, while more than half succumbed to the pressure of the shockwave, losing consciousness in an instant. A number of unfortunate souls were grievously injured by the shards of glass plummeting from above, with some even swept away entirely. Dan Hao stood in a daze, observing the chaos around him. Yu Tianlin's two prophecies had come to fruition: the abrupt change in weather at 10 o'clock and the apocalyptic impact that followed 2 minutes later. This man appeared almost prophetic, as if he possessed the ability to foresee the future. What would unfold next? Dan Hao murmured to himself, feeling at a loss. He yearned to assist the injured on the street, but the sheer number of casualties rendered him helpless amidst the cacophony of groans and wails. At that moment, Yu Tianlin rose to his feet, and the two young women he had shielded wore expressions of confusion. Upon realizing that this man had saved them, an instinctive fondness blossomed within them. Yet, upon fully comprehending Yu Tianlin's appearance, they simultaneously inhaled sharply. Wasn't he the individual poised to leap from the rooftop just moments ago? Shedding tears? How could he now seem so transformed? Yu Tianlin surveyed his surroundings with an expression akin to that of a man facing a formidable adversary. A grave look etched upon his features as he mused, "Soon, those who have succumbed to unconsciousness amidst this turmoil will rise again, transformed into mindless beings." Their eyes filled solely with the lust for flesh, reminiscent of the creatures from the film Resident Evil, attacking indiscriminately those unfortunate enough to fall victim to their onslaught. Should they be fortunate enough to escape being devoured, will likewise join their ranks, becoming monsters themselves. Therefore, our immediate concern must be how to survive. Release me. I am a nurse, and wherever there are the injured, there I shall be. Please, have some respect for yourself. The nurse, exasperated, raised her hand in an attempt to free herself from Yu Tianlin's grasp. However, he could not possibly relinquish her, and in this critical moment, he shouted, "Feng Xiao Tao. If you do not awaken to the gravity of the situation, you will not survive." The nurse was taken aback, perplexed by how this man knew her name. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Do you know me?" With an awkward sniffle, Yu Tianlin offered a wry smile. "I jumped from a building, and alas, I did not land in the center of the safety mat, which resulted in your untimely demise. Thus, I owe you my life." Instantly, Pan Roland's expression shifted. Akin to a player in a game who has just had their tower stolen. She found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to believe Yu Tianlin. For the absurdity of his words made them difficult to accept. Observing the countenances of the assembly, Yu Tianlin realized that gaining their trust would be an uphill battle. He resorted to a more persuasive tactic, gesturing towards a conspicuously bald gentleman standing by the roadside. "Behold," he proclaimed, "the first to awaken and turn assailant shall be that very man. The influencer engrossed in self-portraits shall be the initial victim." Furthermore, Yu Tianlin unleashed a torrent of predictions. Just as Feng Xiaotao and Pan Ruilin were wavering between belief and skepticism, the prone, bald-headed man's eyes snapped open with startling intensity. He propelled himself from the ground with the force of a coiled spring, seizing the unsuspecting influencer and sinking his teeth into the nape of their neck. "Ah!" Feng Xiaotao shrieked. Despite her experience as a nurse accustomed to gruesome sights, this spectacle was unprecedented. Pan Ruilin, a police officer, instinctively drew her baton, intent on intervening. "Hold!" Yu Tianlin cautioned. "Have you forgotten my earlier pronouncements? All those who have fallen unconscious will transform into those creatures. Observe the streets, a third have succumbed. Whom can you possibly save? I bring grim tidings. Were it not for my intervention, none of you three would survive. Protecting you three is the extent of my capabilities." As he spoke, Yu Tianlin approached the fire engine, wrenching the fire axe from its housing. He hefted it in his hand, a cruel smile playing on his lips. To survive, Yu Tianlin was prepared to unleash carnage. Such were the dictates of this apocalyptic world. Before he could make a move, a middle-aged man came rushing from a distance. This man, known as Gao Xiaoshui, was familiar to Yu Tianlin, having once commanded considerable authority when he presided over the company. Yu Tianlin had placed immense trust in him, for he had donned the guise of a reliable ally. Yet, it was this very individual who conspired with Yu Tianlin's uncle to embezzle the company's shares, leaving him destitute, an act that had driven Yu Tianlin to contemplate suicide. "Yu Tianlin, stand right there and hand over your vehicle. You cannot abscond with the company's assets." Chaos began to erupt around them, as Gao Xiaoshui demanded the car. Clearly intent on using Yu Tianlin's Hummer to make a hasty escape from this terrifying scene. However, he was sorely mistaken. The former Yu Tianlin had thrived in prosperity, where laws and regulations prevailed. His previous misfortunes stemmed from his own lack of discernment in choosing allies. But now, Yu Tianlin was transformed. He sensed the impending apocalypse. In that grim future, only the strongest would hold dominion, and establishing a new order would require years of struggle. The world was destined to mirror this chaos. A sudden, sinister smile crept across Yu Tianlin's face. He raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Gao Xiaoshui's abdomen, sending him flying through the air. His expression contorting in shock. Never had Gao Xiaoshui anticipated that the usually gentle and cultured Yu Tianlin would strike without warning. Gao Xiaoshui immediately collapsed to the ground, drooling. Realizing the sheer force behind that kick, It was important to remember that Yu Tianlin stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, a formidable athlete. Striking a mere ordinary man was an act of blatant cruelty. A murderous glint was evident in Yu Tianlin's eyes, but he suddenly sensed a change behind him. Feng Xiaotao and the others were regarding him with complex expressions. Yu Tianlin, who had been gripping the fire axe tightly, gradually relaxed his hold. The life or death of a mere Gao Xiaoshui was inconsequential. What mattered was maintaining the trust of his 3 friends. To begin by taking a life would instill fear in these ordinary individuals. Rescuing them was paramount. Chapter 3, Controlling the Spiritual Clock with just a simple sentence. Yu Tianlin felt he could convey everything to Feng Xiaotao and the others. They were intelligent enough to understand. What should we do? What's the plan? Pan Ruilin asked promptly. As a police officer, she was decisive and disliked dawdling. Now that they had committed to survival, she wanted to know Yu Tianlin's strategy. Yu Tianlin smiled faintly, nodded towards the river bank, and said, "There's a pedal boat for tourists on the river. Downstream is North Mountain Park, which contains a secluded botanical garden. It's the only deserted area in Donglin City. That's where we're going. How can you be sure there won't be any problems there?" Pan Ruilin remained skeptical, her professional instincts prompting her to question him. Yu Tianlin took a deep breath, turned his gaze towards Feng Xiaotao, and smiled warmly. "Someone once took me there. There's no time to waste. Let's go quickly, or the zombie horde on the streets will only grow larger. You go first, I'll cover our rear." In the square before him, a chaotic scene unfolded with people surging towards one another. It was inevitable that Yu Tianlin and his companions could not remain fortunate forever. Suddenly, a reanimated corpse rose, its gaze fixed upon the imposing figure of Yu Tianlin. With a chilling roar, the zombie dropped to all fours and charged at him with terrifying speed. "Run!" With a resounding clang, the axe struck true, cleaving through the zombie's skull. The immense force driving the fire axe deep into the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. "Goodness!" Dan Hao stood astounded. The man before him exuded an unexpected charm, particularly in that fleeting moment of action. His movements, his aura, were nothing short of extraordinary. Pan Ruilin and Feng Xiaotao were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that a man with such an elegant demeanor could strike with the swiftness of a reaper. His motions were as precise as if honed through countless trials, devoid of any superfluous gesture, truly astonishing. The trio hastily leaped from their small boat, frantically untied the ropes, and paddled toward the center of the river. Yet, the leisurely pace of their makeshift vessel was painfully slow. Dan Hao exerted himself to the utmost, and they managed to drift only a few meters. On the shore, the scent of blood from Yu Tianlin's dispatching of the undead had successfully attracted the attention of several zombies, 3 of whom now lunged toward him simultaneously. It must be noted that in the early days of the apocalypse, most survivors relied on others to draw the attention of the undead to survive. Zombies possess a peculiar sensitivity to the scent of blood, be it from their own kind or humans. The promise of fresh carrion compels them to pursue it relentlessly, disregarding all else. Many survived precisely because they exploited this trait, making their escape while the undead were preoccupied with attacking others. Afflicted by a zombie bite, one invariably becomes a member of their ravenous horde, a predicament that now befalls Yu Tianlin. Yet, instead of trepidation, his eyes gleam with defiance as he erupts into laughter at the approaching ghouls. "Ha! You seek to feast upon me? I wonder if your dentition is robust enough. I am the Nielin Mad Immortal, with celestial arms. I am invincible. Perish!" With a thunderous roar, the fire axe in Yu Tianlin's grasp becomes a blur, each flash of its frosty edge felling a zombie. In the blink of an eye, 3 lie in pieces, the commotion having successfully drawn the attention of others in the plaza, who rushed towards Yu Tianlin with ravenous roars. "Hurry! Get down here!" Feng Xiaotao called out anxiously. Now some 7 or 8 meters from the shore, gesturing for Yu Tianlin to leap into the water and swim to her. A distance of 7 or 8 meters might seem insurmountable to the average person. However, Yu Tianlin merely smirked, his favorite pastime being parkour. Having relished the sensation of scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. Although he had yet to receive the inheritance of the apocalypse, this distance was trivial to him. His only concern was landing without capsizing the boat. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Tianlin embraced reality, for their departure from Donglin City would inevitably entail further encounters with the undead. Moreover, their future survival would necessitate re-entry into the city, the source of most of their sustenance. Come then, brothers, allow me to take the lead. Having boarded the vessel, Yu Tianlin laboriously maneuvered himself to Standhau's vicinity, signaling for him to take a turn at propelling the boat. After all, it was a physically demanding task that necessitated alternating turns. Traversing the river all the way to North Mountain Park constituted a distance of over 10 kilometers. A feat unattainable for a single individual. No need, I'm still capable, Standhau responded, his gaze fixed expectantly upon Yu Tianlin. However might we converse? Yu Tianlin offered a faint smile, well aware that Standhau was on the verge of divulging some inquiry. Pan Ruilin, sensing the awkwardness stemming from Yu Tianlin's silence, interjected with a smile, indeed, let us converse. How is it that you possess knowledge of impending events? And with such unerring accuracy, at that. However, Yu Tianlin recognized the necessity of providing the trio with an explanation, a prerequisite for establishing trust. Extending his hands in a gesture of helplessness, Yu Tianlin let out a wry chuckle, stating, my friends, according to the natural trajectory of events, I was destined to leap from the building. In an attempt to rescue me, Standhau would have been pulled down alongside me, Pan Ruilin would have been fatally struck by our fall, and Feng Xiaotao would have come to my aid, leading us to embark on a boat journey to the botanical garden. But what then? The three individuals eagerly pressed closer, nearly encroaching upon Yu Tianlin's personal space. I have acquired an arcane inheritance, granting me access to fragments of information pertaining to the impending apocalypse. To put it succinctly, I have gained the ability to foresee future events. This newfound inheritance compelled me to abandon my suicidal intentions, prompting Standhau and myself to abscond from the rooftop, incidentally rescuing both of you in the process. Is this explanation satisfactory? Yu Tianlin inquired, extending his hands once more, before falling silent. Silence descended upon the small boat, broken only by the sound of flowing water. Though they harbored doubts about Yu Tianlin's words, his explanation possessed a certain plausibility, presenting itself as the most reasonable account. As matters stood, they had no recourse but to place their trust in him. The twilight deepened, casting the city into a chorus of lamentations. The sudden upheaval threatened to plunge humanity into the depths of despair. Gazing upon the decline of a once prosperous era, Yu Tianlin was lost in contemplation. He possessed a lucid understanding of the events that would unfold in the coming decades. Having once stood at the zenith of this world, he had ultimately met his demise. Fortunately, he had been granted a second chance at life, one he intended to cherish. He resolved to resolve the misfortunes of his past life and redress his regrets. In this new world, he aspired to live a more fulfilling existence. The river flowed gently, as a frigid breeze swept across the scene. Yu Tianlin closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the condition of his physical form. To his astonishment, he could indeed sense his body's state, as if employing X-ray vision to examine himself. He could clearly observe his internal organs. This revelation greatly surprised Yu Tianlin, for this was a capability unique to the primordial spirit. This suggested that what resided within him was not merely a soul, but rather the evolved form of a soul, a primordial spirit. This neatly elucidated why Yu Tianlin had been resurrected with his memories intact. His primordial spirit must have undergone some inexplicable event to traverse decades and arrive in the present. Perhaps the answers to these mysteries would only emerge when the dragon locking well in Great Wilderness City was opened once more. Suddenly, Yu Tianling's brow furrowed as he sensed an anomaly within his spiritual seat. Deep within, a murky, gray mist lay dormant, within which a strand of spiritual energy seemed to pulse, a spiritual energy reminiscent of a celestial weapon. Could it be? Yu Tianling's eyes snapped open. and the words slipped out before he could stop them. "What's wrong?" Feng Xiaote looked at him, puzzled. Yu Tianling waved his hand, signaling her to remain silent. If his suspicions were correct, his rebirth would be akin to a cheat code. Without hesitation, Yu Tianling closed his eyes again, instructing, "Our destination is Beishan Park. Keep up the pace, I have something urgent to attend to." He then plunged his consciousness into his spiritual sea, directing his mental energy toward the gray mist. His heart brimmed with anticipation. If the mist contained his destined celestial weapon, the prison gold-glazed trident, he could begin cultivating before anyone else received their inheritance. Having wielded it for decades in his past life, mastering it again would propel his cultivation progress at an astonishing pace. In his previous life, he had been merely one among the strong, but with this advantage, he was destined to become the world's supreme powerhouse. Without further hesitation, Yu Tianling's mental energy surged forward, and the gray mist quivered as he successfully entered the spiritual energy. The moment he immersed himself in it, a shiver ran through his body. This energy felt familiar. It was the primordial spiritual energy from the Dragonlock Well, the origin of all spiritual energy in the world. By the heavens! Even the well-versed Yu Tianlin was taken aback. This was the chaotic spiritual energy that countless formidable beings fought over in his past life, often at the cost of their lives. It was said that this essence could give rise to myriad creations. An immortal cultivator blessed with chaotic spiritual energy could replicate any technique or attribute under the heavens. This was the ultimate aspiration of all. In his previous life, Yu Tianlin fortuitously seized a fragment of this chaotic energy, only to be eliminated moments later. Yet, it seemed that it was precisely this fragment that allowed him to survive. Chapter 4. The Sea of Mandala Flowers. This was far more precious than his own innate celestial weapon. With the chaotic spiritual energy, Yu Tianlin found himself brimming with limitless possibilities, even the potential to transcend the bottlenecks that had plagued him in his former existence. Excitedly, he gazed deeper into the chaotic energy, where a vague silhouette floated within. As he approached, he discovered it to be a grand bell. Upon attuning his consciousness, peculiar information flowed directly into his thoughts. The spirit bell of control. Command all innate spirits under heaven, transforming them into demons to serve your will. This singular phrase nearly caused Yu Tianlin to drop his jaw in astonishment. What an audacious claim! To command all innate spirits under heaven, what a profound concept! In the realm of the celestial, innate spirits referred to plants, entities born of the earth devoid of flesh and blood. However, in reality, even with meticulous cultivation by celestial beings, instances of plants attaining immortality were scarce. After the apocalypse, while some tree demons and grass spirits emerged, few possessed true divine powers. The reason lies in the fact that the cultivation of such entities is significantly slower than that of humans and animals. While a human may attain mastery in a decade, a tree spirit requires a century of cultivation. Hence, the number of those who achieve success is exceedingly rare. Only individuals with extraordinary gifts and unique abilities may accomplish such feats. Moreover, while humans and animals can move freely, these plants are quite the opposite. Typically confined to a specific location, engaging in combat within a limited range. If their true form is discovered by someone harboring hostility, it becomes a battle for survival. Yu Tianlin found himself perplexed. The concept of the innate spirit of the world sounded impressive, yet the innate spirit itself was not inherently powerful. Aside from a few extraordinary beings, most were captured by celestial beings for alchemical purposes. Was he truly destined to become an alchemist? That was hardly in line with Yu Tianlin's character. Before he could ponder further, the subsequent information was conveyed to him through chaotic spiritual energy, encompassing the methods of cultivating the Spirit Control Heart Sutra and various spells and techniques to activate the Spirit Control Heart Bell, all imprinted deep within his primordial spirit. The Spirit Control Heart Sutra was indeed quite domineering. Regardless of Yu Tianlin's consent, it forcefully transmitted its teachings. The chaotic spiritual energy. At the very moment Yu Tianlin received this inheritance, fused into his primordial spirit, cleansing and refining him. After circulating through the heavenly cycle once, it dissipated. Yu Tianlin was left utterly bewildered. Was that it? This hardly afforded him any opportunity for choice. However, Yu Tianlin soon detected something unusual. The chaotic spiritual energy had not conferred upon him significant advantages. At most, it had merely ushered him to the threshold of cultivation, rendering him a mere celestial apprentice. The most rudimentary level among practitioners. Moreover, his meridians had not solidified, which was quite perplexing. Logically, upon mastering a form of celestial technique, one would expect at least a nascent shape to form within the meridians. Yet, the spirit mastery heart had not facilitated this crucial step. This implied that Yu Tianlin could pursue other methods of cultivation, reshaping his meridians anew. What, then, was the true nature of the spirit mastery heart? Yu Tianlin found himself utterly bewildered, pondering for a considerable time without resolution. Never mind. Growing increasingly agitated, Yu Tianlin withdrew his primordial spirit from meditation. The moment his eyes opened, he was met with the sight of Feng Xiaotao and her companions staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. What on earth is going on? Has something happened to my face? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, he noticed that Feng Xiaotao and the others were slowly nodding. Unable to remain composed, he extended his hand towards the two girls and inquired, "Do you have a mirror?" "Indeed." Feng Xiaotao rummaged through her bag and produced a small handheld mirror. Upon gazing into it, Yu Tianlin could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. To his astonishment, he discovered a celestial mark had emerged at the center of his forehead, a signifier of humanity's transition into a cultivator. This mark manifested as a pattern the size of a fingertip, with its design contingent upon the specific technique mastered by the practitioner. In Yu Tianlin's case, the pattern resembled a winding vine, with an unblossomed bud perched delicately at its tip. Goodness! Yu Tianlin nearly dropped the mirror, gesticulating wildly as he complained, "What the hell? I am a grown man, and now I have a flower blooming on my forehead. Am I still allowed to live? Damn it!" He attempted to rise and vent his frustration, but being seated on the boat, he could only flail his arms in agitation before sulkily returning the mirror to Feng Xiaotao. A heavy silence enveloped the boat, broken only by the sound of Shan Hao quietly rowing. After quite some time, Pan Roland mustered her courage and cautiously inquired, "You seem to know something?" "Indeed." Yu Tianlin did not conceal anything, nodding as he spoke. "In fact, you should congratulate me, I have become a cultivator. And this is the mark of a cultivator. I now possess the strength to annihilate zombies with my bare hands." He paused, adding with a hint of exasperation, "But this design is rather effeminate." Pfft. Both Pan Roland and Feng Xiaotao couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even Shan Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. It turned out that what nearly pushed Yu Tianlin over the edge was merely a design. Whether it was visually appealing or not held no weight in the grand scheme of things. To the two women, the mark was not unattractive. In fact, they found it rather lovely. Yu Tianlin sighed, reminiscing about his previous mark, which had been quite imposing, a dragon scale, specifically the reverse scale of a dragon. It was no wonder he had once earned the title of the rebellious immortal. Through their light-hearted conversation, although the atmosphere remained heavy, the three of them felt a bit more at ease with Yu Tianlin. Feng Xiaotao, a bright and cheerful girl, took the initiative to ask, "Brother, what is your name, and how much do you know about this matter?" Yu Tianlin took a deep breath and introduced himself, saying, "I am Yu Tianlin, the founder of Tianlin Technology Co. Ltd. in our city." "Oh!" Feng Xiaodao's mouth fell agape in surprise as she exclaimed, "So you are Yu Tianlin? I've heard that the warm-hearted nationwide assistance app was developed by your company." "Indeed. That was my brainchild." Yu Tianlin patted his chest. Yet a subtle smile graced his lips as he shook his head and remarked, "But such matters have become trivial now, even with immense wealth, luxury cars, and villas. They have all turned to dust. Our only objective now is to survive." As he spoke, a grave look appeared in Yu Tianlin's eyes. He longed for the night to descend, for with the arrival of the first dark night, the other three dark races would gradually emerge. Though the odds of encountering them were akin to winning the lottery, should they cross paths, Yu Tianlin might fare well. But the same could not be said for the others. Pan Ruilin, in a fit of anger, smacked her thigh and lamented, "What a pity! I was on a routine mission and didn't bring my gun, otherwise, I wouldn't fear those monsters." "You must fear," Yu Tianlin interjected. His tone calm as he asked, "How much ammunition do you possess? If a horde of zombies descends upon you, your weapon would merely be ornamental. Zombies are the least of our concerns. The undead and the blood-sucking triad possess extraordinary abilities, far more terrifying than the zombie clan. Can you kill a skeleton charging towards you?" "What? There are such things?" Elsie Fong could no longer remain seated, as she was merely a young woman, not particularly courageous by nature. Upon hearing about such monsters, perspiration beaded on her brow. "Reginald," you sighed ruefully, "amongst the undead, there are also vengeful spirits. Without sufficient strength, even hiding in a burrow would be futile." At this juncture, Reginald hesitated to continue. Reluctant to divulge the formidable adversaries that would emerge in the decades to come, colossal zombie kings, towering hundreds of meters in stature, erudite zombies proficient in the 5 elements, devouring living creatures, their bodies akin to celestial weapons, and skeletal mages, readily unleashing forbidden spells. The vampire clan was comparatively weaker, yet they excelled at concealment and ambushes, rendering them even more formidable in certain circumstances. Beyond the 4 major dark races, there were also demonic beasts and alien energy invasions. All living beings had the opportunity to cultivate, so the person standing before you might well be a weasel or something else concealed beneath human skin. The atmosphere on the boat grew somber once more, each person preoccupied with their own thoughts, for people in this world have numerous attachments. Samuel Shawn, an orphan, had no such ties, save for his captain, who was like a father to him. Penelope and Elsie, both inexperienced in matters of the heart, lacked the bonds of lovers. But they were nonetheless concerned about their families. The small boat traversed for an extended period, and the trio began to tire. The river's current was swift, and the small boat, designed for leisurely excursions, moved at a snail's pace, even with vigorous pedaling. Eventually, Reginald had to take over, propelling the boat towards their destination. As time slipped away, the afternoon arrived, and the 4 companions had not eaten, their stomachs rumbling in protest. At that moment, a dense forest materialized along the riverbank, revealing the North Mountain Park. Yu Tianlin smiled faintly and remarked, "It's not far now, just around this stretch of hillside lies the botanical garden. I estimate it's merely a kilometer away. Can't we just land here?" Feng Xiaotao gazed at Yu Tianlin with pleading eyes. He did not chastise her, after all. Feng Xiaotao was the person closest to him, second only to his family. In the past, she had been his anchor, the one who saved him. With a slow, deliberate motion, Yu Tianlin pointed towards the hillside. Feng Xiaotao followed his gesture, her delicate face paling in fear as her jade-like hand nearly tore the fabric of her white stockings. A horde of zombies was currently prowling the bank, and if they landed there, it would be akin to delivering themselves as a feast. Without further ado, Yu Tianlin exerted himself, propelling the small boat southward, where the vegetation was noticeably more abundant and diverse than that of the North Mountain. The area was less populated. The North Mountain served as a recreational zone, attracting visitors even without a holiday, thus accounting for the horde of zombies. In contrast, the botanical garden to the south was relatively deserted. Before long, under Yu Tianlin's vigorous paddling, the boat rounded the bend to the south. Feng Xiaotao, as if discovering a new world, excitedly pointed towards the purple glow on the hillside, exclaiming, "The Sea of Mandala Flowers. I've heard so much about the expanse of purple mandala flowers in the botanical garden, but I've never had the chance to see it. It's so beautiful." Yu Tianlin was about to echo a sentiment, but he swallowed his words, for amidst the sea of blossoms, he sensed a trace of spiritual energy, specifically the innate essence of life. This indicated that the apocalypse had indeed arrived, and within this floral expanse lay a mandala flower, which had absorbed the spiritual energy and was on the verge of transforming into a flower spirit. due to his cultivation of the Spirit Mastery Heart Sutra. Yu Tianlin was unaware that his sensitivity to the innate spiritual energy had significantly heightened. Amidst the myriad blossoms, he could distinctly perceive the presence of a mandala flower, poised to undergo metamorphosis into a flower spirit. A thought occurred to him, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. After all, he had mastered the art of spirit manipulation. It seemed that today presented a genuine opportunity to put his skills to the test and witness the efficacy of the Spirit Mastery Heart Sutra. As the small boat glided toward the riverbank, Yu Tianlin vividly recalled that in his previous life, he and Fang Xiaotao had also disembarked here. They had taken refuge among the mandala flowers for an entire night, as several forest guards in this area had already succumbed to the fate of the undead. However, in the present moment, Yu Tianlin felt no fear. A handful of zombies would pose no challenge to him. Above the flower thicket, there existed a workstation, which housed the office of the forest guards. Though supplies were scarce, it offered a semblance of safety. Yu Tianlin vividly recalled the past, particularly the moment when Fang Xiaotao had dragged his battered form from the base of the mountain to the summit, where they ultimately sought refuge in the workstation for over a month. Bang! The small boat glided along the river's waves, eventually reaching the river bank. Yu Tianlin did not rush to ascend the mountain. Instead, he secured the boat to a tree on the shore and turned to the three companions with a smile, saying, "We have arrived. This place should allow us to remain undisturbed for a couple of days. At least for now, we can consider ourselves safe. However, we must first clear the surroundings." Huh? Pan Ruilin looked at Yu Tianlin with confusion. He pointed towards the house atop the hill and chuckled. "The staff can also turn into zombies. Stay close to me, I will handle the zombies. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to gather some sturdy sticks or the like. At the very least, they will provide some defense when the zombies come." "Not a problem. I have a baton." Pan Ruilin, being a former police officer, swiftly produced her baton. This scene amused Yu Tianlin, who, with a helpless shrug, remarked with a smile, "Sister, that little stick of yours is hardly longer than an arm. My intention was for you to protect yourself, not to court disaster. Remember, the strength of a zombie is double that of a normal human of similar size. In their presence, you have no advantage. Find something longer. It is crucial to defend yourself. I certainly did not tell you to rush in and attack them." Yu Tianlin shook his head with a wry smile. Although Pan Ruilin was a police officer, her experience in survival during an apocalypse was woefully inadequate. The others present shared the same fate. During the early days of the apocalypse, many did not perish from hunger or cold, but rather, like Pan Ruilin, they made fatal mistakes due to their lack of experience. By the time they realized the truth, it was already too late. Phew! Following the riverbank, Yu Tianlin ascended the mountainside, gripping the fire axe in his hand. Exhaling deeply, he felt a sense of relief at having finally reached solid ground. The remaining tasks were to deal with the few zombies in the area and, more importantly, to satisfy his eagerness to discover whether Yuling Xinzong could enlighten the spirit of the demon. Presently, amidst the flourishing blossoms, there lay an ideal target to practice upon. Should he succeed in this endeavor, it would provide him with an invaluable ally. The trio followed Yu Tianlin as they climbed steadily towards the summit, strolling through the sea of flowers while engaging in conversation. Had this scene unfolded in more tranquil times, it would have been a picture of serene leisure. Alas! Their current quest was one of survival, leaving no time to appreciate the beauty that surrounded them. As Yu Tianlin sought the spiritual energy hidden within the floral expanse, he shared snippets of knowledge about the apocalypse with his companions. He explained that zombies belong to a category of living beings capable of growth and reproduction, with a life cycle that outpaced that of humans by countless times. He elaborated on the nature of the undead, once a being transformed into a zombie. Its soul was invariably lost, existing in a state of coexistence with its decaying body. The only means of obliterating a zombie was to ensure its complete eradication. Furthermore, he elucidated the concept of the undead, describing them as a fusion of remnants and souls. Though formidable, their corporeal forms became ineffectual once their spirits were vanquished. Finally, a brief mention was made of the vampires, beings of the weakest prowess in every aspect, only marginally surpassing ordinary humans. However, their most significant advantage lies in their intellect. Their wisdom is not inferior to that of humans. Furthermore, these creatures can propagate their kind through blood-sucking. Their appearance is indistinguishable from that of humans, which is their greatest asset. After a simple introduction to the three individuals, Shan Hao and his companions were left speechless. The monsters that humanity must confront are exceedingly terrifying. Particularly the zombies that possess the ability to reproduce, utterly shattering their preconceived notions. Yu Tianlin lowered his head, straining to search within the sea of flowers. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotao let out a cry of astonishment, pointing toward a section of the flower field and exclaiming, "Brother Tianlin, look at that flower! It's so large and beautiful." A sudden jolt of excitement coursed through him, and Yu Tianlin instinctively raised his gaze in the direction Feng Xiaotao indicated. Indeed, deep within the flower field stood a single flower, towering above the rest, a mandala swaying gracefully in the breeze. This mandala displayed a deep purple hue, its petals vibrant and plump, resembling a finely carved jade artifact. Moreover, a purplish aura enveloped the flower, akin to a luminous halo adorning it. Indeed, it is her. A smile crept onto Yu Tianlin's lips as he distinctly sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the flower, influenced by the energies of the universe, indicating that this mandala was on the verge of awakening into sentience. "She is mine!" Yu Tianlin let out a hearty laugh. For the first time in his life reciting the Spirit Heart Sutra, he clutched the unfamiliar spirit technique in his hands. As the spirit heart bell within his consciousness flickered into visibility under his guidance. In this lifetime, the spirit heart bell had become his innate celestial weapon. A weapon that coexists with its master, concealed within the depth of the master's consciousness. This is the sole celestial weapon that a cultivator can harbor within their body. Hence it is termed an innate celestial weapon. However, the existence of an innate celestial weapon should only manifest after the meridians have been shaped. Yu Tianlin had not yet molded his meridians. This entity had accompanied his primordial spirit into this world. Does this imply that Yu Tianlin could possess two innate celestial weapons? All remains uncertain, and now is not the time for such contemplation. The air vibrated with a buzzing sound, as an ethereal chime emanated from Yu Tianlin's center. The spirit heart bell was on the verge of materialization when suddenly, a mandala flower from the sea of blossoms twisted with a semblance of sentience. Its stamen abruptly turning towards Yu Tianlin, and the petals trembled in a strangely human-like manner. A roar erupted from the thicket of flowers, and from within the floral expanse, a shadow surged forth. Clad in a blue work uniform, its eyes starkly divided into black and white sclera and black irises, this creature shockingly lacked pupils. It was a zombie! Yu Tianlin was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the presence of such a being hidden among the flowers. In an instant, the zombie lunged towards him. "How dare you!" Yu Tianlin raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the chest, sending the enormous zombie tumbling backward, while it too was propelled away by the force of his strike. Both man and creature executed a near-simultaneous backflip. "Brother Tianlin!" Feng Xiaotao and the others exclaimed in unison. "Silence! Get back!" Yu Tianlin had no time for idle chatter, secretly relieved that the creature had targeted him. Had it been Feng Xiaotao and her companions, they would surely have been harmed, for this beast possessed strength double that of an ordinary person, and without any warning, he had narrowly escaped a grave misfortune. Fortunately, the fire axe remained firmly in his grasp. With his eyes widened in determination, Yu Tianlin steadied himself, a faint current of energy swirling around him. Though only a few hours had passed since the apocalypse descended, he had transcended the threshold of a cultivator. His chi flowed like a dragon, and his blood surged like a tempest, marking him as a celestial soldier. Although his meridians had yet to be fully refined, he was nonetheless a celestial soldier, his power and speed rivaling that of the zombies. He had slain them even in his previous ordinary state, let alone now. Let me crack your skull. With the fire axe whirling like a windmill in his hand, a glint of cold light flashed as the zombie's skull flew into the air. The creature letting out not a single sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. That gave me quite a fright. Yu Tianlin exhaled. But as his gaze swept toward the flower bed, he lifted the axe once more, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. In the thicket lurked 7 or 8 dark figures, all glaring menacingly at him. What are you all doing? Holding a meeting? Old Lu. Yu Tianlin let out a mournful cry, caught between laughter and tears. How had all the zombies gathered together, idly squatting in the bushes as if playing a game? It was utterly absurd. Swiftly, Yu Tianlin retreated, and simultaneously, the zombies leapt from their hiding spots, lunging at him from all directions. You three, stay hidden. Stick together. Yu Tianlin hastily shouted before being knocked down by a charging zombie. 6 of the 7 zombies pounced on him, while the remaining 1 targeted Feng Xiaotao and her companions. Oh my god! Shan Hao and the 2 girls were thrown into chaos, wildly swinging their clubs at the zombie. Despite the zombie's strength, its lack of intelligence allowed the trio to momentarily hold it off. Meanwhile, Yu Tianlin faced perilous moments every second, with 6 zombies grabbing at his arms and legs. Their gaping mouths eager to take a bite. If caught, he would be overwhelmed and devoured, rendering even his greatest skills useless. Fortunately, Yu Tianlin was no ordinary man. Having struggled through decades of apocalypse in his previous life, he had faced countless life and death battles. Not only had he dealt with such zombies, but he had also slain numerous evolved zombie kings. With a sudden twist, Yu Tianlin turned and ran, accelerating to his maximum speed in an instant. The 6 zombies pursued relentlessly, but in their blind chase, one collided with the blade of Yu Tianlin's axe, sending its head flying into the air. A zombie was swiftly dispatched, yet another, moving with alarming speed, charged directly behind Yu Tianlin. With a deft maneuver, he inverted the fire axe in his hand, raising it high above his head, and delivered a crushing blow to the back of the creature's skull. The formidable blade of the axe embedded itself deeply into the zombie's cranium. But the ordeal was far from over. In the blink of an eye, 4 more zombies surged forward. Yu Tianlin pivoted swiftly, positioning himself before the still-twitching corpse of the first zombie and forcefully propelled its lifeless body backward. With a sickening thud, the pointed end of the fire axe pierced the eye socket of the pursuing zombie, the tremendous force ensuring its immediate demise. Chapter 6, The Misfortune of Zombies. Yu Tianlin exhaled sharply, feeling a heavy pressure in his chest. The rapid dispatch of 3 zombies had been a seamless yet taxing endeavor, testing the limits of his stamina. As a mere celestial apprentice, his meridians were yet unrefined. Although his dantian housed a reservoir of energy, he was unable to channel his true qi throughout his body. In essence, he remained a human endowed with remarkable speed and strength, but even he had his limits. Yet, in the life and death struggle, one's limits are disregarded. Endure, and you live, falter, and you perish. Such is the brutal reality. In the brief moment it took him to catch his breath, the remaining 4 zombies had already closed in, gripping the axe handle tightly. He summoned every ounce of strength to kick the zombie's body away, creating a barrier against the oncoming threat. He then exerted all his might, hands firmly clutching the axe handle, striving to extract the weapon lodged within the skull of the fallen creature. Regrettably, time had run out. The 2 ghouls had already surged forward, compelling him to release his grip on the axe handle. He sidestepped the lunge of one ghoul, but finding it impossible to evade the other, Yu Tianlin seized the ghoul's hair and violently slammed its head into the other ghoul's calf. A grating, bone-jarring sound reverberated through the air. The ghoul, pinned down by Yu Tianlin, bit down on the other ghoul's calf with reckless abandon. The bite was deep, exposing bone, nearly severing the ghoul's lower leg. A howl of agony erupted as the ghoul, overwhelmed by the intense pain, instantly turned crimson-eyed. It spun around and bit the ghoul that had attacked it. The 2 ghouls became entangled, biting and clawing at each other. With the 2 ghouls distracted, Yu Tianlin exhaled in relief, a confident smile gracing his lips. He was now certain of his victory. He understood these ghouls intimately. Unlike their cinematic counterparts, they possessed weaknesses. Though incredibly resilient, incapable of dying unless their central nervous system was destroyed, they still experienced pain and possessed a self-preservation instinct. When attacked by their own kind, they would prioritize self-defense, targeting the source of their pain. Ultimately, they were still a form of life. The otherworldly energy had overwhelmed some, robbing them of their most precious intellect. However, they gained strength and speed, evolving to another extreme, the ghoul. Those who withstood the energy surge retained their intellect. Given the right circumstances, they could receive immortal cultivation inheritance and become unparalleled powerhouses. In terms of evolutionary advancement, these individuals were even more formidable. And Yu Tianlin was one such person. Without evading the oncoming zombies, Yu Tianlin greeted the two charging creatures with a smile. Crack! Planting a foot on the back of a zombie, Yu Tianlin propelled himself forward, soaring through the air to meet the last zombie lunging toward him. Thud! Yu Tianlin's knee struck the zombie's jaw with tremendous force, causing its cervical vertebrae to buckle under the strain, emitting a mournful groan. The last zombie was rendered useless. Though not dead, it was incapacitated. At this point, the zombies were mere playthings in Yu Tianlin's hands. He retrieved the fire axe from a zombie's head and swiftly dispatched the creatures, leaving no living zombie in the flower sea. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yu Tianlin finally had a moment to check on Feng Xiaotao and the others. Glancing in their direction, Yu Tianlin's cheeks twitched, and his lips curled into an upward grin. Ha ha ha! Yu Tianlin, a man nearing 6'3", was doubled over with laughter. The trio was an absolute riot. Shanhao had the presence of mind to place his fire helmet on a zombie's head, preventing it from biting him. Feng Xiaotao was even more amusing. Pelting the zombies with mud she scooped from the ground. The mud caked on Shanhao's helmet, blinding the zombies, which could only lunge aimlessly based on sound. As for that mischievous girl, Pan Ruilin, she wielded a hefty wooden stake, seizing an opportunity when the zombie was distracted, and landed a forceful blow. In their dire predicament, the three of them were left with no alternatives, acutely aware that if they failed to dispatch the zombie, their lives would be forfeit. Upon hearing laughter, Feng Xiaotao gazed towards the direction of Yu Tianlin, her heart racing. 6 zombies lay sprawled at his feet. How had this man accomplished such a feat? The 3 of them struggled against a single zombie, yet Yu Tianlin had dispatched 6 with swiftness surpassing theirs. Tianlin, lend us a hand. Don T, just stand there. This creature possesses formidable strength. Pan Ruilin, whose temperament was rather impatient, had also noticed Yu Tianlin's situation. After a futile attempt at stealth, her arms were numb while the zombie remained unscathed, continuing its menacing growls. The moment she saw Yu Tianlin free himself, she felt her strength rapidly dissipating. However, Yu Tianlin remained unperturbed, leisurely approaching the trio with his axe in hand, displaying no intent to assist. Instead, he flung the axe towards them. Dan Hao stared in a daze at the incoming weapon, incredulously asking, "What's that for? What's going on?" Yu Tianlin nearly burst into laughter, scolding him with a chuckle. "Brother, decades have passed since the apocalypse began, each year crueler than the last. You're not going to leave me to fight alone, are you? Pick up that axe and strike. In this wasteland, what is ultimately needed is combat experience. You 3 should take turns attacking the zombie until it is defeated, while I provide support from the rear." Oh! Shanhao's mouth gaped wide, despite his usual valor in the face of fiery infernos. The mere mention of taking a life made him somewhat uneasy. In stark contrast stood Pan Ruilin, a young lady of remarkable courage. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes as she strode purposefully toward the bloodied fire axe. With a swift motion, she swung it at the back of the zombie with a resounding thud. The axe cleaved into the creature's shoulder blade, yet it failed to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, the pain provoked the zombie to leap upwards, claws slicing through the air in a wild sweep. Pan Rueline had already evaded the creature, finding herself directly behind it. Had she been caught in its grasp, the consequences would have been dire, perhaps even disfiguring. At that critical moment, however, she felt an unexpected tightness envelop her, followed by an unsettling sensation of weightlessness. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Tianlin had appeared behind her, seizing her collar and pulling her aside just in time, thereby saving her from peril. Your bravery is commendable, yet engaging in battle without strategy is folly, he remarked. That axe became lodged. Why persist in gripping it when it was beyond your reach? Are you truly attempting to match strength with a zombie? Yu Tianlin offered his praise while simultaneously pointing out Pan Ruelin's blunder. In such matters, he spared no leniency, particularly when addressing friends. Let me handle this. With a deft maneuver, Yu Tianlin extracted the axe and tossed it to Shan Hao. The zombie howled in agony, flailing its claws in a frantic attempt to retaliate. If it possessed the capacity for curses, it would likely have unleashed a torrent of invective against Yu Tianlin. Lamenting the roughness with which the axe was wrenched from its flesh, exclaiming, "I am no beast, but you are truly a dog." Dan Hao was so terrified that he stuttered, yet once the axe was in his grasp, there was no turning back, he could only charge forward, raising the fire axe high and lunging at the zombie. The swing was filled with fervor, and the axe came crashing down upon the zombie's helmet. Though the blow was powerful, the helmet proved too resilient. The axe only managed to breach the surface, inflicting a gash upon the zombie's scalp without shattering its skull. The unfortunate creature let out another wretched wail, its head thrashing wildly against the axe, a sight most pitiable. To make matters worse, Yu Tianlin, devoid of compassion, approached without hesitation, yanking the axe free and mockingly exclaiming, "Brother Dan, what a sturdy helmet you have! If it weren't for the fact that this is a zombie, I would have thought it was one of your relatives." Dan Hao's face turned as red as liver, unable to retort. Yu Tianlin had a point. "It's your turn," Yu Tianlin declared, tossing the axe to Feng Xiaotao. She reached out to catch it but nearly stumbled under its weight. Among the trio, she possessed the least physical strength. With a police officer and a firefighter by her side, she was at a disadvantage. Weighing around 15 or 16 pounds, the axe was indeed heavy. However, despite her lack of physical prowess, Feng Xiaotao was the most resourceful. She struggled to lift the axe and circled behind the zombie, aiming a strike at its spine. A sickening sound echoed as flesh tore, and though she had planned her attack well, the zombie's movement coupled with her insufficient strength meant her blow missed the spine, instead inflicting a deep gash at the base of the zombie's tail, cleaving through its rear. A howl of agony erupted from the creature. The zombie flailed its arms backward, causing him such pain that he had no time to search for Feng Xiaotao. Yu Tianlin helplessly covered his eyes, nearly laughing himself into stitches. The zombie was truly unfortunate to encounter the three of them. Wouldn't it have been more merciful to deliver a swift end? Instead, it was being subjected to relentless torment, targeting all the most vulnerable areas. Indeed, it exhibited some wit, yet lacked the necessary strength. It needed practice. Suppressing his laughter, Yu Tianlin took the axe from Feng Xiaotao, his expression abruptly turning cold. A glint of icy light sliced through the air, and the zombie's neck was swiftly severed. The three of them exchanged glances, understanding that Yu Tianlin's intentions were for their benefit, and they dared not retort. Moreover, since the beginning, Yu Tianlin's stature in their hearts had grown immensely. A single man effortlessly battling 6 zombies without a scratch, they felt fortunate to be in his company. Nodding in satisfaction, Yu Tianlin restored his smile and resumed his ascent up the hillside. His curiosity piqued about what could have attracted 7 zombies. Could it possibly be that flower? Chapter 7, Little Ahua. On the hillside, the purple mandrake swayed in the wind, shimmering with an enchanting luster that captivated the senses. Just a glance was enough to induce a disorienting sense of trance. Yu Tianlin observed this peculiar mandrake closely, even with his extensive experiences from a previous life. He had never encountered such an extraordinary plant. At this moment, Yu Tianlin was certain that it was this very mandrake that had drawn the surrounding zombies, who, in their confusion, had unwittingly become the plant's free guardians. Yu Tianlin gazed at the mandrake with a somewhat obsessive fascination, pondering why he had never noticed such an extraordinary specimen on this hillside in his previous life. Given the mandrake's remarkable abilities, it was destined to gain renown in the world upon becoming a demon. Yet, in his past existence, Yu Tianlin was oblivious to its presence. Perhaps, had this mandrake not encountered him, it would have perished prematurely. This was the only plausible explanation. However, in this life, the mandrake had crossed paths with Yu Tianlin, heralding a change in history. It would become his first object of transformation. If successful, this mandrake would undoubtedly evolve into a demon, emerging as a formidable ally under Yu Tianlin's command. The thought filled Yu Tianlin with an inexplicable excitement. Thus, he resolved to commence the process. According to the records of the Spirit Control Heart Sutra, the first innate spirit transformed by Yu Tianlin would become his foremost demon. This signified that, in the years to come, regardless of how many demons Yu Tianlin transformed, he would remain their supreme leader. The mandrake, however, would hold a position just beneath him, becoming the chief among the myriad demons under Yu Tianlin's rule and the spirit of the Heart Sutra. With the primary control vested in Yu Tianlin, the mandrake would possess secondary authority, existing just below him yet above all others. Yu Tianlin swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of nervousness as he prepared to employ the Spirit Control Heart Sutra for the first time. Just as he was about to summon the Spirit Control Bell, the sound of footsteps behind him reminded him of Feng Xiaotao and the others. If he didn't give them a heads up, it could lead to unforeseen mischief. Wow! Is this flower real? It's stunning! Before Yu Tianlin could utter a word, Feng Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she instinctively reached out to touch the petals of the Mandala flower. Startled, Yu Tianlin quickly intervened, saying, "This is not the time for flower admiration. I am about to undertake a significant task. You may observe, but do not interfere. Regardless of what you witness, maintain your composure. Remember." Seeing Yu Tianlin's serious demeanor, Feng Xiaotao and the others nodded instinctively, standing obediently behind him, quietly watching his actions. Once he noted their compliance, Yu Tianlin turned to face the mandala and performed a clumsy spirit control incantation, silently reciting the Heart Sutra of Spirit Control. A radiant light began to materialize in the palm of his hand. Buzz! As a resonating sound filled the air, the image of an oval-shaped bell appeared in Yu Tianlin's palm. A groan escaped his lips as beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The moment the heart bell of spirit control manifested, he felt an emptiness in his energy reservoir. The scant amount of true energy within him surged forth like a flood, rushing through his meridians into the heart bell. Initially, it was an arduous task, yet Yu Tianlin was resolute in his determination. Having commenced, he was willing to risk everything to succeed. Such is the tenacity and perseverance of a cultivator undaunted by life or death, bravely forging against the currents. "Open for me!" he bellowed, raising his right hand. The bell, now the size of a teacup, soared above his head, expanding rapidly in the wind, transforming from a small cup-sized object to a colossal bell with a diameter of 1 meter, towering around 1.8 meters tall. Upon confronting the spirit bell for the first time, Yu Tianlin was momentarily entranced. This was the celestial weapon he had fought valiantly for in his past life, a mysterious artifact unknown to the world. At this moment, he yearned to discern the intricate patterns adorning the bell, yet they remained obscured to him. He understood that his current cultivation level was insufficient. The pressing task was to enlighten the mandala, while everything else paled in significance. Clarity could wait for another day. Moreover, Yu Tianlin sensed that his meager vital energy was on the brink of exhaustion. Action was imperative lest he miss his opportunity. With a fervent shout, he unleashed a powerful cry, channeling all his energy into the spirit technique as he flicked his middle finger against the bell's surface. The sound erupted. The reverberation surged forth like a formidable wave, and a beam of violet light cascaded down from the bell's mouth, enveloping the mandala's blossoms. A wave of sweet, Metallic liquid surged up Yu Tianlin's throat, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. The bell vanished into thin air. Yet the radiant light continued to entwine around the mandala's stem, ultimately penetrating into the heart of the flower. Tianlin, are you all right? Feng Xiaotao and the others were taken aback, rushing to support him. Yu Tianlin's knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Internally, he cursed the spirit bell. What a bizarre artifact it was, merely driven supported by 3 individuals. Yu Tianlin was oblivious to the concern expressed by Feng Xiaotao and her companions. His gaze fixated upon the mandala plant. Indeed, a transformation was unfolding. The plant was growing at a visibly remarkable pace. Reaching the height of a person in the blink of an eye, its buds unfurling from the branching stems, revealing blossoms as exquisite as jade. Purple pollen, reminiscent of fireflies, gracefully descended from the flowers, rendering the scene utterly enchanting. "Goodness, this is breathtaking!" exclaimed Dan Hao, his mouth agape. Even he, a man of straightforward disposition, found himself overwhelmed by its beauty. Pan Ruilin and Feng Xiaotao nearly forgot to support Yu Tianlin, entranced as they gazed upwards, their minds adrift in wonder. A rustling sound of withered branches and leaves caught Yu Tianlin's attention, and upon looking around, he was taken aback. The mandala flowers cascading down the hillside were withering at an astonishing rate, transforming into a mass of desiccated, yellowed grass within mere breaths. It seemed as though the vitality and nourishment of these flowers were being absorbed by the entity he had summoned. Had he succeeded? As doubts swirled in his mind, an unexpected mental connection formed between him and the mandala, a bond as intimate as flesh and blood, taking root within his consciousness. As long as his essence remained intact, that connection would endure. "Master! Hey, I'm talking to you!" A soft, mischievous voice echoed from the depths of Yu Tianlin's heart and simultaneously from above his head. Startled, Yu Tianlin looked up to see, perched upon the branches of a mandala flower, the largest blossom cradling a small girl dressed only in a simple garment. Her hair styled into 2 playful pigtails. She gazed intently at him, her stature comparable to that of a 3-year-old human child. Her skin was fair and smooth, her limbs plump and cherubic, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, evoking an irresistible urge to embrace her. A smile spread across Yu Tianlin's face as he sensed the presence of demonic energy. Realizing that this enchanting child was the manifestation of the mandala flower, his endeavor had borne fruit. With newfound strength, he broke free from the supportive grasp of Feng Xiaotao and her companions. He extended his arms toward the child, beaming, "Come here, let me hold you." In an instant, the child leaped down, as if floating into Yu Tianlin's embrace, her curious eyes scrutinizing him. "Why are you my master? I feel like I don't know you," she inquired innocently. Yu Tianlin found himself both amused and exasperated. This little one had just awakened to consciousness. Who could she possibly recognize? Surely he must be the first person she had ever seen. Shaking his head in delight, he replied with affectionate indulgence, "You have just come into awareness. Of course you don't know me. But now you do, right? From now on, don't call me Mas. I shall bestow upon you a name. What shall it be? Let it be Little Ahua. Hooray, I am Little Ahua." Such a melodious name. Little Ahua danced with joy, while Yu Tianlin was equally delighted. However, upon glancing upwards, he was taken aback to find little Ahua's physical form had vanished. Such a large flower. Where could it have gone? Alas! My dear daughter, where has your gone? Yu Tianlin, having never encountered such a phenomenon, felt a twinge of panic. Little Ahua understood Yu Tianlin's unspoken concern. She grasped his hand, closed her eyes, and effortlessly transported his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Pointing at the spirit heart bell within this realm, she exclaimed, "Father, I reside within the heart bell. Inside lies a unique world where my true form thrives and rejuvenates. Unless summoned, my essence shall remain concealed. Furthermore, observe, my name is inscribed upon the 10,000 monsters list of the spirit heart bell." Yu Tianlin was momentarily stunned. his heart swelling with elation. The existence of a space within the spirit heart bell was a revelation to him. Looking in the direction pointed by little Ahua, he noticed a blank area on the front of the bell, where ancient inscriptions etched 3 characters he could not decipher. Yet it was evident they represented the 10,000 monsters list. The lettering in the blank space, however, was in a familiar script, stating, 9 turns Mandala. Even the name Yu Tianlin had bestowed upon little Ahua was inscribed there. Yu Tianlin could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined that one could transform into human form upon reaching a certain level of cultivation as a demon. You have only just become a demon. And yet you can already assume human shape. The spirit heart bell is indeed extraordinary." The demon that emerged from the transformation, astonishingly, took on a human form upon reaching maturity. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Yu Tianlin clicked his tongue in wonder, while the little Ahua, feeling somewhat displeased, patted her chest with a small hand and proudly declared, "Not everyone can achieve this. I am the foremost demon of the spirit heart bell. And as the spirit of the bell itself, what am I to do without a human form to manifest? Other demons must rely on their own cultivation to attain such a transformation, but I need not do so. Among the multitude of demons, only I possess the singular ability to transform. For demons, especially those born from innate spiritual plants, to attain a human form is an exceedingly arduous task." Chapter 8. Chaos is formless. Do not be deceived by the fact that little Ahua has only recently become a demon. Her understanding of the knowledge contained within the spirit heart bell far surpasses that of Yu Tianlin. After all, she is the spirit of the bell, and some of her memories seem innate. Yu Tianlin sought her guidance regarding the formation of his meridians. To his surprise, little Ahua provided a thorough explanation. Chaos is inherently formless. Both the spirit heart bell and the spirit heart sutra are techniques nurtured by nature itself, derived fundamentally from the essence of chaos. Therefore, they are not designed to shape the cultivator. This means that as long as Yu Tianlin diligently practices the Spirit Heart Sutra, he can achieve profound transformations, freely altering the pathways of his meridians and the positions of his acupoints. Eventually, he may even unlock unknown divine abilities. Little Ahua was unaware of those advanced concepts herself, as her realm was insufficient to grasp certain aspects. However, as their levels of cultivation rise, both she and Yu Tianlin will come to know increasingly more. This is indeed propitious news. The first thing that occurred to Yu Tianlin was the Purgatory Dragon Golden Immortal Decree. He had cultivated in his previous life a set of immortal techniques that, when the metal attribute immortal arts were cultivated to their zenith, resulted in an unparalleled physical body. All he needed to do was locate his inheritance from his past life. The unfortunate aspect, however, is that while the Spirit Control Heart Sutra is advantageous, it also places a considerable burden on Yu Tianlin. All things originate from chaos and can return to it. This implies that Yu Tianlin can absorb and expel spiritual energy of any attribute without reservation. However, the diverse and impure nature of this energy places demands on his physical constitution. He must possess a robust immortal body to withstand the influx of various attributes of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the quantity of spiritual energy he requires is far more substantial than that of ordinary individuals. Where others might be satiated by a ladle of water, he requires 10. Chaotic spiritual energy is the purest form of spiritual energy, and the amount required to convert impure spiritual energy into chaotic spiritual energy is undoubtedly staggering. Yu Tianlin chuckled wryly. He had won at the starting line, but the journey would be more arduous than that of anyone else. Such was the price of obtaining the Spirit Control Heart Sutra. Nevertheless, there was no cause for complaint. At the very least, he was fortunate to be reborn after death. To have a second chance, such an opportunity was rarer than winning the lottery. Considering it in this light, Yu Tianlin was the luckiest person in the world. Very well. The people outside must be growing impatient. Let us go out, little Ahua reminded him, prompting Yu Tianlin to recall Feng Xiaotao and the others. In a mere few hours, their worldviews had been appended repeatedly. He ought to go out and offer them an explanation, otherwise, they might become panic-stricken. With a shake of her head, consciousness returned to her physical form, and Xiao Ahua also regained her awareness of the external world. However, upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment, for she discovered that Panruelin was holding her. "Who gave you permission to embrace me? Do you dare to challenge me, or shall I knock out your front teeth?" Xiao Ahua exclaimed, her urgency palpable. In her mind, only Yu Tianlin was allowed to hold her, no one else could do so without his consent, not even his friends. Unbeknownst to her, the innocence in her threat rendered it less intimidating and rather endearing. At that moment, as a smile crept across Panruelin's lips, Yu Tianlin swiftly interceded, taking Xiao Ahua into his arms. He was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that Xiao Ahua was not jesting. Had he delayed even a fraction longer, she would have indeed resorted to physical retaliation. Though Xiao Ahua's fists appeared diminutive, she was a formidable creature at the graduation level, with an ordinary being's strength multiplied. Moreover, as an inherently powerful entity, even if her abilities were not primarily strength-based, a single blow to Panruelin could result in severe consequences. "I implore you all. This little girl is not to be trifled with. Unless I am present, take heed of her words, they are not made in jest." Yu Tianlin cautioned the trio. Observing the intensity of his concern, they refrained from any reckless actions, fully aware, albeit lacking in understanding, that Xiao Ahua was anything but human. Yu Tianlin took several deep breaths. Although his dantian felt a profound emptiness, walking was not an issue. He placed the little girl, Ehua, upon his shoulder, where she settled comfortably, one hand resting on his head in a state of bliss. The four of them walked in unison towards the mountain's workstation. Along the way, Yu Tianlin shared much with them. As midnight approached, the hour at which darkness would descend upon the world, other sinister races, aside from the zombies, would manifest across the globe. With the arrival of danger, opportunities would also arise. Countless mystical arts and secret techniques would appear worldwide, seeking their inheritors. Those fortunate enough would discover their own paths to cultivation, and individuals as extraordinarily lucky as Yu Tianlin might even acquire a fated celestial weapon. It was precisely for this reason that in his previous life, despite suffering the loss of all his limbs, he was reborn through the Yulong Golden Immortal Technique. Although Feng Xiaotao had vanished by the time he succeeded in his cultivation, he had at least managed to survive. Should the Yulong Golden Immortal Technique choose him once more in this life, he would not have to squander over a month merely recovering his body as he did before. Instead, he could directly cultivate through the Spirit Control Heart Sutra and become one of humanity's earliest formidable beings. Setting aside his own circumstances, Yu Tianlin recalled that in her previous life, Feng Xiaotao had also received a legacy, the Qing Nong Technique and the Qing Nong Book. Not only had she obtained this inheritance, but she had also acquired a fated celestial weapon. Were it not for Yu Tianlin's burden, she would not have gone missing. The regrets left from a previous life shall be reconciled in this one. Yu Tianlin shook his head with a bitter smile. In his former existence, he was akin to a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity to all who crossed his path. By the time he met his demise in battle, he found himself surrounded by but a handful of friends, all of whom had suffered tragic fates due to his presence. He fervently hoped that this lifetime would be different indeed. It must be different, he believed. With this thought, Yu Tianlin could not help but gaze towards Beishan Park, where an old friend awaited his return. This companion had shared his life and ultimately perished alongside him in battle. "Wait for me! I am coming!" Before long, the four of them ascended to the summit. Arriving at the Botanical Gardens workstation, which lay desolate and abandoned, the entrance still bore the vivid stains of crimson blood. A grim reminder that the living within had met with a tragic fate, likely at the hands of the 7 zombies lurking below. Their suspicions were soon confirmed as they discovered a heap of gnawed, crimson bones behind the workstation. Scattered about were shredded remnants of clothing. Not a single fragment of flesh remained, such is the nature of zombies, consuming without leaving a trace. Among the tattered garments, the group located the key to the workstation. Yu Tianlin took a moment to gather the remains and cast them aside, choosing not to dwell on them further. Feng Xiaotao and the others were puzzled by his decision not to bury the bones, yet Yu Tianlin merely smiled in silence. He understood that by dawn, those bones would rise again, transformed into skeletal minions of the undead. Though the trio had already encountered zombies, it was time for them to witness something else. For survival always presents more than one challenge. A fire blazed with simplicity, yet it consumed a significant project. Such were the thoughts of Yu Tianlin. Upon entering the workstation, he found it largely unscathed, save for a few overturned chairs and scattered documents across the floor. The facilities remained largely intact. The workstation comprised 4 rooms, a restroom, an office, a duty room, and a storage room, with only a modest break room containing a slender bed available for rest. Yu Tianlin surveyed his surroundings, his heart a tempest of emotions. He and Feng Xiaotao had once sought refuge in the break room, sharing a bed for over a month. Though their bond had not blossomed into romance, it had fostered a deep familial connection, a sense of reliance upon each other, born from the necessity of their circumstances. In the face of the apocalypse, the drastic temperature fluctuations posed a unique challenge. Midday could be sweltering, requiring shorts and short sleeves, while the early hours could bring swirling snowflakes and freezing temperatures. The only solace against the cold lay in each other's warmth. Let us tidy up, assemble the desks, and venture out for some hay to make a nest. Also, gather some firewood, we shall prepare our meal here tonight. You all tidy up while I head to the storage room for fish. Yu Tianlin instructed the trio, making his way to the storage room with practiced ease. Wait! How do you know that? Dan Hao exclaimed, bewildered. He couldn't fathom how Yu Tianlin knew this place better than he did, even being aware of the fish. It was quite remarkable. Ignoring the two, Yu Tianlin beckoned to Feng Xiaotao with a smile. Xiaotao, come lend a hand. Don't hide away, I know you can cook. And you do it exceptionally well. Cleaning the fish should be no trouble for you. Come on. Feng Xiaotao was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with confusion. How could this fellow know that she could cook? Had they previously crossed paths? The 4 of them busily attended to their respective tasks, while little Ahua contributed nothing but chaos. Though she was a sprite, she remained but a child, and within a short span, nearly set the house ablaze. Yu Tianlin was both amused and exasperated. Having never had a child, he found himself utterly indulgent towards this little creature. Even though he was aware of her mischief, he refrained from scolding her harshly, opting instead to impart a gentle lesson before falling silent. As night began to descend, the rhythmic sound of clattering filled the room. Little Ahua brandished a pair of stainless steel chopsticks, incessantly tapping on a lunchbox while chanting, "Dinner, dinner, I want to eat. I haven't had a meal yet." The aroma wafting through the air was undeniably enticing. Indeed, the meal was ready, albeit prepared in an unconventional manner. The fish had been grilled on a shovel, with fish oil serving as the cooking medium. The origins of the shovel were disregarded by the 4, who perhaps assumed it had been used for gardening earlier that day. Yet now it functioned as their cooking implement. Having gone a day without sustenance, the 4 could hardly bear it any longer. With a bounty of fish over a dozen in total, they each devoured 2, relishing the feast. Little Ahua's eyes sparkled with delight, as this was her first experience of a proper meal. Though she did not require food for sustenance, she thoroughly enjoyed the flavors. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, a chill breeze swept through, and frost began to visibly form on the windows. The first dark night was about to unfold. Chapter 9, Reunion. As the inaugural night of profound darkness descends, an atmosphere of sub-zero temperatures engulfs us. The stark contrast between the sweltering mornings and frigid nights presents a formidable challenge to survival, leading to the swift demise of numerous unprepared individuals. However, these initial hardships are but a prelude to the more severe environmental transformations sweeping across the globe. The influx of otherworldly energies is catalyzing a planetary metamorphosis. causing the celestial body to expand in size and mass, with a corresponding increase in gravitational force. The animal kingdom is witnessing the emergence of formidable beasts. Moreover, the weakening of spatial barriers has inadvertently connected Earth to uncharted realms. Compared to the terrestrial monsters, the ancient mythical creatures from the realms beyond pose an even greater threat, possessing the power to obliterate entire landscapes. Only the most elite among humanity and the preeminent figures of the four dark races can hope to stand against them. In essence, humankind in this apocalyptic era faces a daunting choice: either bear the weight of survival or succumb to the icy grip of death, becoming assimilated into the dark races and forfeiting all cherished memories of their former lives. Freezing! Freezing! Freezing to death! Inside the workstation, Feng Xiaotao and Pan Ruilin huddled together on the narrow cot, their limbs drawn close to their bodies, shivering uncontrollably. They clung tightly to Yu Tianlin for warmth. Even Shan Hao, a man of considerable stature, was not immune to the cold. With unabashed candor, he embraced Yu Tianlin, seeking refuge from the biting chill. A single, flimsy summer blanket was the only meager protection against the cold within the entire workstation. The meager fire served only to stave off certain death by freezing. Yu Tianlin had said all that needed to be said. He too felt the chill, though not as severely as Feng Xiaotao and the others. In the dreary environment of the apocalypse, with no access to phones or any electronic devices, there was nothing to do but wait. Yu Tianlin sat quietly, his eyes fixed on the watch on his wrist. Midnight was approaching, the time when the legacy would descend upon this world, and danger along with it. With 2 minutes left until 12, despite having experienced this once before, Yu Tianlin couldn't help but feel nervous. He glanced at little Ahua. It was time for her to demonstrate her abilities, at least to ensure that he could smoothly receive the legacy. "Daughter!" he called. "Huh?" Little Ahua, who had been licking meat scraps off a black fish skeleton, tossed the bones into the fire upon hearing Yu Tianlin's call, giving them a reluctant glance before bouncing over and nestling into his arms. With a childish voice, she asked, "Dad, what do you need?" Yu Tianlin affectionately patted her head and instructed, "Wait a moment, I will release your true form from the spirit heart bell. Go outside and guard us. If anyone tries to disturb me, engage them first, okay? Leave it to me." Little Ahua flipped off his lap, twisted her body, and vanished into thin air within the room, astonishing Feng Xiaotao and the others once again. To those unaware of her identity, she might have seemed like a ghost. However, this was not the case. As a spirit born from nature, within a certain range around her true form, she could transform and move freely through the air and earth. An advantage of being a natural spirit. Outside the workstation, a solitary purple datura swayed in its pot, braving the frigid wind, though its once jade-like luster had faded, and no radiant glow emanated from it. The flower possessed an unsettling aura amidst the frosty weather. "The moment has arrived." Yu Tianlin's gaze fixated on the second hand of his watch, precisely midnight. As the words left his lips, the heavens convulsed, and a crimson light surged across the night sky. Within the sanguine glow, countless wisps of black energy mingled, descending from the firmament. Simultaneously, golden rays pierced through the red light, scattering across the earth. These beams, akin to sentient entities, meandered through the air, as if seeking a target, before vanishing swiftly into the nocturnal expanse. Yu Tianlin scrutinized the scene beyond the window, recalling how a legacy had flown in from the outside world in his previous life, enabling him to survive. Suddenly, a streak of azure light darted in through the window, piercing directly into Feng Xiaotao's brow. She shuddered violently, emitting a piercing scream as she clutched her head and tumbled from the bed. The suddenness of the event startled Pan Ruilin, who reached out to assist Feng Xiaotao, exclaiming, "Xiaotao, what's?" Before she could finish her sentence, another beam of cerulean light flew in through the window. Pan Ruilin fared even worse. Coughing up a mouthful of blood mist and collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing, her consciousness fading. "Tianlin, what happened to them? Please, do something." "Dan Hao, His face ashen with terror at the unexpected scene, could barely speak, his composure hanging by a thread. Confronted with Dan Hao's plea for assistance, Yu Tianlin remained utterly indifferent. For he understood that this was an indispensable path to inheritance. If one could not endure, no one could offer salvation, such was the fate. Instead, Yu Tianlin felt a flicker of curiosity. Both women had received their inheritance, but what of Dan Hao? Tilting his head to scrutinize Dan Hao, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the outside world. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he emphatically patted Dan Hao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Good brother. It is your turn." "What do you mean, it's my turn?" Dan Hao exclaimed, only to be abruptly struck in the face by a burst of yellow light. His body propelled backward and crashing heavily against the wall, producing a dull thud. He howled in agony. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" It felt as though every muscle in his body was being torn apart. However, as a firefighter, his physical resilience and willpower surpassed that of the two women. He barely managed to remain conscious, yet lacked the strength to call upon Yu Tianlin for help, instead writhing on the ground in excruciating pain. Recognizing this as an unavoidable path, Yu Tianlin chose to disregard the suffering of the three individuals. Decades of survival in a post-apocalyptic world had forged his heart of steel. He knew precisely what warranted his concern. Gazing at the crimson sky outside, he murmured to himself, "Old friend, will you come to find me again?" No sooner had his words escaped his lips than, amidst the myriad radiances in the red heavens, the most resplendent beam of golden light surged downward from the sky, aiming directly at Yu Tianlin. His expression brightened with delight. He recognized what it was. Without a trace of fear, he opened his arms wide and joyfully called out to the approaching light, "We meet again, old friend. Do you miss me as well? Come forth, the prison gold glaze." Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated through the room, and Yu Tianlin was hurled by the radiance, his condition far worse than that of the other three. The immense force propelled him out of the bedroom, crashing onto the office desk outside. The desk, constructed of compressed board, was almost instantaneously reduced to a heap of debris. The screws within piercing mercilessly into Yu Tianlin's back. In the blink of an eye, his form was engulfed in a fiery crimson hue, his flesh exuding a dark golden metallic sheen. Yu Tianlin's eyes widened in terror, blood vessels bursting, flooding his gaze with crimson. His mouth, filled with silver teeth, clicked incessantly. The agony bestowed upon him by the legacy akin to being scorched in searing flames. For an ordinary person, such torment might render them voiceless, likely causing them to faint from the pain, only to awaken in a haze of suffering, teetering between life and death. In his past life, when Yu Tianlin underwent the inheritance, he endured excruciating agony, crying out for an entire night. By the following day, upon completing the inheritance, he regretted his existence in this world. The acceptance of the legacy was tantamount to a rebirth, a reconfiguration of the meridians. It was akin to displacing one's blood vessels within the body. Yet, heaven did not grant any anesthetic. Forcing the flesh to be torn and mended, could such a process be bearable? Yu Tianlin's inheritance was even more brutal, the prison dragon golden immortal technique. As its name suggests, prison refers to purgatory, where the flames of the purgatorial evil dragon forged the golden body, leading to transcendence. This encapsulates the essence of Yu Tianlin's cultivation method. He must endure the refining flames of the purgatorial evil dragon to be tempered into steel. Ah! A phantom dragon circled around Yu Tianlin's form, continually exhaling dark golden flames. Trembling uncontrollably, he remained resolute, refusing to succumb to the ground in acceptance of the inheritance. Instead, he valiantly rose to one knee. His eyes fierce like those of a malevolent dragon, fixed intently ahead. Unlike in his previous life, this time he uttered not a sound while receiving the inheritance. His willpower, forged over decades, stood unwavering like rock. Within the workstation, four radiant glows flickered in alternation, with dense smoke even breaking through the windows, billowing outward. The infernal flames of the purgatorial dragon would, after this inheritance, consume everything within the workstation, leaving nothing behind except for the three who accepted the legacy. On the roof, Little Ahua sat cross-legged, shaking her petite feet, indulging in the roasted fish that Yu Tianlin had given her, exuding an air of contentment. Delightfully. She licked the oil from her fingers, murmuring to herself, "No wonder all the demons aspire to attain human form. This meat is truly delectable, so fragrant. Had I not transformed, I would still be gnawing on mud in the fields, wouldn't I?" As she mumbled to herself, she craned her neck to observe Yu Tianlin, her little lips pouting in fascination. Then, shaking her head, she remarked, "TSK, father truly endures hardship. If I were to endure such torment, I would refuse." Little did she know that in the future, she would face trials and tribulations far more arduous than those endured by Yu Tianlin. Suddenly, a disturbance in the woods below caught little Ahua's attention. Amidst the dense forest, a cacophony arose, as shadowy figures, crooked and staggering, began to ascend the hillside. Though few in number, there appeared to be at least a dozen. "Ah! Zombies!" Little Ahua was initially taken aback, but then a smile suddenly blossomed on her delicate face. With Yu Ishanlin assigning her the role of protector, she found herself with an unexpected opportunity to engage. In a flash, little Ahua leapt from the rooftop, vanishing into thin air. Down the mountain, the zombies mumbled incoherently, entranced by the flickering flames atop the peak. These wretched creatures were irresistibly drawn to the radiant glow of Yu Ishanlin's infernal dragon fire. Perhaps if Yu Ishanlin were to regain his senses, he would ponder why, in his previous life, he had never attracted such entities. In that past existence, he had been crippled, his body marred by injuries, and the intensity of his inheritance had not been so formidable, resulting in a far less significant commotion. This time, however, the scenario was markedly different. He was not only physically intact but had also cultivated the Spirit Mastery Sutra, ascending to the rank of a fledgling immortal practitioner. Since he could withstand the infernal dragon fire, it showed no restraint. The house was already half ablaze. The zombies, drawn to light much like insects, approached with a mindless determination. Chapter 10, The Might of the Mandala. Unbeknownst to anyone, a magnificent tree radiating a purple luminescence had appeared in the open space before the workstation. To be precise, it was not merely a tree, but a colossal flower, towering at least 5 to 6 meters high, with lush foliage cradling blossoms of mandala that shimmered with a violet sheen. The zombies swayed uncertainly as they wandered into the vicinity of the workstation, utterly oblivious to the fact that they had entered a realm enveloped in a purple aura. All they could perceive was a small girl, as radiant as jade, perched upon the rooftop, smiling down at them with bare feet. Upon noticing a presence, the towering, almost 2-meter-tall zombie emitted a fervent roar and lunged forward, aiming to pounce on the girl atop the roof. However, the young girl, with nimble, cricket-like movements, evaded the assault with a single bound. Subsequently, she LED'd the throng of zombies in a game of cat and mouse, circling around them. An observer stationed beyond 100 meters from the workstation would discern that the zombies were, in actuality, pursuing empty air. Or rather, they were fixated on a mere petal. Yet, in the perception of the zombies, this petal embodied the young girl, and they were relentless in their pursuit to devour it. Meanwhile, the true little Ahua remained perched on the rooftop, gleefully swinging her diminutive legs, her face radiant with amusement. Undeniably, this exemplifies the potency of the Mind Sutra of spirit control. The spirits of monsters enlightened by this sutra evolve and cultivate their unique attributes. In the case of the datura, its defining characteristic is illusion. Little Ahua, upon transforming into a monster, amplified this trait exponentially. She not only possesses the ability to conjure illusions but can also delve into the minds of those with weaker wills. While this may appear inconsequential, it holds significant utility. Every individual harbors their own poignant past. By identifying the psychological vulnerabilities of an opponent, even the most formidable adversary becomes susceptible. However, the mightier the individual, the swifter their recovery from the illusion, save for those plagued by inner demons. Even the strongest, if not deeply ensnared, can swiftly regain their senses upon succumbing to the illusion. Perhaps dealing with humans requires a modicum of effort from little Ahua, for they possess thoughts and reason. However, confronting this horde of zombies is a task of utmost simplicity. Their minds are consumed solely by insatiable hunger. Finding a prey is enough to ensnare their entirety, such is the nature of the undead. How delightful, how amusing! Spin with fervor. As little Ahua clapped her hands, a subtle disturbance emerged from behind the dwelling. The heap of bones that Yu Tianlin had neglected during the day began to stir. The skeletal structure was slowly knitting together. Unbeknownst to her, a form had materialized within the uncorrupted eye sockets of that cadaverous assemblage. A skeleton! This entity had come to life with the onset of the dark night. Upon seeing it, little Ahua was momentarily taken aback. She possessed the ability to conjure illusions for any living being. However, there were two exceptions. The first was the zombie, which lacked a soul, existing solely through accumulated resentment and negative emotions. The consciousness of a zombie is merely a collection of grievances from its former life, rendering it impervious to deceitful appearances. The second exception pertains to the skeletal beings of the undead. Although they possess souls, these souls have transformed. They coalesce into a singular essence, known in the West as the flame of the soul, akin to the primordial spirit in the East, yet considerably weaker in potency. As the saying goes, the primordial spirit pierces through all. Thus, these beings possess the ability to see through illusions. Almost all undead are unfazed by illusions, and indeed, certain types among them can even create illusions, though none rival the extraordinary prowess of little Ahua. Upon sighting the little Ahua, the skeleton staggered forward, intent on seizing her, yet, it was patently incapable of achieving such a feat. The novice skeleton was the weakest of its kind. Even an ordinary person could fell a mere foot soldier of a skeleton with a simple stool. However, defeating it did not equate to its demise. Once the skeleton's corporeal form was destroyed, its soul's flame would escape, rendering it impervious to capture by an ordinary individual. Should it encounter another corpse, it would revive anew. Does this imply that such a creature poses little threat to humans? Quite the contrary. Its capacity for destruction is second only to that of a zombie. While zombies feast upon the flesh and blood of living beings, they indiscriminately drain them of all vital essence, including that of the soul. This explains why a person bitten by a zombie inevitably transforms into one themselves, their soulless body succumbing to the contagion. Yet, this skeleton differs significantly from a zombie. Its pursuit of living beings is solely to augment its soul's flame. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the vital essences, while the 7 spirits are strands of the soul. A single claw from the skeleton inflicts damage upon the soul itself, as it consumes vital essences and siphons soul strands. Thus, it exhibits little interest in flesh and blood, instead preferring to nurture its bones with the essence of heaven and earth. Many skeletons possess bodies as resilient as steel and iron. To be candid, little Ahua harbored a strong aversion to this creature. After all, the illusions she conjured held no sway over it, and should it manage to grasp her true form, she would undoubtedly sustain injury. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, little Ahua formed a hand gesture, directing a floating petal towards the skeleton, which promptly flew into its mouth. The rudimentary skeleton, lacking in sentience, remained oblivious to the significance of the approaching petals. Yet, to the ravenous zombies, this very skeleton appeared as a living being. The lowest-ranking zombies, with guttural cries, lunged forth, their jaws clamping down upon the skeleton's bones. Before the skeleton could react, several of its bones were torn asunder, rendering it immobile. It could only watch helplessly as the zombies shattered its skull, causing its soul fire to erupt and flit across the ground, disappearing into the unknown. Little Ahua, in frustration, exclaimed, "Humph, it escaped. Perhaps father possesses a method to deal with it. I am without recourse." Indeed, had Yu Tianlin been present, the skeleton would have perished 100 times over. For the bane of soul entities is lightning, and the most potent lightning conjuration techniques of Chinese cultivators, such as Yu Tianlin's Hell Dragon Lightning Curse, inherited from the highest echelons, are particularly effective against them. The unfortunate skeleton, newly formed, was devoured by a horde of zombies throughout the night, its bones reduced to fragments. Yet, in the eyes of the zombies, it remained a delectable feast, an irresistible craving. Such is the insidious nature of illusions. Those with desires are susceptible to entrapment, where falsehoods are perceived as reality. The protracted night was finally pierced by a glimmer of grayish-white on the horizon, heralding the dawn. Although the apocalypse has extinguished the azure skies and bright days, the arrival of daylight is marked by a reddish glow, a departure from the all-encompassing darkness. The forest echoed with the chorus of birdsong as daybreak finally arrived. Within the workstation, at an indeterminate moment, 4 individuals were already seated cross-legged on the ground, their hearts directed towards the heavens, each clasping distinct incantations, deeply immersed in their lineage. Among them, Yu Tianlin was the first to open his eyes, his gaze emanating a radiant golden hue. A long cry erupted from the workstation, and in his hands, he wielded an extraordinary weapon that resembled a spear yet was unlike any ordinary spear. This weapon, measuring over 10 feet in length, was entirely semi-transparent with a glass-like luster. Around the spearhead, flame-like spikes radiated outward, and the spearhead itself, reminiscent of a serpent's tongue, extended an additional foot. A myriad of colors enveloped the spearhead like ethereal mists in the mountains, spiraling endlessly. At last, Yu Tianlin had completed the transmission, his meridians had solidified, and the pathways of the Hell Dragon Golden Immortal technique were now established. Henceforth, as foretold by the teachings of the technique, his body would become as resilient as steel and his skin as durable as bronze. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his physical form would grow increasingly formidable. The weapon he held was none other than his primordial immortal weapon from his past life, the hell gold-glazed spear, an unparalleled and razor-sharp instrument of immense power. In the realm of his former existence, none could withstand his onslaught when wielding the spear. Without a doubt, he was among the elite in terms of offensive prowess. Gripping the hell gold-glazed spear, Yu Tianlin's heart brimmed with joy. This immortal weapon, which had accompanied him for decades, was akin to half his life. Suddenly, a streak of colorful light darted across the sky, startling him. That flash of brilliance was strikingly familiar, evoking memories of a certain individual. Yu Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled the individual who was undoubtedly the nightmare of his past life, someone he instinctively wished to evade. This person had been his rival for decades, yet the most dramatic twist was that every encounter between them had culminated in conflict, and ultimately, they had both perished together in the dragon locking well. It couldn't be, it simply could not be that this woman was the one. Goodness! How could I be so unfortunate? Yu Tianlin shook his head vigorously, his demeanor reflecting an intense aversion to meeting this person again. Suddenly, a startled exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Father, are you done? Little Ahua leaped down from the rooftop, darting towards Yu Tianlin with a scrunched-up nose, biting her finger in curiosity. Where are your clothes? You're bare-bottomed, how shameless! What the hell? Yu Tianlin was taken aback. His cheeks flushed as he noticed little Ahua's inquisitive gaze fixed on his younger brother. Mortified, he felt an overwhelming desire to disappear into the ground. With a startled shout, he dashed into the house, rummaging through drawers in search of clothing. In his haste, he seemed to have forgotten that the suit he had worn the previous night had been reduced to ashes after enduring the torment of the infernal evil dragon fire during his inheritance ceremony. Ah! Just moments after Yu Tianlin entered the house, another booming exclamation echoed. A massive figure suddenly emerged from the bedroom window, towering nearly 2.5 meters tall. Clad entirely in yellow attire, yellow shirt, yellow vest, and yellow shorts, even the fabric belt around his waist was made of yellow silk. Little Ahua's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the figure, her expression revealing that she recognized the face. Yet it also conveyed a sense of unfamiliarity with the person before her. Tianlin, oh Tianlin! How have I come to bear such a wretched appearance? Shanhao gazed at his robust arms and legs, nearly brought to tears. Having accepted the inheritance, he was now utterly transformed. His arms were nearly as thick as a young girl's waist, and his thighs approached the breadth of an adult's shoulders. He could truly be described as portly, with sinewy muscles that would make even a bodybuilding champion appear diminutive. Save for his face, which remained unchanged, everything else seemed to have altered. Chapter 11, The Unprecedented Inheritance. Alas, my goodness! The lad has stumbled upon a treasure. The yellow turban immortal garb? Upon hearing the exclamation, Yu Tianlin hurriedly emerged from the room, looking rather disheveled in a blue work uniform that was riddled with holes, charred and tattered by fierce flames. His trousers resembled mere shorts, and the upper garment was missing a sleeve, leaving half of his arm exposed, further accentuated by the sooty gray. Yu Tianlin appeared akin to a beggar. However, he was unconcerned, as long as he wasn't bare. He circled Shan Hao a couple of times, then raised his fist and struck Shan Hao's chest, inquiring with delight, the yellow turban sorcery. Huh? How do you know? Shan Hao initially responded affirmatively, then was suddenly struck with astonishment, gazing at Yu Tianlin with eyes wide in terror. According to the teachings of the inheritance, the knowledge he had acquired was known solely to him. How could Yu Tianlin possibly be aware of everything? Yu Tianlin pointed at Shan Hao's nose, laughingly scolding him. You little rascal, do not be ungrateful. The yellow turban immortal technique is said to be the cultivation method of the yellow turban warriors from the celestial realm. When perfected, it possesses the power to move mountains and fill seas. In terms of absolute strength of the immortal body, your method ranks among the top 10 in the world. Revel in that. Is that so? Shan Hao awkwardly scratched his head. After receiving the inheritance, he felt somewhat diminished in intellect, whether due to psychological effects or otherwise. In truth, Yu Tianlin was aware of the drawbacks of the yellow turban immortal technique. While formidable, those who mastered it often became rather simple-minded, their minds as pure and blank as a fresh canvas. It was futile for Yu Tianlin to share this insight. The inheritance had chosen Shan Hao, leaving him no path of retreat. My goodness! How have you become such a hulking figure? Another person emerged from within the window. Feng Xiaotao retained her usual attire. Dressed as a nurse, her clothing untouched by flames, for when she accepted her inheritance, she was protected by her life-bound celestial weapon, the green sack book. The small tome she held, no larger than her palm, was indeed formidable. Yet, do not underestimate Feng Xiaodao's green sack book, although it possesses no combat prowess. It excels in discerning the medicinal properties of all things, serving as the most potent celestial weapon for healing and saving lives. Moreover, there is a saying from the past, with the green sack book in hand, one fears no poison in the world. Feng Xiaodao's abilities are indeed extraordinary. Yet, extraordinary as they are, this celestial weapon is rather singular in focus. The green sack book can only save lives, lacking any combat capability, leading to the impression in Yu Tianlin's mind that cultivators of the green sack technique are even rarer than giant pandas. Oh! Shan Hao, you've become quite unappealing. Pan Ruilin also awoke and emerged from the house, her attire immediately catching Yu Tianlin's eye. She was the most stunning among them. Her original clothes had vanished, replaced by a sleek, black, long-sleeved robe that shimmered with a faint blue hue. The robe seemed to float effortlessly in the air, as if drifting on a winding river, with every movement accompanied by the sound of flowing water. It was clear that this was no ordinary garment, it was Pan Ruilin's innate celestial weapon. However, this weapon left Yu Tianlin puzzled. While he was familiar with Feng Xiaodao's and Shan Hao's weapons, Pan Ruilin's was entirely unknown to him. Pan Ruilin smiled softly at Yu Tianlin, twirling gracefully in front of him before asking with eager anticipation, Brother Tianlin, what do you think of my innate celestial weapon? It's extraordinary, isn't it? Yu Tianlin, though unfamiliar with it, could sense its exceptional quality. I've never seen it before, but it's clearly no ordinary artifact. Innate celestial techniques and weapons are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Yours appears to be of the heaven tier, but I truly can't place it, he explained, secretly pleased with his good fortune. While Shan Hao and Feng Xiaotao possessed formidable heaven-tier techniques and weapons, they paled in comparison to his own supreme heaven-tier abilities. Yet, for ordinary individuals, their talents were akin to winning the lottery. Now, it seemed Pan Ruilin had also been blessed with extraordinary luck, though her weapon remained a mystery to him. Humph! I thought you knew everything. Pan Ruilin stomped her foot, her expression tinged with disappointment. She muttered, "This is called the 10,000 forms of gentle water skirt, and my celestial technique is the 3,000 gentle waters art what?" Yu Tianlin exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing these words, Yu Tianlin sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, circling around Pan Ruilin several times, his eyes nearly popping out. "What's wrong, brother Tianlin?" Pan Ruilin, startled by Yu Tianlin's reaction, glanced anxiously at her celestial weapon and urgently implored, "Please, tell me quickly, you're driving me mad." "Indeed." Pan Ruilin twirled with delight like a young girl, while Shan Hao and Feng Xiaotao could only look on with envy. Hey! Can you all hold your excitement for a moment? Aren't you bullying the child workers here? There's still a horde of zombies behind." The group was elated. But Xiao Ahua pouted, discontented, and discreetly pinched Yu Tianlin's leg hair with her tiny hands. "Ouch!" Yu Tianlin flinched in pain, yet with a beaming smile. He scooped up Xiao Ahua, playfully scratching her nose as he chuckled, "Daddy was wrong, you can take a break now, let us handle the rest." They perked up their ears and soon discerned voices outside the house. The zombie leader let out a furious roar, leaping into the air and landing directly in front of Yu Tianlin and the others, while the remaining zombies charged towards the leader with fervor. "Oh no, brother Tianlin! There are so many zombies! They're about my height!" Upon seeing the zombies, Shan Hao panicked, and both Pan Ruilin and Feng Xiaotao grew tense. Yu Tianlin, feeling exasperated, gritted his teeth. He wanted to smack Shan Hao on the head, but his height was a disadvantage. In frustration, he kicked Shan Hao's knee and scolded with a laugh. "You all have received the inheritance, what are you hesitating for? Attack him! Except for Feng Xiaotao, the two of you, step forward." "Why just the two of us? What about Xiaotao?" At this moment, Shan Hao was still entangled with Feng Xiaotao, which truly infuriated Yu Tianlin. He leapt up and struck Shan Hao on the head with a sharp reprimand, exclaiming, "Though her healing magic may lack combat prowess, if you are injured, she will undoubtedly intervene." Shan Hao, shaken by Yu Tianlin's forceful blow, dared not utter another word and strode purposefully towards the zombie. Standing at 2 meters, Shan Hao towered over the 2-meter-tall zombie, which appeared diminutive in his eyes. The zombie's leader, a mindless creature, lunged directly at Shan Hao. With a surge of anxiety, Shan Hao hastily formed an awkward spell and shouted, "Yellow Turban Mountain Lifting Technique." With a resounding clap, Shan Hao's palm struck the zombie leader, nearly dislodging its tongue and compressing its chest cavity. Yet, the creature's vitality was remarkably resilient. Even if its heart were removed, it would merely be gravely wounded, capable of regenerating in a few days. Undeterred, the zombie lunged at Shan Hao's hand, attempting to bite. This scene elicited a mix of amusement and exasperation from Yu Tianlin, who could only laugh and scold, "Aim for its head. It will only perish when its head is gone. Twist it! Twist it! You big fool!" Little Ahua, reveling in the chaos, suggested a rather absurd idea. Shan Hao, obediently following the suggestion, twisted his wrist, and the zombie was subdued. But a torrent of filth splattered across his face. It seemed Shan Hao had discovered a peculiar technique, as he began to grasp the zombie's hair and twist its head. Observing the scene, Pan Ruilin was being pursued by a horde of zombies, her once graceful emerald water dance now resembling a chaotic scrawl. Her ethereal demeanor was completely absent, and it was only due to the exceptional defensive capabilities of her myriad weak water skirt that she managed to evade capture. Yu Tianlin slapped his forehead, muttering to himself with exasperation, "She still needs practice. Otherwise, such a magnificent spell will be wasted." Unbeknownst to them, Feng Xiaotao had stealthily approached, wielding a fire axe. She selected a defenseless zombie and struck it squarely on the back of the head. Feng Xiaotao was now a different person. Although she did not cultivate combat-oriented spells, she had attained the rank of soldier through her inherited techniques, making her physical prowess comparable to that of a zombie, especially when armed with a weapon. With a single blow, she felled a zombie. Ah, yes. Use your brains. Look at Xiaotao, 1 axe per zombie. Be smarter. Yu Tianlin's eyes lit up, and he showered Feng Xiaotao with praise. This scene caused Pan Ruilin's fair face to blush. She gracefully twisted her delicate frame, clumsily formed a spell, and cried out. Transform water into ice, condense ice into arrows, and all of you shall die. With a twist of her body, Pan Ruilin reached out to the water bucket in the courtyard. The water within was drawn out telekinetically, instantly freezing into a collection of arrow-like projectiles, which she launched at the zombies behind her. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The zombies were riddled with holes, but only a few succumbed. Pan Ruilin's control was lacking, and only a small number of ice arrows struck vital areas, while most merely inflicted minor wounds. The additional holes in their bodies did little to hinder the zombies' pursuit. Bereft of her faculties, Pan Ruilin inadvertently depleted her own vital energy, collapsing onto the ground, her eyes sealed shut as she anticipated the zombies' imminent assault. A resounding thud reverberated before her as Yu Tianlin, unable to bear witness any longer, surged forward with alacrity. His Yujin Lulitang danced with lethal grace. A symphony of bludgeoning, piercing, and cleaving motions, reducing the undead horde to dismembered remains in a dazzling display of martial prowess. The celestial weapon moved as an extension of his very being, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Behold, this is the essence of combat. You have much to learn, Yu Tianlin declared, singling out Feng Xiaotao for commendation. Ponder upon your shortcomings and seek improvement. Now, let us convene indoors. With a stern gaze cast upon the duo, Yu Tianlin turned away, unable to suppress a smile. The camaraderie he felt was a welcome sensation, though haunted by the specter of his previous existence, where he was plagued by misfortune and solitude. Chapter 12. The acquisition of another demonic spirit perched atop the observation deck of the Botanical Garden summit. Yu Tianlin shielded his eyes, surveying the landscape below. The amusement park at the foot of the mountain lay in ruins, a testament to the ravages of the apocalypse. The colossal Ferris wheel, once a symbol of joy, now leaned precariously against a dilapidated building. The swarming hordes of the undead presented a formidable challenge to Yu Tianlin. A small number of zombies pose no threat to Yu Tianlin, however, the horde is an entirely different matter. Thousands upon thousands of the undead could easily overwhelm him and his companions. In the face of such calamity, their strength remains feeble. After all, humanity is inherently a social species, and only by banding together can they maximize their advantages. This principle has endured for decades, even in the aftermath of the apocalypse. After a prolonged silence, Feng Xiaotao was the first to break the stillness, gazing down the mountainside with a sigh. Brother Tianlin, are we truly destined for extinction? She pondered aloud. At this point, what can we possibly do? The query posed by Feng Xiaotao mirrored the unspoken thoughts of Pan Ruilin and the other companion, both of whom turned their eyes toward Yu Tianlin in unison. Yu Tianlin shook his head, his expression somber as he looked down the slope. No, humanity will not perish. Especially not my fellow countrymen of the Horseshell lineage. Our extinction is inconceivable. Consider this, whether it be a pandemic or another disaster, have we ever faltered? We have always confronted challenges head-on and emerged resilient. This time shall be no different, regardless of how long this calamity persists, be it for a decade. We shall fight for a decade, for a century, we shall contend for a century. What is there to fear? As long as we stand united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Indeed, the three nodded in agreement. Each of them held a sacred duty in their professions, and prior to knowing Yu Tianlin, they bore their own sense of responsibility and obligation. His words struck them like a thunderclap, resonating deeply within their souls. Yes, indeed. Yu Tianlin clenched his fist and pointed down the mountain, stating, "From my recent observations, there appear to be signs of human activity in the zoo below. As we have been chosen by fate, we cannot neglect their plight. Let us prepare to descend." "Very well, let us descend." Feng Xiaotao nodded, yet cast a skeptical glance towards Yu Tianlin, perplexed. "Brother Tianlin, how do you discern the presence of people in the zoo? It seems utterly desolate to me." Yu Tianlin was momentarily taken aback by the question, acknowledging the girl's sharp mind. However, he had already devised a response, explaining, "Every location is fraught with zombies. Where there are none, there must surely be humans." "That makes sense." Pan Ruilin thoughtlessly agreed, finding wisdom in Yu Tianlin's words. Unlike Feng Xiaotao, Pan Ruilin was a quintessential straightforward individual. Despite being a police officer, she acted on pure impulse, which ultimately led to her demise at the hands of Yu Tianlin in a previous life. Feng Xiaotao was indeed intelligent, but her overly compassionate nature often clouded her judgment. Had it not been for this, Yu Tianlin would not have survived in their past life. Furthermore, no matter how clever she was, she could not fathom that Yu Tianlin had already traversed the very challenges they now faced. As for Dan Hao, ever since he inherited the celestial arts, his understanding had become increasingly simplistic. He followed whatever Yu Tianlin and the others suggested without questioning right or wrong. Perhaps he recognized that the four of them shared an unbreakable bond, making it impossible for them to betray him. Yu Tianlin, with a grave expression, led the way down the mountain. Although he appeared calm, his mind was tumultuous with thoughts, for he recalled that in the zoo below, a malevolent cultivator had lost his sanity. Yu Tianlin even suspected that the disappearance of Feng Xiaotao in his previous life was somehow connected to this individual. Moreover, in his former life, he had nearly fallen victim to this treacherous figure, a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing. This being had committed countless atrocities, controlling all the survivors of Beishan Park, using young and beautiful girls as vessels to drain their pure essence, only to discard them to feed the zombies. Even some of the young men among the survivors were not spared, for this creature's inheritance was the insidious 10,000 desires demon art. To be frank, while Yu Tianlin's face betrayed little emotion, he felt quite unsteady within, knowing that this adversary was stronger than the four of them combined. After all, the art of seizing another's foundation allowed for swifter progress than the conventional path. Understanding the gravity of the foe he faced weighed heavily upon him. The four of them cautiously traversed the mountain path towards the perimeter of the botanical garden. Xiaohua, deeply attuned to Yu Tianlin's suppressed feelings, sensed his unease and remained silent throughout their journey. However, upon reaching the boundary of the garden, Xiaohua suddenly embraced Yu Tianlin's head, her small hand applying a gentle yet firm grip. What is it, my dear?" Yu Tianlin abruptly halted, aware of Xiaohua's significance. Though she possessed little in terms of tangible combat abilities, her perceptive skills and unique capabilities far surpassed his in many respects. Little Ahua clutched Yu Tianlin's head, gesturing towards the direction of a peculiar museum. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Father, within that museum lies a primordial spirit of considerable foundation, capable of being transformed into a demon. Moreover, behind the museum's old building, there exists another primordial spirit on the verge of attaining consciousness. Since you can only enlighten 3 primordial spirits, including me, doesn't that make exactly 3? Oh, 2 demon spirits? We must seize them!" Yu Tianlin exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Each demon spirit represented a measure of his strength, and thus, he had no reason to forego any primordial spirit. However, a hint of concern lingered in his mind. Would the vast museum be teeming with zombies? What if they inadvertently provoked a hornet's nest, summoning the entire horde from the amusement park upon a single cry? Little Ahua seemed to discern Yu Tianlin's thoughts, patting his shoulder as she reassured him, "Fear not. There are only a few scattered zombies inside. Moreover, you will inevitably attract the zombies from the amusement park. Once the spirit bell tolls, I fear half the zombies in the vicinity may come rushing toward us. Goodness, what is there to be reassured about? Yu Tianlin retorted, his burgeoning interest doused by her words. There are hundreds of zombies roaming the border. If the bell rings, 200 to 300 more will come. Are we not inviting disaster? Little Ahua pouted in dissatisfaction, her pride evident as she declared, Father, do you underestimate me? I can create illusions for the zombies. Your voices will be heard as if coming from the opposite direction on this river bank. They will never find you, no matter how hard they try. Moreover, Aunt Panruiline, could you lend a hand? This matter is quite simple. However, the child is simply too adorable, leaving the three of them in a state of amused exasperation. After all, age is merely a number. Little Ahua cradled Yu Tianlin's head, hiding behind him and making faces at Panruiline. Seeing her expression shift from crimson to violet, Yu Tianlin quickly interjected, Ruiline, why engage in a battle of wits with a child? Let it go. You should manage this. I will manage. Panruiline gritted her teeth in frustration, yet under Yu Tianlin's persuasion, she relented. He shot a stern glance at little Ahua, but when turning away from Panruiline, he couldn't suppress a smile. Indeed, all women share a common trait: they simply cannot abide being called old. Dan Hao, follow me to the museum. Little Tao climbed atop the museum roof to survey the surroundings, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of trouble. After giving the command, Yu Tianlin turned to Panruiline, instantly transforming his expression into one of charming allure, and gently remarked, Beauty Pan, why not assist little Hua? Now, that is more agreeable. Panruiline, both amused and irritated, followed little Ahua to the southern side of the Curiosity Museum. With a rustling sound, a gentle breeze swept through, and before the museum, a twisting trunk emerged as if from thin air. A robust mandala flower, reminiscent of an ancient banyan tree, sprouted forth. The tree boasted enormous purple blossoms, resembling eyes, gazing towards the amusement park at North Mountain Park. Panruiline strolled beneath the tree, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her pocket, carefully twisted off the cap, poured a capful of water, and gracefully sprinkled it towards the heavens. As the droplets ascended into the sky, Panruiline deftly gestured with her hands. Intoning incantations, a touch of clarity descends upon the universe, transforming water into mist. With a sudden burst, the droplets exploded in midair, and a dense, milky fog enveloped the vicinity of the Curiosities Museum, although its reach was limited to a mere 100 meters. Despite its modest expanse, it was sufficient to shroud the museum and conceal the true form of Xiao Ahua. Yu Tianlin wasted no time. He was acutely aware that Panruiline could not maintain the spell for long, and thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With a resounding crash, the grand entrance of the museum was obliterated by a single punch from Shan Hao, awakening the slumbering zombies within the dim interior. Yet, Yu Tianlin paid no heed to the oncoming horde, striding boldly into the depths of the museum. I've entrusted this to you. Keep a close watch. I shall reap the undead. In the shadows, Shan Hao displayed a gleaming row of pristine white teeth as he stood his ground against several zombies. It was unclear how he interpreted the notion of combat, for he seemed to revel in the act of severing the heads of the undead, almost as if he were becoming addicted to it. Yu Tianlin and Xiao Ahua shared a profound connection, and he was already aware of the location of that peculiar plant. With a few swift strides, he ascended to the second floor, arriving at the designated spot. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him: a diminutive flower pot, scarcely larger than a walnut, housing a species of plant known as the butterwort, a curious carnivorous organism. Goodness! This is exceedingly small, he exclaimed, glancing at the other pots containing butterworts, each significantly larger yet devoid of any spiritual essence. Only this smallest specimen possessed such vitality. No matter. Let the task commence. Yu Tianlin gritted his teeth fiercely, his hand forming the spirit control technique, as he cradled the spirit heart bell, aiming it at the beguiling beauty's tooth. With a flick of his finger, he struck the bell. Clang! The chime resonated, and Yu Tianlin bellowed, Spirit of heaven, transform into a demon. Open for me! The moment the spirit heart bell rang out, the zombies lurking at the periphery of the amusement park stiffened. Their soulless eyes suddenly ablaze with ferocity as they charged toward the curiosity shop. Chapter 13, Devouring Beauty's Tooth. Amidst the mist, Xiao Ahuo swallowed hard, her petite face reflecting a palpable sense of pressure. Although she possessed the strength to handle a dozen zombies at once, confronting 100 was a formidable challenge. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she executed the spell, leaping from the ground directly onto the body of the mandrake. With a charming yet assertive cry, Xiao Ahuo shouted, "Mandrake illusion, open for me!" A violet radiance emanated from her eyes as the mandrake's body swayed in the wind. Hundreds of flower petals trembled, and the purple pollen dispersed into the mist, as if imbued with a consciousness of its own, infiltrating the nostrils and mouths of the zombies concealed within the fog. All the zombies re-entering the mist shuddered and surged toward the outside. An extraordinary scene unfolded, as the zombies within the mist desperately attempted to escape, while those outside fought to enter. It appeared as though the zombies had split into two factions, one group striving to breach the mist, while the others sought to flee from it. The direction of the bell's toll they heard was contrary. One group was ensnared in an illusion while the other remained untouched. The two factions of zombies clashed with the ferocity of frenzied rugby players, descending into chaos in the blink of an eye. As the external zombies succumbed to the illusion, Yu Tianlin was simultaneously wielding the spirit resonance bell, accelerating the transformation of the demon spirits. This transformation was markedly simpler than the one involving little Ahua. After all, little Ahua was the primary spirit of the spirit resonance bell and its vessel, which had nearly drained Yu Tianlin's energy during their prior encounter. This time, however, the subsequent transformation was considerably more manageable. With a mere fingertip resting on the beautiful teeth, he sensed his vital energy swiftly depleting, yet lacked the previous sensation of exhaustion. Furthermore, having inherited the Yulong Golden Immortal technique, his meridians had already stabilized, and his vital energy was significantly more abundant than before. Not only was he not drained of his essence, but he also possessed enough surplus to transform another demon spirit. As his vital energy flowed into the spirit resonance bell, a violet radiance enveloped the beautiful teeth. The peculiar plant, seemingly animated, swayed its branches and petals, and the minuscule beautiful teeth unfurled its petals in a gesture reminiscent of biting the heavens. A faint consciousness emerged within Yu Tianlin's mind. "Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. The humble demon pays homage to you." "It is done." Yu Tianlin's eyes narrowed. He disregarded pleasantries with the newly formed demon spirit and urgently commanded, "Hurry and assist your primary spirit. I shall call you Little Mei. We shall exchange formalities after the battle." With that, Yu Tianlin turned and called into the darkness of the hall, "Shan Hao, come with me to the next location." As Shan Hao was engrossed in his work, he heard that Yu Tianlin had finished. With a disgruntled glance at the remaining undead, he muttered with a deep voice, "Consider yourselves fortunate, had time permitted. None of you would have survived." Yu Tianlin let out a long howl, channeling his vital energy, and leapt through the skylight of the curiosity shop. In mere moments, he found himself beneath the wall of an old house adjacent to the shop. This structure, dating back to the 1980s, was adorned with lush green ivy, among which one particularly stout vine appeared almost blackened with verdancy. This was the one. A smirk graced Yu Tianlin's lips as he once again formed the incantation for spirit summoning, invoking the heart bell of spirit control, thus commencing the process of enlightenment. Clang! The resounding chime echoed, marking the initiation of the transformation. However, this bell toll incited even greater frenzy among the zombies outside the mist. The undead within could no longer withstand the onslaught from without. They were toppled to the ground as 200 or 300 zombies surged into the fog, charging towards the old house. The situation was dire. Sweat streamed down Xiao Ahua's forehead as she strained to maintain control over the zombies she commanded. Those that resisted her influence were indiscriminately attacked. They bit into each other mercilessly, igniting a chaotic melee among nearly 200 zombies, entangled in a frenzied struggle. Over 100 zombies surged toward the old residence. These creatures had also inhaled the pollen, yet remained beyond the control of Xiao Ahua. This was due, in part, to her insufficient power, and in part to the formidable strength of the zombies themselves. Some were towering Grade 2 zombies, while others were on the verge of transcending their limits, possessing a significantly heightened resistance to illusions. Xiao Ahua's heart raced with urgency, but she lacked the strength to manage those zombies. She could only exert her full power over the ones immediately before her. Pan Ruilin and Fang Xiaotao both recognized the gravity of the situation. Pan Ruilin summoned the mist with all her might, while Fang Xiaotao brandished a fire axe, preparing to ambush the zombies. Inside the Curiosities Museum, Dan Hao also sprang into action, blending into the mist to target the isolated zombies. However, with the combined strength of the 3 humans and 1 spirit, they found themselves unable to withstand the sheer number of zombies. As the horde charged toward the old residence at a sprinting pace, Fang Xiaotao could no longer afford to be subtle. She shifted from stealth to open confrontation. With the fire axe held aloft before the old house, she shouted defiantly, "Come on, you beasts! If you dare, try to chase your auntie. 1 axe for each, no burying involved." The eyes of the zombies glowed red. They were far more enticed by her presence than by the ephemeral chime of the bell. Driven by a primal hunger for flesh and sustenance, they lunged at Fang Xiaotao with wild abandon. "Oh no! I'm going to die!" Fang Xiaotao yelped, startled into a jump before turning on her heels to flee. She was not foolish, she knew she could not hold them back and decided to lure the zombies toward the Curiosities Museum. "Xiao Mei! Go assist Xiaotao! Leave everything else to me!" Yu Tianlin, through the power of his consciousness, transmitted a command to Xiao Mei. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Mei had not departed from the Curiosities Museum. She was not like Xiao Ahua, endowed with the extraordinary ability to traverse the realm of spiritual beings at will. Before she could utter a word, Yu Tianlin had already left, leaving her still within the confines of the museum. Fang Xiaotao found herself in a dire predicament, pursued relentlessly and in utter disarray. Lacking combat prowess and being unaccustomed to fleeing, her true talent lay in healing, rendering her no swifter than the evolved grade zombies. Cold sweat trickled down Yu Tianlin's brow as he realized he needed an additional minute, praying that Fang Xiaotao could endure that fleeting moment. If only he could free his hands, their escape would be assured. The Curiosities Museum was not excessively vast, comparable in size to a colossal greenhouse. With so many zombies crammed inside, Feng Xiaotao's escape routes were severely restricted. As several grade zombies breached the museum's threshold, they immediately dropped to all fours, lunging towards her with alarming speed, nearly capturing her on multiple occasions. In a frantic scramble, Feng Xiaotao struggled to maintain her grip on the axe, which teetered perilously close to slipping from her grasp. Soon, Feng Xiaotao found herself cornered, a formidable grade zombie leaping high in the air, its form growing larger in her vision. She could even discern the remnants of flesh caught in its teeth and the logo of the eyeglass brand it once bore as a human. It was over. The axe was ensnared by another zombie, and a chill ran through her heart as the realization dawned she had overstepped her bounds and might meet her demise here. Among the 4 of them, any other would possess the capacity to resist in such a situation, yet she, Feng Xiaotao, was utterly helpless. A sweet and fragrant aroma wafted into Feng Xiaotao's nostrils, causing her to close her eyes in wonder. She found it perplexing that the zombie lacked any foul odor. In fact, this scent was rather pleasant. Suddenly, a mournful cry erupted from the zombie lunging at her, and it vanished into thin air. In the space it had occupied, a large and fearsome Venus flytrap appeared, commonly known as a carnivorous plant. This particular specimen was extraordinarily large, with its flower extending 2 meters outward. Feng Xiaotao could still see the zombie struggling within its bloom as the plant had devoured it. Stunned, Feng Xiaotao quickly regained her composure. This was her chance to escape. With a powerful kick, she sent the zombie that had seized her axe tumbling to the ground, and she swiftly delivered a decisive blow to its forehead with her weapon. Without hesitation, she took off running. Her mind focused on a singular thought, to hold out for just one more second. With a resounding crash, the door of the Oddities Museum was violently breached. Shan Hao grew anxious, concerned for Feng Xiaotao's safety. No longer opting for stealth, he decided to confront the threat head-on. If Feng Xiaotao could face them boldly. What was he waiting for? Standing at the entrance of the museum, Shan Hao let out a fierce roar, channeling his energy as he engaged several zombies in combat. To him, the ordinary zombies posed little threat. With each punch, he shattered their skulls. After all, Shan Hao was a master of physical prowess, excelling in close-quarters combat where few could rival him. Meanwhile, the third innate spirit, guided by Yu Tianlin, had materialized. "Let us go!" Yu Tianlin commanded as he stored the golden silk white leaf vine within his spirit-controlling heart. With a leap, he turned toward the Oddities Museum, wielding the hell gold-glazed staff. Soaring high, Yu Tianlin struck the dome of the museum with his staff, delivering a powerful blow. The Botanical Oddities Museum, crowned with a glass dome to facilitate optimal plant illumination, suffered a catastrophic breach. The entire structure fractured, resembling a celestial scattering of blossoms, as countless shards of glass descended like rain. In a manner evocative of a divine descent, alighted in the heart of the museum. Casting an icy gaze upon the swarming undead, he uttered a command with chilling resolve: "Annihilate them." With a chorus of piercing sounds, golden threads danced through the air, interspersed with the flight of white leaves. Enormous vines unfurled from its position, launching an assault upon the encroaching zombies. The golden filaments possessed the sharpness of blades, while the white leaves were as cutting as knives. Such was the power of the golden thread white leaf vine. In contrast to the all-consuming gluttonous beauty tooth, this entity behaved like a meat grinder. Ordinary zombies could not withstand a single constricting embrace, and with added impetus, the museum's zombie population diminished by a third in the blink of an eye. Chapter 14, A Deception of Acquaintances. Brandishing the prison gold-glazed tang, carved a path through the undead like a god of slaughter, making a beeline for its location. Without regard for her consent, he seized her, tucking her under his arm, and leaped back onto the museum's roof, shouting to "Let us go!" Breathing heavily, extricated himself from the fray under the cover of the golden thread white leaf vine, and, positioned outside, received order to withdraw. The colossal datura vanished from sight, and melted silently into the mountain mist, retreating uphill. Within the museum, only the golden thread white leaf vine and the gluttonous beauty tooth remained. This contrivance merely served as a diversion, facilitating the retreat of Yu Tianlin and his companions. They dispatched the zombies, but upon ceasing their assault, the undead lost interest in them. This is because zombies are driven solely by the consumption of flesh. And as of yet, no evolved, sapient zombies have emerged to harbor notions of animosity. In short order, the Hall of Curiosities fell silent, save for the macabre sounds of zombies devouring flesh. Zombies are peculiar entities. While they do not actively assault their own kind, they do not refuse the flesh of their brethren. Though they may not relish it, they will consume it when driven by hunger. How they differentiate between humans and their own species remains an enigma, one that has persisted unresolved for decades since the apocalypse. A close call. Having fled to the hillside, Yu Tianlin and his party gazed back at the Hall of Curiosities with trepidation. In the wake of the pandemonium, it had become a veritable nest of zombies. The chimes of the spirit bell, coupled with the resounding crash of Yu Tianlin's assault on the dome, had drawn nearly every zombie within a kilometer's radius to the Hall of Curiosities. It was then that Yu Tianlin came to understand that the Spirit Heart Sutra required profound comprehension, a realization that he had only just attained. Thwack! Yu Tianlin raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Feng Xiaotao, his eyes blazing with fury as he admonished, "You reckless fool, Feng Xiaotao! You dare to lure zombies alone, despite being the weakest among us? Do you not realize how easily you could have been killed? Should you ever repeat such an act, you shall face my wrath." Startled by the reprimand, Feng Xiaotao recoiled slightly, yet her heart swelled with warmth. Yu Tianlin's anger was a testament to his concern for her. She chuckled sheepishly, sticking out her tongue in a display of contrition. But what could I do? She protested. If the zombies swarmed your location, you'd be in danger too. And you were in the midst of transmuting the demon spirits, you wouldn't have had the bandwidth to deal with the zombies. I'm at least more capable than you are. At the very least, I can outrun them. Besides, I can always abandon the transmutation of a demon spirit. Don't you ever take such risks again, or I'll spank you, young lady. Yu Tianlin found it increasingly difficult to continue his scolding. Yet he knew he had to maintain a stern facade. Otherwise, Feng Xiaotao's impulsive nature would inevitably lead her into trouble. Oh! Feng Xiaotao nodded, albeit reluctantly, and made a playful face at Yu Tianlin before swiftly changing the subject, eager to avoid further admonishment. Tianlin, where are the 2 demon spirits you collected? I haven't had a good look at them yet. Let them out so I can see them. Feng Xiaotao gazed at Yu Tianlin with a pitiful expression, causing him to chuckle in exasperation. He shook his head helplessly and summoned the spirit control bell from his sea of consciousness, pointing to the myriad demon list for Feng Xiaotao's benefit. One is the gluttonous beauty tooth, and the other is the golden silk white leaf vine. They're both here. Take a look. As the 2 demon spirits materialized, little Ahua peeked out curiously from behind Yu Tianlin. She was keenly interested in the abilities of her 2 new subordinates. As the leader of the myriad demon list, she considered all the others to be her underlings. Whoosh! The gluttonous beauty tooth and the golden silk white leaf vine appeared on the ground. At that moment, the gluttonous beauty tooth's stamen was engorged, and the zombie it had just devoured was still twitching inside, clearly not yet fully deceased. Master! I have eaten to excess. The consciousness of the devouring beauty tooth seeped into Yu Tianlin's mind. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Ahua, nearly bursting into laughter at the peculiarity of such a power. What's the matter, indigestion? Pray tell me about your abilities. Xiao Ahua crossed her arms, adopting an air of authority, blissfully unaware that her demeanor was even more comical than that of the devouring beauty tooth. My ability is consumption, devouring living beings and transforming them into nourishment for my growth. Simultaneously, I can transmit any undigested energy to my master and the elder sister. The voice of the devouring beauty tooth resounded once more. Yu Tianlin cast a shocked glance at Xiao Ahua, utterly astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous plant possessed such extraordinary powers. While the ability to consume was not particularly rare, the capacity to transmit energy was indeed impressive. This meant that Yu Tianlin and Xiao Ahua had, in essence, acquired a living alchemical furnace. As Yu Tianlin marveled at this revelation, Xiao Ahua, somewhat dissatisfied, exclaimed, "If you can't digest it, are you planning to hoard it all for yourself? You ought to share some of that energy with me." Who would have thought that the little girl was preoccupied with the division of spoils at such a moment? The devouring beauty tooth felt a twinge of grievance and cautiously replied, "The elder sister must wait until I finish digesting. While swallowing is simple, digestion is quite the challenge. This is the strongest among that group of zombies. All right. Once you have digested, you must share some of that energy. No hoarding allowed." Xiao Ahua nodded in sudden understanding. Yet she remained fixated on the matter of sharing the spoils. Yu Tianlin shook his head with a wry smile. Realizing that Xiao Ahua resembled a child in a video game, always the first to arrive when it came to looting, regardless of whether battles were fought or not. "Well, Xiaomei, take your time to digest this. And what about you?" Yu Tianlin shifted his gaze towards the golden silk white leaf vine, marking his first interaction with this entity. An ancient voice resonated within his consciousness, addressing Yu Tianlin. "Master, my humble ability lies in entwining and strangling. I do not possess the extraordinary powers of Xiaomei." "Not at all. Your ability is quite practical. From now on, I shall refer to you as Old Golden Silk." Yu Tianlin gently caressed the branches and leaves of the golden silk white leaf vine as a gesture of reassurance. He had witnessed the vine's formidable strength, Although its tendrils were slender, they were sharp as blades, and the leaves could serve as kitchen knives. This ability was indeed impressive, though it was apparent that old golden silk was not particularly eloquent. All right. Now that we are acquainted, Xiaomei and old golden silk, you shall accompany me from now on. You shall be my subordinate. Do you understand? Should you defy my authority, beware of my reprimands. Despite her childlike demeanor, little Ahua's words carried weight, prompting Xiaomei and old golden silk to nod vigorously. They recognized her strength as a supreme demon, making her the leader and Yu Tianlin II in command. Feng Xiaotao curiously reached out to touch Xiaomei, then glanced at little Ahua, questioning, why can't they, like you, possess a physical form? How peculiar. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianlin nearly choked in disbelief. For a demon to cultivate into human form was an arduous task, and for a plant spirit of innate origin to transform was exponentially more challenging. Attaining human form was akin to scaling the heavens. In his past life, Yu Tianlin had known an ancient Qilin, aged over 30,000 years, who had barely managed to take on a human shape to traverse the mortal realm. Little Ahua had only succeeded in this transformation by harnessing the extraordinary attributes of the spirit heart bell. As for Xiaomei and old Jinxi, let us wait. If fortune does not favor us, then such dreams are indeed a distant prospect. After much effort, Yu Tianlin finally elucidated the matter to Feng Xiaotao. Feng Xiaotao's gaze towards little Ahua shifted. She was taken aback by the extraordinary capabilities of this young girl, who had transformed into a humanoid form upon becoming a demon. A truly astonishing feat. Just as the four of them exhaled in relief, a hidden door in a corner of the amusement park creaked open, revealing a group of terrified individuals cautiously emerging, armed with iron rods and entrenching tools. These individuals, clad in rudimentary attire and bearing weary expressions, had been tormented by the frigid temperatures of the previous night, despite the apocalypse having only commenced a day prior. They had sought refuge in the basement without sustenance, which explained their haggard appearance. However, among this group, one stood out distinctly, a young woman, towering at over 175 meters, with a tall, slender figure that exuded grace without being overly voluptuous. Her delicate arms and long legs complemented her exquisite beauty, yet her sharp eyebrows lent her a touch of vigor, enhancing her otherwise gentle demeanor. It is no exaggeration to say that if this woman donned male attire, she could enchant a throng of young ladies, yet the reality remains that she is unequivocally a woman, one of the few inheritors of the entire amusement park. Before her stood a young maiden, adorned in a gleaming suit of feminine chain mail, her feet encased in ethereal boots that appeared to dance upon clouds. Crowning her head was a silver helmet with resplendent wings, presenting the unmistakable visage of an ancient female warrior. However, rather than wielding a sword or dagger, she bore a formidable longbow upon her back, its height nearly matching her own. The slender yet resilient limbs of the bow and its string, as delicate as gossamer threads, cast doubt upon whether she might injure her hands while nocking an arrow. Slung across her back was a quiver, known colloquially as the fiery phoenix quiver. Yet it contained merely 3 arrows. It was evident that this maiden was the leader of her group. Strength was paramount in this apocalyptic world, where the weak were compelled to rely on the strong for survival. Yu Tianlin had not yet encountered this individual, but had he done so, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback, for she was an old acquaintance of his. The maiden furrowed her brow and in a hushed tone inquired, "We need not go. But tell me, what shall we eat tonight? It has been a day without sustenance, and without provisions, we shall inevitably perish from hunger. Do you intend to hide in the basement and sip on cold water?" This statement plunged the young boy into despair, prompting him to meekly lower his head and ask, "Sister Xia, where shall we find food? There are no supermarkets near the amusement park, and all that is sold are popcorn and ice cream. I truly cannot fathom where we might procure something to eat." "I know," the maiden replied, lowering her voice. "There is an old house near the botanical garden, my grandmother's ancestral home. She was once terrified by famine and stored a considerable amount of grain. We shall go to my grandmother's house to retrieve it. Moreover, I shall bring her along. It is far too perilous for her to be alone. Evidently, were Yu Tianlin present, he would assuredly recognize that the antiquated residence mentioned by the young woman was none other than the very one from which he had recently acquired the golden white leaf vine. Chapter 5. Profound grief and uncommon tranquility descended upon the amusement park, at least in this peripheral area. The majority of the zombies had been lured away to the Hall of Curiosities by Yu Tianlin and his companions. However, this localized peace did not guarantee absolute safety. In Longxia's purview, a substantial number of zombies still roamed in the distance, though they remained unperturbed by the group's presence. The party cautiously advanced toward the Hall of Curiosities. Any straggling, isolated zombies were swiftly dispatched by Longxia, who used her bowstring to efficiently sever their heads. Thus, for the moment, they remained relatively secure. Before long, the group entered the woods, formally entering the confines of the Hall of Curiosities. The antiquated residence and the Hall of Curiosities stood forlornly amidst the trees, exuding an eerie serenity that belied any potential peril. The old house, in particular, evoked a sense of unease. Its antiquated, Republican-era architecture, with walls draped in ivy, would dissuade most from suspecting it was inhabited. After all, who would reside in a dwelling that resembled a haunted house? Moreover, its secluded location, devoid of any neighboring residential areas, situated between the amusement park and the botanical garden, and backed by a mountain, made the old house appear all the more peculiar. Unbeknownst to many, this ancient residence holds a significant history. It was originally the ancestral home of a renowned general from the anti-Japanese war era. When the amusement park and gardens were developed, other houses were demolished, but this one remained intact due to its historical value and the legacy of the hero it housed. Along with its age, Longxia is a descendant of this general. Her grandmother was the general's daughter, now advanced in years. The elderly lady cherishes her peace and has chosen to reside in this old mansion. As Longxia observed everyone entering the woods, she involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. She believed that upon reaching this sanctuary, they would be safe. After all, zombies rely on sight and smell to hunt their prey, and the woods provided a natural concealment, rendering them invisible to the undead outside. "Xiaojie, have we arrived?" a young boy questioned, casting a fearful glance at the dark, ivy-covered mansion behind the peculiar museum. Being still quite young, the sight of that shadowy house instilled a flicker of dread within him. Longxia, in high spirits, raised her voice slightly as she patted the boy's shoulder, chuckling gently. "What are you afraid of, little chubby? Ahead lies my grandmother's home. It is also my home. Once we reach my sister's house, you shall not go hungry. My grandmother has stocked several bags of rice. Just a few days ago, I prepared over a week's worth of vegetables for her. Come on." With excitement glimmering in her eyes, Longxia took the lead, striding towards the old residence. However, unbeknownst to her, a few individuals perched on the mountainside were watching them, desperately restraining themselves from shouting, fearful that a cry would agitate the zombies within the museum, sealing the fate of all 20-odd individuals present. Yu Tianlin's eyes widened in sheer desperation, yet he found himself utterly powerless. "What should we do, brother Tianlin? What if they lure the zombies out?" Feng Xiaotao anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. She detested the thought of witnessing death. She was a kind-hearted girl willing to risk her own safety for the sake of others. Were it not for Yu Tianlin's presence, she might have charged headlong into danger. Had she not possessed such a noble spirit, she would not have saved Yu Tianlin in her past life, a fact that he deeply appreciated. Yu Tianlin, in a fit of anger, stomped his feet and muttered through clenched teeth, "What should we do? They've created this mess, and we're left to clean it up. We cannot merely stand by and watch them march to their doom, especially since it was we who attracted the zombies to the museum. Those individuals have fought hard to survive. They are among the few of our kind." Resolute in his decision to save the group, Yu Tianlin, though not of the same temperament as Feng Xiaotao, was nonetheless a man of integrity and kindness. In his past life, his unwavering righteousness had earned him disdain. And his steadfast nature had led some with ulterior motives to vilify him as malevolent, ultimately resulting in a tragic end. It was only in the final moments of his previous existence that he grasped the truth. While the moral boundaries of humanity are indeed essential, it is not always necessary to confront every situation in the most direct manner. Offending petty individuals may lead to being misunderstood, even if one is virtuous. They can still be labeled as villainous. Thus, in the twilight of his last life, Yu Tianlin vowed that aside from adhering to essential moral principles, all else was inconsequential. One must strive to be upright, yet allow a hint of cunning to temper that uprightness, lest one be left with regrets for eternity. Before him, saving lives constituted one of Yu Tianlin's fundamental principles. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for a survivor, he would undoubtedly make the attempt to rescue them. However, he would never jeopardize the lives of his friends for the sake of unrelated individuals. Tianlin, what are you pondering? Pan Ruilin gently tapped Yu Tianlin's shoulder, bringing him back from his reverie. He quickly regained his composure and, with a nod toward the mountain below, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, let me make it abundantly clear, I am willing to rescue lives. However, our own safety must take precedence. Remember this, if you preserve your own lives, you will have the opportunity to save many more in the future. Especially you," he added, pointing a finger at Feng Xiaotao's forehead. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Feng Xiaotao stuck out her tongue, well aware that her impulsiveness was a flaw, yet she often found it difficult to restrain herself in critical moments. They silently prayed that the group below would not disturb the zombies within the Curiosities Museum. In fact, the situation down below progressed smoothly. They successfully navigated around the museum, neither party detecting the other. The zombies inside remained oblivious to their presence, as the creatures were preoccupied with the remains of their kind, having been drawn in by the scent of blood. Thus, humans and zombies perfectly avoided one another. At the old residence, as Long Xia held the key, her hands trembled with excitement as she pushed open the ancient gate. Although she had seen her grandmother just days before, she remained uncertain about her safety. Inserting the key into the lock, Long Xia cautiously opened the door and stepped inside, leading the others who followed her in a steady stream. Upon crossing the threshold, a subtle yet distinct odor of blood permeated the air. While its nature remained elusive to most, an instinctive aversion prompted furrowed brows. Within the antiquated confines of the ancestral home, the rocking chair, once a familiar perch for Grandma Longxia, stood vacant, stirring a premonition of impending misfortune within Longxia's heart. With crimson eyes blazing, Longxia's hand trembled as she turned the knob to her grandmother's bedroom. The coppery scent intensified, leading to the discovery of a disheveled, silver-haired head partially concealed behind the bed. Longxia's countenance froze in horror at the sight of a pool of blood upon the floor, and the severed head of her grandmother's beloved feline companion upon the bed, its body nowhere to be found. Abruptly, the obscured head rose to reveal a gore-smeared, aged visage. Despite the gruesome scene and the half-devoured feline limb clenched in its jaws, Longxia recognized her grandmother. Collapsing to the floor, Longxia's legs betrayed her. The stark contrast between the once gentle and nurturing figure who had raised her, and the ravenous undead creature before her, proved unbearable. Though she had felled over a dozen zombies since the previous night, Longxia found herself unable to raise her bow against her own grandmother, shaking her head in despair. With a guttural roar, the zombified figure lunged, its primal instincts overriding any vestige of familial recognition, driven solely by the hunger for the substantial meal before it. The zombie lunged, its grotesque visage inches from her face. Tears welled in Long Xia's eyes as she thrust the creature away, bracing its decaying form against the wall with her longbow. Behind her, a chorus of gasps erupted, punctuated by the boy's desperate plea, "Sister Xia, slay the zombie. It will kill you, it will kill us all. Hurry!" "But it's my grandmother." Long Xia choked out, her voice a tormented snarl. She knew the boy spoke truth, that none of the people behind her were wrong, yet she remained paralyzed, unable to act. The zombie's struggles intensified. its putrid claws tearing bloody furrows into Long Xiao's arms. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the monster, her voice cracking with sorrow. "Grandmother, don't make me do this. Please, don't make me." With a final, violent surge, the zombie broke free of the bow's restraint, its jaws gaping wide. Aiming for Long Xiao's throat, she beheld the gore-filled maw, the rows of sharp, unnatural teeth. Her grandmother's mouth had been toothless in life. This was no longer her grandmother. "Ah! Grandmother!" In a swift, desperate motion, Long Xiao reversed the bow, the razor-edged string settling around the zombie's head. A mournful shriek filled the air as Long Xiao yanked the bowstring taut, severing the zombie's head in a shower of crimson and violet blood that splattered across her face and hair. Her strength utterly spent, Long Xiao collapsed into the pool of gore, her eyes fixed on the headless corpse. Tears mingled with blood, tracing paths down her cheeks. "Sister Xia, get out!" she roared, her voice raw with anguish. "The food is in the basement. Find it yourselves, and leave me be. Leave me to grieve in solitude." With a guttural roar, Long Xia slammed the bedroom door shut. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, but instead of contemplating how to console Long Xia, the dismissive command brought a sense of deliverance. It meant they could procure sustenance and satiate their hunger. Outside, a cacophony of rummaging ensued as the old house was ransacked. Every conceivable item of value, utility, or edibility was unearthed. In one instance, a grown man, consumed by ravenous hunger, viciously struck a young boy over a mere biscuit, snatching it away and devouring it himself. Such was the depravity of the accursed apocalypse. This was merely the beginning, a single day of starvation. The full extent of human degradation had yet to be revealed. As the months wore on, increasingly outrageous acts would occur, including cannibalism and other unspeakable horrors. Even the lowliest of creatures cling to life, and humans are no exception. Survival is a primal instinct, but for some, it comes at the cost of their humanity. Chapter 16, The Deafblind Within the Museum at the Foot of the Mountain. A solitary zombie ambled aimlessly, its vacant expression unwavering. Suddenly, something piqued its interest, and its listless demeanor underwent a startling transformation. Its nostrils flared, its ears twitched, and a flicker of ferocity ignited in its dead eyes. Slowly, it pivoted and began to shamble towards the old house. In her grandmother's chamber, Long Xiao wept uncontrollably, struggling to regain her composure. Yet, being a resilient soul, she recognized the exigencies of the moment. With stoic resolve, she wiped the tears from her face, tenderly lifted her grandmother's remains, and laid them upon the bed, reattaching the severed head to the body. Turning away with determination, Long Xiao faced away from her grandmother's body, took a deep breath, and exited the room, carefully securing the door with a key, hoping to grant the departed a semblance of final tranquility. However, no sooner had she settled her grandmother than Long Xiao was consumed by fury. The outside world had been ransacked by survivors, with even the sofa covers violently torn off to serve as protection against the cold. Antique wooden chairs and tables lay shattered, reduced to kindling for the indispensable warmth of a fire, given the absence of electricity and heating. Long Xiao exercised the utmost restraint, cognizant of the hardships of survival. However, the actions of one man ignited her ire. A gaunt figure brandished an axe, poised to dismantle the very door. "Enough!" Long Xiao roared, silencing the crowd. All eyes turned to her, a flicker of guilt warring with an overwhelming avarice. Were it not for Long Xiao's formidable strength, they would have disregarded her entirely. The crowd exchanged glances, halting their destructive actions, yet each individual clutched tightly to the spoils they had scavenged, for these treasures constituted their lifeline. No one dared to seize their provisions. "Brother Zhang, have we gathered everything? Is there anything we might have overlooked?" Long Xiao asked, suppressing her inner turmoil as she addressed the stout middle-aged man. Brother Zhang nodded slightly, casting a glance at the others, and with a wry smile, he replied, "Xiaolong, just look at the situation. What could possibly remain in this house? It must be thoroughly cleared out." The group nodded in agreement. each picking up their respective finds as they prepared to exit through the corridor. Longsha led the procession, but as her hand grasped the doorknob, her expression suddenly froze. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously leaned towards the peephole to peer outside. Through the lens, a fierce gaze met hers. Bang! The door was violently struck, and instinctively, Longsha raised her hand to lock it. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced through the window towards the courtyard. There, both inside and out, at least 100 figures loomed ominously, their robust forms moving with a grotesque gait. The area was swarming with zombies. That's it. Everyone, remain silent. Longsha whispered urgently to the group behind her. However, her words had barely escaped her lips when the others sensed the disturbance. Upon witnessing the zombies, panic ensued, and the items they held slipped from their grasp, creating a cacophony within the room. Zombies! A piercing shriek shattered the tranquility once more as the assaulted boy beheld a zombie pressing its face against the window, glaring menacingly at him. Crash! The window shattered. But fortunately, the old house possessed a security screen, preventing the zombie from entering, though it could extend its arm inside. However, the commotion successfully attracted nearby zombies, and the remaining undead swarmed the window, reaching their arms inward. The entire window was soon filled with a dense array of reaching arms. Damn it, they're so foolish! In the distance, nestled in the trees, Yu Tianlin slammed his thigh in frustration. He had dispatched Old Goldthread to secretly infiltrate the vicinity of the old house. Old Goldthread had a clear view of the interior, allowing Yu Tianlin to discern the situation. Thus, he cursed the group's foolishness. Instead of discreetly searching for supplies, they were dismantling tables and benches, as if deliberately trying to attract the attention of the zombies. The zombies' hearing was exceptional, and these people's foolish actions even tempted Yu Tianlin to abandon the rescue. Sacrificing his friend's life for such a group of simpletons was not worth it. However, it was now too late. Everyone had mobilized according to Yu Tianlin's orders. Feng Xiaotao had already raced to the hillside behind the curiosity shop, preparing a large pile of scrap metal, awaiting Yu Tianlin's command. Pan Ruilin had infiltrated the vicinity of the old house, accompanied by Shan Hao. Xiao Hua and Old Goldthread were, of course, already in position. Xiao Hua served as the main force. Rescuing these people would be impossible without Xiao Hua's illusion. The risks associated with this rescue are exceedingly high. Let us not forget that there are numerous innocent lives within, burdened with supplies. Are you suggesting they should discard their belongings? There is an ancient saying, one may be willing to sacrifice their life, but seldom their wealth. Such individuals are ever present. With the zombies already stirring restlessly, Yu Tianlin cast aside his concerns and leaped from the treetops, emitting a distant, resonant howl as he darted towards the old mansion. Splash! Pan Ruilin, having heard Yu Tianlin's signal, cupped a handful of clear water and cast it skyward, once again conjuring a shroud of mist. In 100-meter radius, the forest was enveloped in a dense, milky fog, rendering visibility so poor that one could scarcely see their own fingers. Bang! At that moment, the fragile door of the old mansion succumbed to a zombie's charge, and several towering, nearly 2-meter-tall evolved zombies surged into the corridor, lunging towards Long Xia. Her eyes blazed a crimson hue as she finally drew an arrow from her quiver. With fluid precision, she knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring taut, the bow glowing with fiery brilliance. A streak of fiery red light erupted forth, striking down the zombies in the corridor with lethal force. Exhaling deeply, Long Xiao's face flushed as she nearly faltered to the ground. Although she had reached the final stage of her training and established her meridians, she lacked combat experience. In truth, had it been Yu Tianlin facing these zombies, he would have dispatched them with minimal effort. Yet, for Long Xia, it was an overwhelming challenge. How? As more cadavers encroached, a startle ran through Long Xia, and she drew back the bowstring once more. With another arrow released, the cadavers were cleared away again. Long Xia, as if her strength had been completely sapped, knelt on one knee, leaning on her longbow to keep from collapsing entirely. Alas, the cadavers surged like a tide. No sooner had these few perished than 4 more entered. This is all I can do. Farewell. Longsha summoned every last ounce of strength to draw the bowstring and released one final arrow. Ablaze with light, it pierced through the skulls of 4 cadavers. With a soft thud, Longsha coughed up a mouthful of blood. In theory, Longsha's current strength only allowed her to draw the bow twice. For her fated celestial weapon exacted a heavy toll. To draw it thrice was flirting with death. Longsha slumped to the ground. Those behind her wore expressions of terror, knowing that her fall would seal their fate. Most of them, weapons in hand, slowly retreated. Death filled them with dread, and no one lent a hand to Longsha. Only a few, like Brother Zhang, stood behind her, ready to fight. Only the little boy she had taken special care of struggled to help her up. Little one. I still don't know your name. Thank you. Longsha offered a weak smile, raising a hand to push the boy away, but he stubbornly refused to let go, crying out. Sister, my name is Wang Tao. Remember my name, we'll be all right. Before his words could fade, more cadavers poured in through the door. Longsha's eyes were filled with despair, and she smiled bitterly to herself, realizing that the end had truly come. A resounding crash erupted from outside, as a colossal door panel slammed heavily against a robust evolved zombie. This formidable creature was abruptly lifted by an even mightier figure and torn asunder in midair. The air was filled with raucous battle cries, swiftly followed by a multitude of whistling sounds. Vines on the walls writhed like serpents, ensnaring the bodies of the zombies. These razor-sharp tendrils effortlessly sliced through the undead flesh, halting swathes of them. However, some evolved zombies managed to break free from the vines, resulting in a chaotic scene reminiscent of a Plant vs. Zombie showdown, with the zombies entangled in a dazzling display of golden light. Only a few highly evolved zombies at the entrance remained fixated on the humans inside, for the greater their evolution, the stronger their resistance to the illusory realm. Moreover, as it was the second battle for little Ahua that day, her strength had been significantly depleted, leaving her unable to attend to the zombies within the room. Long Xia struggled to rise, knowing that if she could eliminate these few zombies, the occupants of the room would be safe. Yet, the earlier exhaustion rendered her powerless to stand. Chapter 17, Collapse. The invading zombies howled as they lunged at Long Xia. The towering zombie, standing over 2 meters tall, exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. In her eyes, the grotesque visage of the zombie loomed larger. It was over. The thought flashed through Long Xia's mind as despair washed over her, prompting her to close her eyes in resignation. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Yet the anticipated pain did not assail Long Xia. With a sense of bewilderment, she opened her eyes. A figure, clad in tattered garments, stood resolutely between her and the approaching zombies. In his hand, a radiant weapon shimmered with brilliance as he swiftly dispatched the foremost creature, severing its head from its body, which collapsed at Long Xia's feet. The one who had come to her rescue was engaged in a relentless extermination of the undead. Indeed, it was an annihilation. Yu Tianlin wielded the infernal gold-glazed spear with remarkable agility, each strike proving fatal. He struck with uncanny precision, targeting the vital points of the zombies. And after each successful blow, he would seamlessly pivot to confront the next adversary. His movements flowed like water, and with each flourish of his celestial weapon, a lifeless body was left in his wake. While others' battles resembled mere slaughter, Yu Tianlin's combat resembled an exquisite art form, each move embodying an elegance that left no trace behind. Evading the lunge of one zombie, he deftly reversed the spear, thrusting it upward to pierce the throat of another approaching fiend. The tremendous force of the strike drove the spearhead clean through the zombie's neck. However, the recently dodged creature lunged again at Yu Tianlin's back, seemingly unavoidable. Be careful! Long Xia shouted with all her might, desperate to shield her savior from harm. For the thought of being indebted to such a benefactor weighed heavily on her conscience. Yet, a smirk of disdain played upon Yu Tianlin's lips. He released his celestial weapon with one hand, swiftly turning to grasp the zombie's throat. with his fingers interlocked and exerting pressure. The sound of shattering bones echoed as he effortlessly pinned the creature against the wall, lifting it high with a singular hand. Long Xiao was taken aback. Had she not seen the smile on Yu Tianlin's face, she would have questioned whether he was even human. She had encountered zombies before, and she was well aware of their strength. Yet, Yu Tianlin had subdued a zombie with a single arm. His power was simply astonishing. What followed left Long Xiao utterly astonished. With a swift backward pull, Yu Tianlin sent the zombie's head crashing against the wall. Then, with a precise strike, he delivered a hand chop to the zombie's nape. A distinct crack echoed through the air, and the zombie went still. To dispatch a zombie with bare hands. Was this man a deity? Long Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. A single thought echoed in her mind: this man is superior to me. If I were to engage him in combat, I would stand no chance. This is a true master, and I am far from his level. Little did she know that in her past life, she, the Sunset Phoenix immortal Long Xia, was renowned as the most formidable offensive force in the world. Her attacks were universally acknowledged as the best, especially her ranged attacks. Her natal immortal weapon, the Phoenix Celestial Armor, was a rare set of immortal gear. The Sunset Fire Phoenix Bow and the armor were a set, with the Celestial Armor focusing on defense and the Fire Phoenix Bow on offense. Conversely, Yu Tianlin's close quarters combat was unparalleled. His physical fortitude was unmatched among the masters of the apocalypse. Therefore, in their past lives, Yu Tianlin would prevail in close combat. But if distance were created, he would be at her mercy. Deaf woman. I've had the worst luck imaginable. How could I run into you, you crazy woman? Heavens, are you toying with me? Why did you have to let me meet you? The moment Yu Tianlin laid eyes on Long Xia, he could hardly contain his emotions. It is hardly surprising, for the two were entangled in a web of enmity and affection from their past lives. Since the early days of the apocalypse, they had been bitter adversaries. And only towards the end did their relationship experience a modicum of alleviation. Yet, just as this newfound truce blossomed, Yu Tianlin found himself ensnared in the locking dragon well. Remarkably, it was Long Xia who, in an act of loyalty, perished alongside him in that very place. However, this was not the reason for Yu Tianlin's agitation, rather, it stemmed from the fear he harbored due to Long Xiao's formidable prowess in their past encounters. During a climactic confrontation, Long Xia had struck him, rendering one of his eyes blind, a wound that left him wearing a pirate's eye patch for a decade. Prior to their reconciliation, their relationship was one solely defined by hatred, a visceral loathing that yearned for the other's demise. The roots of this animosity lay in Yu Tianlin's decision to eliminate a vile creature masquerading as a human. Long Xia, having failed to discern the true nature of the man, obstinately believed him to be virtuous. Thus, to her, Yu Tianlin was a villain for slaying a good man. Compounding this was Yu Tianlin's dual nature, straddling the line between righteousness and wickedness, leading him to eliminate those he deemed unworthy, thus earning a plethora of negative reputations. Fueled by a righteous indignation, Long Xia embarked on a relentless pursuit of Yu Tianlin that spanned decades. It was only through a fortuitous revelation that she learned the truth, ultimately leading to their reconciliation. Out of guilt, when Yu Tianlin was ensnared in the locking dragon well, Long Xia risked everything to rescue him, and in the end, they both met their demise together in that fateful place. Honestly, Yu Tianlin felt a twinge of fear towards this woman. However, due to Long Xiao's valiant rescue, any lingering hatred he harbored dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of guilt. After all, she had risked her life for him. Oh, you know me? Long Xia was taken aback by Yu Tianlin's reaction. Despite his unwavering composure in the face of zombies, her presence elicited such a stark response from him. The once majestic and unparalleled Sunset Phoenix, renowned for its strength, now found itself in such a disheveled state. Bang! You can't escape now. Allow me to carry you. Without hesitation, Yu Tianlin seized Long Xiao's belt, disregarding any notions of gender propriety, and effortlessly hoisted her onto his back, causing her to roll her eyes in exasperation. As he sprinted, Yu Tianlin activated the spirit heart bell, releasing a resonant chime. On the mountain, Feng Xiaotao received the signal and created a diversion with a series of noises, making her own escape as well. Utilizing his physical advantages, Then Hao, with the aid of Xiao Ahua's cover, managed to flee as well. Lastly, there was Pan Ruilin, the creator of the mist, who made her exit without a single zombie able to pursue her. After all, among Yu Tianlin's group, there were those who valued their lives less than their riches, becoming fodder for the undead, devoured to the last morsel. Yu Tianlin pressed on, reaching the mid-slope of the mountain before coming to a halt. We are safe now. Rest here, but remain silent. No fires. Anyone who dares to lag behind will face dire consequences. He commanded the group and gently set Long Xia down from his back. Thank you. A frail voice emerged from behind, belonging to Long Xia, causing Yu Tianlin to shudder involuntarily. The shadows of past grievances and psychological burdens resurfaced. As hearing Long Xia's voice had always unsettled him, the group of rescued individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that this young man was the source of their peril. Long Xia frowned momentarily, but soon her face broke into a weak smile as she waved her hand dismissively, saying, I understand now, it wasn't you who led the zombies to the museum. We are still trapped in this basement. Therefore, there is no right or wrong in this matter, we all acted out of the instinct to survive. Yu Tianlin's eyes widened in astonishment at Long Xia's unexpected demeanor. Was this truly the Long Xia he knew? In his memory, she was a person who never heeded explanations, always striking first and allowing him no chance to speak. Unbeknownst to him, a man standing in a woman's heart is often dictated by first impressions. In this lifetime, Yu Tianlin was Long Xia's savior, which naturally influenced her perspective. All right. As long as you understand, Yu Tianlin sighed with relief. He then gestured to Shan Hao and the others, addressing Long Xia, since you have chosen to overlook this, I shall take my leave. I have done what I set out to do by bringing you all to safety. So, until we meet again in the world of rivers and lakes. With that, Yu Tianlin intended to depart. His original purpose for entering the amusement park was to rescue others, to save as many survivors as possible. Once they were out of the zombie-infested area, their fates, whether life or death, would no longer concern him. However, why is he so eager to leave now? The primary reason lies with Long Xia, as the psychological pressure she exerts upon him is overwhelming. He is unwilling to interact with her, and for this reason, Yu Tianlin would rather not rescue those trapped. By nature, Yu Tianlin is a free-spirited individual who only engages in endeavors he finds agreeable. Long Xia's presence makes him uncomfortable, and he seizes any opportunity to distance himself from her. Almost on the verge of tears, he wonders if she is unaware of her own influence. The very reason he wishes to escape is her. Yet, when Feng Xiaotao speaks, Yu Tianlin finds himself unable to refuse. If Long Xia were to simply release him, it would be one thing. However, once she implores him, he feels overwhelmed, especially since they share a bond of life and death. Reluctantly, he has no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 18, The Scoundrel. Yu Tianlin is perplexed. Has Long Xia ever pleaded with anyone? He instructs the group to take a brief respite and chooses to ignore Long Xia. He dares not engage in conversation with her, as his previous encounter displayed an excessive emotional response. If she were to press him, he would be unable to withstand it. Of course, in this apocalyptic world, the mere presence of steamed buns is a stroke of fortune. Everyone savors the meal with great delight, but Long Xia, after taking a small bite, is reminded of a familiar taste, causing her eyes to redden, nearly spilling over with tears. Yu Tianlin found himself in a much better situation. Previously, they had been fishing by the riverside, preparing a considerable amount of smoked fish, which they enjoyed with a good appetite. The four of them were engaged in lively conversation, recounting the day's battle experiences. However, Yu Tianlin's attention was drawn to Long Xia, who was on the verge of tears, struggling to hold back her emotions. His heart softened. After all, she was someone who had fought alongside him to the death, a bond forged in the crucible of life and death. Alas! Dan Hao, or rather, little Ahua. Please take a piece of smoked fish to that sister and tell her that the deceased are gone. It is time to look forward. Yu Tianlin selected the largest piece of fish and handed it to little Ahua. Very well. Little Ahua, clutching the fish in one hand and nibbling on another, boldly approached Long Xia. Tianlin Ge? It seems you know her. Feng Xiaotao could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Yu Tianlin nodded, offering a wry smile. I know her, but she does not know me. She is the most familiar person to me, yet I am a stranger to her. Such is the nature of fate. It is but a cursed bond. I wish I did not know her. Is she your significant other? Pan Roland exclaimed, her voice rising, nearly causing Long Xia to overhear. Yu Tianlin quickly covered Pan Roland's mouth, whispering, No. Do not jump to conclusions. If you seek an answer, consider her merely a troublesome acquaintance. The kind that makes life unbearable for the other. Dan Hao scratched his head, pondering before nodding in understanding. No wonder you look at her with a hint of trepidation. I have never seen you like this before. But why does she seem not to recognize you at all? Yu Tianlin's expression tightened. This was his most profound secret. He was a reincarnate. Yet, before he could fathom an explanation, Feng Xiaotao suddenly exclaimed in realization. Could it be that your precognitive abilities allowed you to foresee the outcome for the two of you? My heavens! Yes, yes! How could I have forgotten this? However, Dan Hao, this is my utmost secret. Keep it under wraps. Yu Tianlin cast a knowing glance at Dan Hao, who obediently sealed his lips, refraining from mentioning the matter again. Turning once more to Long Xia, he noticed she had received the dried fish. Their gazes collided across the space, and she raised the fish in gratitude, forcing a smile that barely concealed her discomfort. Yu Tianlin reciprocated with a nod and a smile, and both averted their eyes, engrossed in their meals. Yet, the moment Yu Tianlin heard their conversation, a smile crept upon his face, one laced with malice, his demeanor turning sinister. Everyone, follow me. Yu Tianlin gestured for silence to the three individuals, stealthily approaching Long Xia. He leaned down to whisper a few words in her ear, and soon they vanished quietly from the camp. Hand over the dried fish, and tell me how much supplies does that leader possess? Where did the dried fish come from? A man whose demeanor was usually refined, now displayed a menacing countenance before little Ahua. His face contorted with greed, he abandoned all principles and boundaries of decency, fixating on little Ahua, a mere child, as she delivered the fish. The young girl, Ahua, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she retorted, Sir, didn't you promise to sneak me some candy over here? What is candy? Is it delicious? What does it taste like? Sweet? Salty? These questions thoroughly incensed the man. He reached out to seize Ahua's neck, his voice a low growl. Enough prattle. Give you candy? I'm on the verge of starvation. I'm asking about the dried fish. The supplies of the adults over there. If you don't divulge it, I'll strangle you. The man lunged at Ahua, cunningly lowering his voice as he spoke harshly. His intent seemed to be to kill Ahua, knowing the terror that Yu Tianlin inspired. Yet, he clung to a sliver of hope that in this cruel, apocalyptic world, the disappearance of a child would be untraceable. He gripped Ahua's neck. Her face contorted not in pain, but in mounting rage. Then, she roared, You lied to me. You want to kill me? In an instant, Ahua vanished from the man's grasp. When she reappeared, an enormous, jade-like datura stood before him. The man was petrified. He thought he was confronting a human, but he faced a demon, a being capable of manipulating dozens of zombies with ease. Zhang Lei! You scoundrel! Are you even human? Long Xia could no longer contain herself. She emerged from behind the tree, her brows furrowed and fists clenched. She could hardly fathom that the ordinary person she had worked so hard to assist was, in fact, a creature with a human facade but a beastly heart. Thud! Zhang Lei stared at Long Xia, terror-stricken as he knelt on the ground, stammering, I'm just so hungry. I used to feast on delicacies every day, but now being suddenly deprived of food, I can't bear it. Long Xia, it won't happen again. Just moments ago, he had snatched one of the two buns meant for me. A boy named Wang Tao stepped forward to admonish Zhang Lei. Unbeknownst to them, the rest of the camp had gathered, silently observing Zhang Lei. In the multitude of gazes, there was disdain, fear, and pity. After all, among these individuals, there existed a spectrum of character, kind souls, timid hearts, and others akin to Zhang Lei, though they had lacked the audacity to act as he had. All eyes turned towards Long Xia, as they believed she held the authority to decide. Yet, behind Long Xia stood Yu Tianlin, clad in rags, who approached her with a chilling smile, casting a sinister glance at Zhang Lei. Moments earlier, Zhang Lei had dared to argue with Long Xia, but now, under Yu Tianlin's gaze, cold sweat broke out on his brow, and his tongue felt numb. The murderous intent in Yu Tianlin's eyes suffocated him. I had just mustered the courage to utter a word when Yu Tianlin interrupted him, leisurely inquiring, "You are Zhang Lei, correct? Do you realize she is under my protection? Are you aware that your actions are reprehensible? Very reprehensible indeed. Furthermore, he was probing into our supplies, quite the audacious notion." A cold sweat drenched Zhang Lei's back. Regret gnawed at him. He had not anticipated that a single individual could possess such a terrifying gaze, one glance capable of plunging him into the abyss. Had he known the true nature of Yu Tianlin, he would never have dared to entertain any designs against him. He acknowledged his transgression before Tianlin. However, upon witnessing the alarming expression on Yu Tianlin's face, Long Xia, a compassionate soul despite her aversion to wickedness, felt compelled to intercede. After all, Zhang Lei had not succeeded in any wrongdoing. Deep down, she wished to spare him, at least from a fatal outcome. Yet, Yu Tianlin cut short Long Xia's plea. His gaze shifted to her, pressing her with the query, if, in the future, he were to cause the demise of an innocent soul for the sake of supplies, would it not be a greater loss? Long Xiao's countenance faltered, rendered speechless by the question. If it had not been for Xiao Hua today, if it had been an ordinary young girl, if their group had not detected his actions, an innocent person would have met their end. She had intended to plead for him, even addressing him as Tianlin Ge, but it seemed this matter was beyond her jurisdiction. With a gentle pat on Long Xiao's shoulder, Yu Tianlin softly chuckled, "He has laid hands on my people, therefore, this matter is mine to resolve. You rest well, I shall eliminate this scoundrel." With a forceful clench of his fist, Yu Tianlin's knuckles emitted a sound akin to bursting beans. He strode purposefully toward Zhang Lei. "Nonsense!" Yu Tianlin retorted, his body trembling with indignation, his words tumbling out in rapid succession. "I, Yu Tianlin, believe in the way, not in Buddha. All I know is that one must accept the consequences of one's actions and stand tall when struck. If a person's hands are stained with the blood of 10,000, does his sin simply vanish upon laying down the butcher's knife? I am cognizant of your intentions, and I shall endeavor to demonstrate your fallacy." With a sudden surge, Yu Tianlin seized Zhang Lei by the scruff of his neck, hoisting him aloft. With his other hand, he delivered a forceful blow to Zhang Lei's ribs. A torrent of blood erupted from Zhang Lei's mouth as his body slumped, slipping from Yu Tianlin's grasp. Yu Tianlin scoffed, "Zhang Lei, consider yourself fortunate, but heed my words. From this day forward, you are forbidden from my sight. Should you cross my path again, I shall not hesitate to end your existence. Begone! I shall depart. I shall depart." Zhang Lei, prostrate on the ground, kowtowed profusely, scrambling away into the depths of the forest. Yu Tianlin, his eyes closed in vexation, muttered to himself, "To leave the roots intact is to invite future calamity. You shall witness events you would rather not, believe me." Chapter 19, The square's leaping cadavers having inflicted grievous injuries upon Zhang Lei, Yu Tianlin was compelled to release him. While Zhang Lei appeared capable of movement, seemingly unscathed. Only Yu Tianlin knew the severity of the damage inflicted. With decades of experience as a formidable warrior in his past life, his precision was beyond question. As night descended, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the mournful cries of the few remaining birds, enduring the harsh cold. The nocturnal forest was eerily still. Although the undead stirred at night, they, too, were creatures of instinct. In essence, they, too, feared the cold. With the arrival of night, save for the most formidable of the undead, ordinary zombies would congregate for warmth, entering a state of dormancy. It is precisely for this reason that Yu Tianlin led the group safely along their journey. Occasionally, a few scattered zombies appeared, but before Yu Tianlin could intervene, old Jin Si swiftly dealt with them, leaving nothing behind for Xiao Mei to consume. The journey proceeded relatively smoothly, and Long Xia graciously smiled at Yu Tianlin, expressing her gratitude. However, before she could finish her words, Yu Tianlin unceremoniously reached out, firmly pressing her head down and compelling her to crouch on the ground. Enough chatter. We are not home yet. Stay silent if there's trouble. Yu Tianlin glared at Long Xia. Confused, she looked around the amusement park and quietly questioned. I don't sense anything amiss. Can you see all these corpses? You truly live up to your name, deaf and blind. Deaf as a doornail, blind as a bat. Perhaps due to habits from a previous life, Yu Tianlin spoke bluntly, his tone far from pleasant. An unusual expression of grievance after receiving a reprimand. Long Xia subdued her spirit and quietly gazed into the amusement park. In the center of the plaza lay a few scattered corpses of zombies. Although the bodies were few in number, their grotesque forms were unsettling. They appeared withered, as if drained by a spider, silently discarded in that desolate space. While others might find this scene unfamiliar, Yu Tianlin recognized it all too well. A look of anxiety crossed his face as he scanned his surroundings incessantly. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, fixating on a certain direction within the amusement park, cold sweat forming visible droplets that trickled down his brow. Bang! A faint sound of impact echoed from a distance, followed by a figure leaping high into the air, only to descend straight down. The most bizarre aspect was that its forearms extended rigidly zombie, undead. A wave of disbelief washed over Yu Tianlin as he muttered a curse under his breath, filled with frustration. He had never heard of such creatures inhabiting an amusement park. Zombies and the undead were entirely different entities, if such a being could manifest. It surely lacked a soul yet retained the lingering resentment from its mortal demise. This residual bitterness allowed them to regain a semblance of consciousness and awareness distinct from both spirit and soul, existing as an alternative consciousness within the three realms. Alarmingly, this consciousness was born from the very essence of heaven and earth, capable of absorbing the sun and moon's vitality, devouring the spiritual energy of the world, and inherently adept at cultivation. Once they take form, at first they bear the same name as their original selves, their limbs rigid and imbued with immense strength. With a mere hint of cultivation, perhaps after consuming human or zombie blood, and upon reaching the next level of advancement, these beings possess skin as tough as bronze and bones as resilient as wrought iron, their vitality astonishingly formidable. While a zombie may perish with a shattered skull, these entities can continue to exist even after decapitation, for their consciousness arises from resentment. Until that consciousness is extinguished, they cannot be vanquished. Thus, in the early stages, these creatures are virtually invincible, unless one is aware of their weaknesses and knows how to strike effectively to eliminate this menace. It is no exaggeration to assert that among the four great dark races, zombies are the most troublesome, posing challenges even to other dark entities. Even Yu Tianlin harbored no confidence at his current level to confront such a being. Among the crowd, only Feng Xiaotao and a few others were aware of the existence of zombies. Upon encountering one, they could not help but draw parallels to the zombies depicted in films. Instinctively covering their mouths in astonishment, they vividly recalled Yu Tianlin's words, "It is better to encounter a horde of corpses than to face a single zombie." Yu Tianlin clenched his fists, genuinely reluctant to engage with this creature. Observing the remnants of zombies strewn across the ground, their flesh and blood long gone, and their souls siphoned away, he understood the nature of zombies. They consume blood while simultaneously draining spiritual essence. To battle such a being is to risk the peril of losing one's very soul. Most abhorrent of all, these creatures are birthed from resentment and harbor corpse poison within, which, upon infection, can drastically alter a person's nature. A once virtuous individual may swiftly devolve into a malevolent fiend, a righteous cultivator transforming into a nefarious practitioner, ultimately becoming a scourge upon the land, a truly lamentable fate. In Yu Tianlin's memory, many individuals had fallen victim to the poison of corpses. It was a danger to be avoided, unless absolutely necessary. One should never confront such a thing. Suddenly, Yu Tianlin slapped his forehead, mentally cursing his own misfortune for forgetting that Long Xiao was a woman of immense responsibility. To put it bluntly, her character embodied that of a saint. Her altruism differed from Feng Xiaodao's, who sought to save lives without imposing her will on others. In contrast, this woman always demanded others to adhere to her moral high ground, seemingly oblivious to whether they wished to comply. Indeed, Tianlin, perhaps I should lure this zombie away. At that moment, Feng Xiaotao was swept up in the fervor of the hospital's moral code, which clouded her judgment once again. Be quiet. You wouldn't make it 500 meters before being drained into a dried corpse by that thing. The only one present capable of dealing with the zombie was me. You think you can handle it? Yu Tianlin was thoroughly exasperated. He nearly reached out to grab Feng Xiaotao, tempted to slap some sense into her. This was no trivial matter, it was a life-or-death situation. Glaring fiercely at Feng Xiaotao, he admonished, "Stay put. You think you can lure a zombie? I see you wish to offer yourself as sustenance." Tianlin. Long Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the rebuke. However, she was a woman who, when provoked, could regain her clarity. Indeed, the adults behind her were the pillars of their families in the basement. If anything were to happen to them, how would their loved ones survive? Yet, could anyone truly withstand that creature? Although Long Xia had come to a realization, she was evidently reluctant to relinquish her hopes, placing her trust in Yu Tianlin. Yu Tianlin was almost amused to the point of anger, feeling the urge to slap himself for uttering words in haste. Words that the very person he spoke of had taken to heart. Long Xia remembered his assertion about being able to withstand the zombies. Shaking his head, Yu Tianlin retorted, "What connection do I have with them? I too have family, and in this apocalyptic world, I yearn to find my loved ones and ensure their safety. What would become of them if I were to meet with misfortune? Furthermore, am I indebted to them?" Upon the utterance of this statement, a profound silence enveloped the group. Yu Tianlin spoke the undeniable truth. It is often said that those capable bear more burdens. Yet who has ever pondered the willingness of the capable? After expressing his thoughts, Yu Tianlin fell silent. He was not averse to taking risks, rather, he adhered to his own principles of right and wrong. He could gamble for the sake of his family, could risk his life for the greater good of his nation, and could even face death without hesitation, but he deemed it unworthy to gamble on trivial matters. Indeed, the few dozen people before him were not worth such a risk. They represented but a small fraction of the survivors, insignificant when compared to the countless future survivors of the vast land of Huoxia. History's relentless tide will inevitably engulf a portion of humanity, such is the reality of the apocalypse. To prioritize the safety of one's race over personal safety is the essence of Yu Tianlin's thoughts. Suddenly, Yu Tianlin's expression hardened as he gazed toward the direction where the zombies were emerging, a bitter smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He still chose to go. Long Xia gazed at Yu Tianlin's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, until a sudden jolt of pain jolted her back to reality. She realized that Xiao Ahua was standing on her foot, her face contorted in dissatisfaction as she urged, "Aren't you going to hurry up? Are you waiting for the zombies to come find you? Move it!" Startled, Long Xia called out to those behind her, and the group suddenly understood, quickly gathering their belongings and rushing towards the basement. Chapter 20. The Man Like a God. The basement was located at the edge of the amusement park. An old underground storage space previously used to store maintenance parts for the attractions. It was not far from the amusement park's perimeter. As long as they held their breath and sprinted to the basement, they would undoubtedly make it. At this moment, the group was desperately racing toward the basement. Yet they had barely covered half the distance when the battle broke out in the distance. Bang! With a swift push of her toes, a jumping zombie leaped high within the amusement park, lunging directly at Yu Tianlin, its arms thrusting toward him without any embellishment. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Yu Tianlin steadied himself and countered the zombie's attack with his own hands. Clang! As he focused on the creature, he discerned the remnants of its former life. This being had once been a woman, dressed in the attire of a white-collar worker, her beauty and voluptuous figure evident even in death. However, her uniform was in tatters. The stockings torn, and the suit shredded, her body marred by bruises. It was evident that she had suffered greatly in life, a victim of vile deeds. Her unquenched resentment transforming her into this monstrous form. As for how she managed to retain her corpse, those details eluded Yu Tianlin. He was indeed a pitiable soul. I ought to have preserved you, allowing you to seek vengeance and locate those who wronged you. Yet, to keep you means I must perish. Thus, I can only assist in your liberation. With a furious roar, Yu Tianlin made up his mind. He abruptly plunged the Yujin Lily spear before him, gripping it with both hands as he continuously shifted his incantations. A flicker of dark golden flame erupted from the spear, engulfing his entire being in an instant. Celestial arts. The inferno of the abyss blazed forth, his golden form shimmering brilliantly. Yu Tianlin's body radiated a metallic glow, enveloped entirely by the dark golden flames. Resembling an ancient warrior cloaked in fire, he brandished the Yujin Lily spear and struck with fervor. With a whoosh, accompanied by the roaring flames, his spear moved with the swiftness of a phantom, reaching the zombie's head in the blink of an eye. The zombie, displaying remarkable resilience, raised its hand to parry Yu Tianlin's assault. In that fleeting moment of contact, a thunderous explosion resonated, igniting a brilliant flash of fire. The zombie let out a wail, sent flying by the force, while Yu Tianlin's flames seemed to possess a contagious nature, swiftly igniting the creature. However, the zombie only had its arms ablaze. Thick black smoke billowing from its body, resisting the encroaching inferno. Observing the zombie's arms, the immense force rendered Yu Tianlin nearly unable to stand. The shopping cart behind him completely crushed, without it, he would surely have collapsed. Ding! Logically, the Nirvana fire of the Sunset Phoenix Immortal Dragon Xiao should possess formidable power against zombies. Yet he hesitated to involve Longsha in the fray due to her lack of combat experience. Moreover, he was uncertain whether she had mastered the Nirvana fire. If she had not, the situation could turn dire. The zombie before him writhed in agony as it was engulfed in flames, the dark energy in its chest diminishing. Yet the fire on its arms waned as well. Yu Tianlin squinted, gripping his celestial weapon tightly. Acutely aware that he could not afford to grant his opponent a moment's respite, failure to do so would spell his own demise. A fierce roar erupted once more as he summoned his strength to wield the celestial weapon, launching forward again. The weapon whirled around his waist like a pinwheel. And in the fleeting moment before him and the zombie collided, he executed a sweeping strike with the Yujin Lily staff aimed directly at the creature's neck. The zombie, realizing it could not evade this assault, desperately raised one severed arm to shield its throat, while the other, also severed, struck out towards Yu Tianlin's chest. Their attacks met almost simultaneously. Yu Tianlin's strike severed the zombie's remaining arm completely, while the zombie's neck was slashed, leaving a deep gash that almost at long last. A torrent of crimson spewed forth as Yu Tianlin was once more hurled backward. The flames that had engulfed him vanished in an instant, and he crashed heavily to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In his heart, he cursed Long Xia 1,000 times over, lamenting the misfortune of encountering such a calamitous woman. Meanwhile, the zombie was in an even more dire state, its entire body ablaze. It writhed in agony. Black miasma swirling around it as it hopped erratically, paying no heed to Yu Tianlin. Father! Are you alright? You're severely injured. Golden Silk, why haven't you come out yet? Help father up! And retract your thorny leaves, if they so much as graze him, I'll flay you alive. Xiao Hua materialized beside Yu Tianlin in a flash. As Golden Silk's vines appeared a moment later, the vines wove together to form a net, gently lifting Yu Tianlin's body. Brother Tianlin, how are you? Feng Xiao Tao, ever disobedient, appeared at Yu Tianlin's side, attempting to carry him on her back. However, Dan Hao intervened, hoisting Yu Tianlin onto his own back instead. Dan Hao, with a simple honesty, glanced at Feng Xiaotao and said, "You're too slender, all skin and bones. Brother Tianlin would surely find it uncomfortable. Allow me." Yu Tianlin couldn't help but smile wryly. But he lacked the strength to speak. The battle had consisted of merely 2 exchanges, yet they had drained him of his power. He was now in a worse state than Long Xia had been. She had merely exhausted her energy, while Yu Tianlin had sustained injuries. Had it not been for the protection of his golden body, Yu Tianlin might have been infected by the virulent corpse poison. With a resentful stamp of her foot, Long Xia slammed shut the iron door to the basement. "Bring Tianlin to my bed." As Long Xia arrived in the basement, she parted the crowd, eager to repay her debt to Yu Tianlin. However, her outstretched hand was forcefully brushed away by Xiao Ahua, who glared at her fiercely and exclaimed, "Remove your hand. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't be injured." Old Jin Si, set up a hammock to make it more comfortable. And please hang a curtain. I don't want to see this woman. In Xiao Ahua's eyes, nothing was greater than Yu Tianlin. Given that Tianlin was hurt because of Long Xia, Xiao Ahua's impression of her was undoubtedly poor. Regardless of any prior conversations or friendly relations, all that was irrelevant now. Long Xia stared at her hand, which had been rebuffed. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Witnessing Xiao Ahua's attitude deepened her guilt. She had never felt such anguish before. If she were an ordinary girl rather than strong-willed, she would likely have cried and made a scene. Don't take it to heart. In Xiao Ahua's mind, no one is more important than Yu Tianlin. She's just a child. Upset, Feng Xiaotao consoled Long Xia, as they searched for a resting place for Yu Tianlin within the confines of the underground warehouse. However, suitable spots were scarce. And after a prolonged search, they finally found a location near a ventilation opening. Here, the air was slightly fresher. And old Jin Si set up the hammock beneath the vent. Then, Feng Xiaotao and her companions found themselves in a predicament. While Yu Tianlin had a place to cultivate, what about them? The warehouse was filled with some discarded wooden crates and iron parts, a space not intended for habitation. Moreover, the ground was cold and damp. Spending a night squatting on the floor could leave an ordinary person with ailments. Even for them, comfort was a distant luxury. In this basement, the only semblance of a bed was a dusty mattress, which belonged exclusively to Long Xia. Rotten peach, stop dawdling. Quickly tend to my father's wounds. Soon, we can each have a hammock, and our living arrangements will be sorted. First, check on my father's injuries. The voice of Xiao Ahua echoed from within the hammock. It was only then that Feng Xiaotu realized that her cultivation of the Qingnong technique would indeed come in handy. Without hesitation, she approached Yu Tianlin and awkwardly began to treat his injuries using her skills. Around Yu Tianlin, no one dared to pry or gossip, as they were guarded by a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, coupled with Long Xiao's stern warning. Thus, no one dared to offend them. The survivors, however, showed a glimmer of long-lost smiles. The children clamored for food, and even the once mischievous kids of the peaceful era displayed a sense of understanding, quietly gazing at a bowl of instant noodles, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Dining in the basement posed a significant challenge. While they could find water from the fire hydrant, creating a fire was a daunting task. The basement, essentially a small warehouse, measured less than 500 square feet. although the space was relatively ample. Igniting a fire for cooking without a proper vent would fill the entire area with smoke, the acrid smell proving to be quite unbearable. Thus, a single conflagration must suffice for over 100 souls, their sustenance contingent upon its meager flames, lest the acrid smoke suffocate them. Humanity, in its twilight, exists in a state more pitiable than a feral simian in an era of affluence. Chapter 21, Old Comrade. The subterranean depot, illuminated solely by candlelight, was steeped in an oppressive silence, punctuated by furtive whispers emanating from obscure recesses, the chattering of teeth from frigid corners, and stifled sobs. The transition from the outside world to this interior was akin to descending from paradise to perdition, fraught with maladjustment. Individuals accustomed to the zenith of civilization were now reduced to a primitive existence, bereft even of electricity, a stark contrast that relentlessly assailed the survivors' spirits. At the depot's ventilation shaft, Yu Tianlin was enveloped in a cerulean radiance, the tenebrous miasma clinging to his chest gradually receding. Feng Xiaotao, visibly relieved, surmised that a night's recuperation would suffice for Yu Tianlin to overcome his grievous injuries, affirming the efficacy of her Qingnong technique. In the dead of night, Yu Tianlin roused from the inky blackness, his meridians still throbbing and his body feeling as if it had been dismembered. Nevertheless, he had emerged from his enervated state. Observing his slumbering companions nearby, he smiled faintly, deeming his gamble worthwhile. Humans are, after all, gregarious creatures, and companionship begets emotion and humanity. Yu Tianlin, too, was but a man. Vowing to rewrite his destiny, Yu Tianlin resolved never to repeat the mistakes of his previous life, to avoid a solitary existence, and to ensure that his demise would not pass unwept. Feeling the icy gusts of wind blowing in from the vent, Yu Tianlin seemed to glimpse the outside world through that dark passage. Outside, within the confines of the amusement park Zoo, lay his most significant companion from a past life, an ally who had steadfastly accompanied him throughout his existence. He could very well be considered the most formidable beast in Donglin City, couldn't he? Old friend, wait for me a little longer, I am on my way. Time flies, and the night swiftly passes, yet for the ordinary souls in the basement, this night is excruciatingly arduous. The temperature in the basement plummets to freezing, making it nearly impossible to find rest. Some of the weaker individuals have already succumbed to the darkness, lifeless in a shadowy corner. However, this plight is still preferable to the outside, where the night temperatures drop well below zero. As dawn breaks, Long Xia awakens, encircled by a throng of children on the mattress. Her sleep had been restless, fraught with worries and the incessant movements of the children kicking and stretching. Yet, there was no alternative. The entire underground storage facility boasted but a single mattress, and Long Xia had to ensure the children were not left to suffer from the cold. Rise and shine! Wake up, everyone! Check on those beside you. Are we all still alive? For those who have passed, we must attend to their remains promptly. All women, hurry to light the fire and prepare a meal. We must replenish our strength, we cannot simply sit idly by. With that, Long Xia sprang into action, directing everyone to begin their tasks. The others, too, stirred and commenced the busy rhythm of a new day, as they had scarcely slept the previous night. It was better to rise and engage in activity. The warehouse was filled with a flicker of life, the bonfire drew everyone together, providing warmth as they gathered around, attempting to revive their numbed hands and feet. Upon noticing the assemblies rising, Longsha approached Yu Tianlin, who emerged from his meditative state, his eyes slowly opening as he inquired. Is there something you require? Indeed, Longsha responded, settling cross-legged before Yu Tianlin. She seemed to harbor a desire for a private discourse. Yet Dan Hao and his companions also gathered, positioning themselves near Yu Tianlin. Observing Longsha's slight discomfiture, Yu Tianlin chuckled, declaring, "Speak freely, I harbor no secrets from my comrades. There is no need for hesitation. Unburden yourself." With a somewhat unnatural nod, Longsha acquiesced. Subconsciously, she had come to regard Yu Tianlin as her sole equal. Despite Dan Hao and his cohort being inheritors, their prowess paled in comparison to Yu Tianling's. She seemed inclined to confide only in him regarding significant matters. Aware that Dan Hao and his fellows deferred solely to Yu Tianling's judgment, rendering her attempts at persuasion futile, I seek to understand your perspective on our current predicament. She began. We cannot afford to remain idle. Our provisions will inevitably dwindle, and their resilience will wane. In a single night, 3 elders succumbed to the frost. Longxia, her countenance grave, gazed earnestly at Yu Tianlin, imploring him for guidance. Yu Tianlin remained silent for a protracted interval before finally inquiring. Are you suggesting that I assume responsibility for their survival from this moment onward? Have I been unwittingly ensnared, with no means of escape? Longxia, taken aback by the query, nodded almost imperceptibly, stammering, If you abstain, then I too shall abstain. How shall such a multitude endure? Yu Tianlin's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he coldly inquired, How do you intend to manage? Are you aware of the sheer number of zombies infesting the amusement park? The total count of zombies surrounding Beishan Park exceeds 5,000. What power do we possess? Even if I were to join forces with my companions, each of us facing 1,000? At that moment, Feng Xiaotou interjected, attempting to mediate, Sister Longxia. Please do not be agitated. You may not fully comprehend Tianlin Ji's intentions. We could have circumvented the amusement park along the river to reach a safer location. Or even remained in the botanical garden without descending. With our combined strength, survival would be feasible, wouldn't it? Yet, it was Tianlin Ge who urged us to descend the mountain, claiming that there were numerous survivors in the zoo that required rescue. Indeed, you, little deaf and blind one, act without thought and rely solely on brute strength, causing my father to sustain injuries. How dare you speak so loudly now? Xiao Hua, perched upon Yu Tianlin's shoulder, chimed in. Her words, once uttered, cut like a knife, for a child so oblivious to the nuances of human relationships, despite being a sprite. Was not yet even a year old. Longxia's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as if Xiao Ahua's remarks branded her as ungrateful, leaving her momentarily speechless against the innocence of a child. Sensing the brewing conflict, Yu Tianlin gently patted Xiao Ahua, signaling her to cease her remarks. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, In truth, I do not oppose your desire to save others. However, do not always present yourself in a protective manner. Can you save one, or can you save a multitude? In other words, they must learn to survive on their own. And we should impart to them the knowledge of survival, thereby increasing their chances of existence. Longxia, upon hearing this, was taken aback, incredulously lifting her head to inquire, Can ordinary people contend with that group of monsters? Why not? Yu Tianlin retorted, Are tigers and lions not considered monsters? How did ancient hunters bring them down? Only 4 words can be pursued, the method must be appropriate. Then enlighten me. Longxia, now intrigued, swept away her earlier displeasure. For instance, if 3 adults wield sharp weapons, with one person distracting while the other 2 attack, dealing with a zombie would pose no problem. Provided they avoid encountering other dark races, they still possess the capability to fight. Yu Tianlin meticulously explained the characteristics, attack patterns, and weaknesses of zombies to Longxia, who listened enraptured. Yu Tianlin was practically a walking encyclopedia on the subject of zombies, with scarcely anything he did not know. Moreover, his combat prowess was superior, at least stronger than her own. Well, we have discussed the lofty matters, now you should educate those survivors. Let me make it clear. I will not take responsibility for teaching them, I lack the patience for it. Yu Tianlin gazed thoughtfully at the heavy iron door, reflecting, This iron door blocks the zombies. But it also obstructs us. We must break free. The aquarium near the amusement park and zoo is an excellent location. Suddenly closing his eyes, Yu Tianlin's consciousness detached from his body, attaching itself to the forms of old Jinxi and Xiaomei. To reach the light, a path must be forged. And old Jinxi and Xiaomei are the finest vanguards. In the dilapidated bumper car arena of the amusement park, a solitary zombie ambled aimlessly, its desperate gaze sweeping the corners in search of any sustenance, be it human or animal, so long as it possessed flesh and blood. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted, accompanied by a flurry of white luminescence. Countless tendrils surged forth from the thicket, bisecting the zombie at its waist, rending it asunder. The zombie's eyes widened in disbelief as it emitted a primal roar, yet its cry was abruptly silenced. A resplendent flower, of unparalleled beauty, lunged forward, devouring half of the falling corpse in a single gulp, while the remaining portion was dragged into the undergrowth by the golden vines. Only a pool of blood remained on the street, the zombie having vanished without a trace. The amusement park, once overrun with the undead, had seemingly transformed into a forbidden zone for zombies. Any who dared to venture into this area met an inexplicable demise. All of this transpired within a mere 7 days. Following Yu Tianlin's directives, Lao Jin and Xiao Mei stood vigil day and night around the underground warehouse, eliminating any zombie that dared to trespass. This was but one facet of Yu Tianlin's grand design, to clear a path from the basement to the zoo, minimizing the number of zombies along the way, thereby reducing potential casualties during the evacuation. During these 7 days, Long Xia and the quartet of Feng Xiaotao were not idle. As instructed by Yu Tianlin, they organized the survivors into groups, leading them on expeditions to hunt down lone zombies. Armed with steel bars and pipes, sharpened into crude yet effective weapons, they honed their zombie-slaying skills, preparing them for the inevitable confrontations to come. After 7 days, although not all survivors are skilled, a portion of them has undoubtedly mastered the art of slaying zombies. When encountering solitary zombies, they possess the capability for self-preservation, especially in the absence of evolved ones. The Ferris wheel at the amusement park stands still, swaying gently in the howling wind. Unbeknownst to anyone, perched at the pinnacle of the wheel is a figure Yu Tianlin, who has remained hidden from view. As he gazes into the stormy winds, he surveys the entire amusement park from this vantage point, the highest in the vicinity. Here, he can grasp the full panorama of the park and its devastation. However, this is not the primary reason for Yu Tianlin's presence. Observing the amusement park is merely a secondary aim. His main purpose for being here is to cultivate his skills. He relishes the tranquility of this place, where no one can disturb him, at least, for the time being. During these 7 days, Yu Tianlin has not squandered his time. The Spirit Control Heart Sutra has indeed proven to be an unparalleled celestial technique. As he gradually comprehends its teachings, he deeply understands that the first level corresponds to the basic zombies. This initial method, aptly named the art of stealing heaven, allows him to temporarily harness the abilities of his mystical spirits. For instance, he can borrow the devouring power of Xiaomei, the sharpness of Lao Jinxi, or even the illusionary prowess of Xiao Ahua, provided he is willing to expend his vital energy. Slowly, Yu Tianlin raises his hand, forming it into a sword-like gesture, and swiftly slashes towards the framework of the Ferris wheel beneath him. A sharp sound pierces the air. Amidst the flurry of iron shavings, Yu Tianlin deftly carved a 1 mm deep incision into a thick steel pipe with the tips of his fingers, showcasing the formidable sharpness of the ancient gold thread technique. Success! The old man has mastered the art of subterfuge. Henceforth, regardless of whom he battles, the element of surprise shall yield unparalleled results. Little Ahua perched on Yu Tianlin's shoulder, clapping her hands in delight, as if the augmentation of power were hers to claim. Yu Tianlin nodded, his eyes gleaming with joy. The fruits of these 7 days of labor have truly been substantial. In addition to mastering the art of stealth, he has also revisited the prison dragon golden immortal technique. This method, intrinsically linked to the celestial weaponry, follows an extreme path where every maneuver and weapon technique is predicated upon combat eschewing evasion and frivolity, focusing solely on defense and offense, thus maximizing these two attributes to their zenith. This is the essence of the prison dragon golden immortal technique. Like all martial arts, it corresponds with the application of celestial weapons, featuring techniques from its first tier, the unmatched prowess of the first level, invincible The overwhelming force of the heavy halberd shakes mountains. It embodies a straightforward yet ferocious method of attack and assassination, which proves to be the most pragmatic in the post-apocalyptic world. In his past life, Yu Tianlin relied on this very set of techniques to navigate through his peers with remarkable ease. However, the arduous journey of mastering these techniques has already been experienced by Yu Tianlin. Yet now, there is no need for excessive practice. In his previous life, his innate ability to perceive and execute these techniques has been ingrained within him, allowing for a natural and fluid execution. Once again, a fierce gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a foul stench that, surprisingly, did not repulse Yu Tianlin. This was the scent of inevitable decline, when human civilization reaches its zenith. Only through great destruction can there be a rebirth. This is the essence of the cycle of creation and annihilation. Having lived for decades in such a world, Yu Tianlin had long since gained clarity on this matter. Contemplating this, he scratched his head in frustration, pondering how to eliminate this menace. A direct confrontation was out of the question. After decades of life experience, Yu Tianlin had learned his lessons well. With the haunting memories of the relentless pursuit by Long Xia, he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He recalled the tragic scene of the woman in the park just days prior. The state of her death was pitiful, without deep-seated resentment. It was unlikely she could have transformed into a zombie so easily. Only someone with immense power could have cast aside her body after such violation. Setbacks in career, disappointments in love, betrayal by kin, these myriad reasons could drive one to despair. After all, who would willingly choose death when life is still vibrant? Yet, this was not entirely a misfortune. Had he not experienced the brink of life and death, Yu Tianlin would not have developed his resilient character. He even owed gratitude to those who had wronged him for shaping his current self. It was imperative to handle this situation meticulously, otherwise, he would find himself ensnared once more. What to do? Yu Tianlin was on the verge of tearing his hair out when Xiao Ahua suddenly whispered a few words into his ear, causing his eyes to brighten with realization. Brilliant! How could I not have thought of that? This is the way forward! Yu Tianlin clapped his hands and swiftly leaped from the Ferris wheel, his form akin to that of a nimble monkey, vanishing in an instant from the heights. Who is it? Long Xia gasped in surprise, her delicate hand already poised on the bowstring. Yu Tianlin, equally startled by Long Xiao's reaction, hastily brushed aside the bangs obstructing his view and flashed a grin at her. Teasing, little deaf and blind, you truly live up to your name. Even I am unrecognizable to you? A shiver ran down Yu Tianlin's spine as he wriggled free from the embrace of Shan Hao, jokingly scolding, "You big man, why are you still holding me? How embarrassing! Hurry up and end your bachelorhood, go embrace your wife." Taken aback by the reprimand, Yu Tianlin quickly called out to Long Xia, "Little deaf and blind, wait. I have something to discuss with you, and you three, Sister Pan, stay too." Chapter 23, Retreat. Long Xia paused momentarily but then turned around, her expression one of displeasure as she approached Yu Tianlin. Her gaze was filled with resentment, though she herself was unaware of the magnitude of her feelings toward him. During the past 7 days without seeing Yu Tianlin, she had not realized how his absence affected her mood. Each night before sleep, thoughts of this man would flood her mind, leaving her in a state of distress. With an apologetic smile, Yu Tianlin led the four of them to a considerable distance from the underground warehouse, stating, "The most direct route from the underground warehouse to the zoo has been largely cleared of zombies. Even if there are some newcomers, they will likely be dealt with by Lao Jinxi and Xiao Mei. Therefore, I plan to take everyone tomorrow to rendezvous with the survivors at the zoo." Had it not been for the persistent admonitions of Yu Tianlin, urging her not to take anyone outside, she might have already fled with others. However, given the disastrous outcome of their previous escapade, it was evident that venturing out recklessly could lead to utter annihilation. With the haunting memory of past experiences, Long Xia chose to heed Yu Tianlin's counsel regarding such actions. Yet she had a condition. Yu Tianlin crossed his arms, casting a meaningful glance at Long Xia. Startled, she inquired, "What condition? Do you seek gold or silver?" "I possess nothing. In this world, how can one still negotiate conditions? What is it that you desire?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotao and the others exchanged confused looks, bewildered by Yu Tianlin's demeanor. "I require your obedience, and you must also act." Yu Tianlin disregarded the puzzled gazes of the four, maintaining his resolute stance. His indifferent gaze conveyed to Long Xia that should she refuse, he would undoubtedly refrain from taking anyone to the zoo. Feeling somewhat vexed, Long Xia reflected on her position as a capable woman, accustomed to being in charge at the base. Yet, Yu Tianlin demanded her compliance and insisted on a charade, leaving her perplexed about his true intentions. However, upon further contemplation, Long Xia recognized that Yu Tianlin was indeed more decisive than herself. Biting her back teeth, she begrudgingly uttered, "You speak. Excellent." A flicker of joy illuminated Yu Tianlin's eyes as he replied, "When our survivors converge with theirs, you must conceal your abilities, not just you, but Xiaotou and Ruilin as well, including myself. We must all masquerade as ordinary individuals and infiltrate the zoo. Among us, only Shan Hao possesses a physique distinct from the ordinary, a fact he cannot conceal. He shall lead us into the base." "Why?" Long Xia gazed at Yu Tianlin with a hint of confusion. Yu Tianlin smiled enigmatically and replied, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Moreover, while you must masquerade as an ordinary person, I require you to maintain your characteristic demeanor, mediating the disputes and daily sustenance of the group. Apart from guiding us, Shanhao shall not concern himself with anything else. And there is one crucial point I can reveal to only you. Come here." "What?" Long Xia instinctively leaned in closer, and Yu Tianlin whispered in her ear, "Regardless of how enamored the leader of the opposing base may be with you, or how much you might admire him, you must reject him. Should he pursue you, no matter how romantic the gestures, you must turn him down. I need you to refuse him 3 times consecutively. Furthermore, you must act as if you utterly detest him." Long Xiao's ears flushed with embarrassment, nearly prompting her to unleash a tirade. However, upon turning to see Yu Tianlin's earnest expression, she swallowed her questions and merely exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? What kind of demand is this? And how can you?" Yu Tianlin raised his hand to interrupt her, continuing, "Will you agree or not? If you refuse, you may take your own group to the zoo. I shall have no part in it. My brothers and I will part ways with you and consider you strangers henceforth." This, Long Xia was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, her face reddening with indignation as she finally declared, "I agree. You must be crazy. I don't even know what to say to you." Feng Xiaotao could no longer contain her curiosity and tugged at Yu Tianlin's sleeve, inquiring, "Why is that, Tianlin? Your request seems rather peculiar." Yu Tianlin replied with a mysterious smile, countering, "Have you ever heard the saying to know a person's face but not their heart? I merely wish for an unsuspecting fool to discern the inherent ugliness of human nature." "Oh." Pan Ruilin nodded thoughtfully, though both she and Feng Xiaotao remained somewhat perplexed. However, the former police officer seemed to grasp Yu Tianlin's intent, even if she had not yet fully unraveled it. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, Long Xia called everyone to hasten their breakfast and prepare their belongings for departure. Pan Ruilin also changed her attire. Having stored her personal magical weapon within herself and donning a set of ordinary clothing, specifically a male outfit, for in the post-apocalyptic world, finding female garments proved challenging. Yet, once clad in the male attire, Pan Ruilin exuded an undeniable vigor. Her background as a police officer imbued her with a disciplined demeanor, adding an inexplicable allure to her appearance. Feng Xiaotao, on the other hand, also changed her clothes but struggled to find male attire. It was a mystery where she had acquired a clown costume, yet she donned it nonetheless, even wearing the accompanying hat, with only a bright red nose absent. Feng Xiaotao had transformed entirely into a clown, rendering her the least conspicuous among the 3 women. As for Yu Tianlin and Shan Hao, Yu Tianlin maintained his beggar's attire, his blue work uniform riddled with holes, the pants frayed, and several days' worth of stubble adorning his face, giving him a somewhat disheveled yet wild appearance. In the simplest manner, Shan Hao did not need to disguise himself. He donned the celestial attire of his destined immortal weapon, the Huang Jin Xianyi, and grasped a hefty iron pipe he had found, swaying unsteadily as he stepped outside. Soon, the crowd followed Shan Hao and Long Xia, emerging from the underground warehouse. Unlike their previous outing, this time both the elderly and children were present, leading to a slower pace of movement due to the added presence of the frail. Nevertheless, the path ahead was devoid of zombies. Any that dared to appear were swiftly dealt with by Shan Hao, who effortlessly tore them in two by their heads. Additionally, the presence of several skilled fighters within the group significantly diminished the likelihood of a successful ambush by the undead. Of course, there were some unforeseen incidents. Feng Xiaotao, moving at a slower pace, was unable to catch up when a zombie launched a surprise attack, resulting in an elderly man losing a piece of flesh. However, this injury was not fatal, as the zombies carried no virus. A bite would at most lead to a few days of discomfort, but life was preserved. The journey was fraught with tension yet devoid of peril as the group boldly traversed the open terrain, finally arriving at the entrance of the zoo. The Grand Gate, a formidable iron barrier, resonated with strange, eerie calls from within. This was hardly surprising, for it was indeed a zoo, teeming with a myriad of creatures. And the cacophony was entirely normal. Yu Tianlin exchanged a knowing glance with Shan Hao, who responded with a hearty smile, raising his massive fist akin to a sandbag, and struck the iron gate. "Is anyone there? If not, I shall break this door down." Shan Hao's voice boomed like thunder, and with two resounding blows, the gate trembled violently. "What the? Who's there? So many people!" A shrill voice emanated from within the door. As a small eye peered through the crack, gazing out towards the light. Upon discerning the situation outside, the occupant was startled. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had never encountered such a multitude at once. "Wait! Just wait! I shall report this." With clarity of purpose, the individual inside hastened towards the depths of the zoo. Before long, a commotion arose from within the iron gates, which swung open to reveal a robust man with thick brows and a broad mouth leading a throng. Each of the individuals emerging wielded iron tools, all appearing to be formidable, vigorous adults. The number of those stepping out exceeded 50, nearly equaling half of the survivors gathered with Long Xia. However, upon the doors opening, the leader was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Dan Hao, primarily due to the latter's astonishing stature. Since receiving his inheritance, Dan Hao had grown to over 2.5 meters tall, and with continued training, he sensed his growth was far from complete. His current height was a mystery even to him. Duan Dupeng, who had previously believed himself to be quite sturdy, was equally surprised to behold a figure akin to a titan. Dan Hao, momentarily stunned by the inquiry, soon burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Of course! We have come to seek refuge. Just a few days ago, I stood from an elevated position and noticed many survivors here. We have come to unite our forces. Surely our chances of survival will be enhanced together." Moreover, the number of elderly and children approached 30, and with so many mouths to feed, the resources required would be substantial. The sustenance came from the very capital of his zoo, which already housed over 1,000 individuals. Adding this additional 100 posed a significant challenge in terms of resource management. Duan Dupeng scratched his head, a troubled expression crossing his face as he remarked, "I understand the reasoning, but our supplies are critically strained. We've even begun to cull elephants in recent days. Accommodating this additional 100 is a burden we cannot bear." Chapter 24. The true nature of villains. Years had passed, and Long Xia was no longer the naive girl she once was. The trials of her career had imbued her with the essence of a mature woman. Her executive position had forged a formidable character within her, and clad in professional attire, she exuded an aura of dominance upon her entrance. "So that's it. Why are you staring at my sister? She may be attractive, But is it necessary to gaze so intently? Before the two could respond, Yu Tianlin swiftly turned the tables. Yu Tianlin practiced 2 sets of martial arts, with the Spirit Control Heart Sutra being a peculiar technique that did not shape the meridians. By merely activating the Spirit Control Heart Sutra and concealing the Prison Dragon Gold Immortal technique, he appeared to others as an ordinary person. Without the shaping of his meridians, his vital energy would not follow a defined path, rendering him undetectable to divine beings. In reality, Yu Tianlin was older than Long Xia. And he certainly did not resemble her younger brother. Oh! He is my cousin, Yu Tianlin. Dragon Xia was merely improvising, otherwise Yu Tianlin's ruse would have been exposed. After all, she had promised Yu Tianlin to cooperate with him in everything. And Dragon Xia had also noticed that her own state was somewhat amiss. Duan Dapeng nodded in agreement, and then exclaimed, slapping his thigh, "Ah, so you're my classmate's relative. I'm an old friend of your sister's. I was her senior in school. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? You're overthinking things. Since we're all family here, no need to stand on ceremony. Arrange accommodations, everyone, come on in. And slaughter that goat in the park today. I want to host a welcome feast for my junior." Meet! Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, especially Shan Hao's, whose eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. For over a week, he had only been consuming thin porridge and grilled fish. Ever since accepting the inheritance, he hadn't tasted meat at all. A week without meat is absolute torture for a glutton. Brother, are you saying we're having meat? Of course. Oh, what's your name, brother? Now we're acquainted. After all, Shan Hao was the only one among them who had revealed his strength. The zoo staff were efficient, quickly arranging accommodations for everyone. They were housed in the former animal enclosures, the goat pen, the wild boar's sty. They even slept on hay, but it was far better than the underground warehouse. Most of the people who came in were still quite pleased. Yu Tianlin and his companions, due to their special status, were assigned 2 employee dorm rooms. Although the beds were bunk beds, it was already very comfortable. At least they didn't have to sleep in hammocks. Feng Xiaotao concurred, expressing, "I cannot quite fathom why." But upon seeing this man, I felt a chill run down my spine. Pan Ruilin, contemplative, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, from the very first glance, I sensed he was not a man of virtue." His gaze, imbued with an unsettling warmth, harbored a hint of ruthlessness, reminiscent of some murderers I have encountered. Precisely. Yu Tianlin snapped his fingers, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Sister Pan's intuition is astute, he is indeed a villain. This is precisely why I outlined those 3 conditions earlier to prevent you from falling into his trap. Am I truly so naive? Long Xia's heart raced with trepidation. Though her words betrayed no admission, Yu Tianlin refrained from countering her, internally chastising, "If you were genuinely astute, could you have pursued me relentlessly for decades? Clearly, the zombies in this amusement park lack such prowess." Shan Hao, flustered and at a loss, inquired, "But tonight he still intends to invite us to dinner. What shall we do? Is there a risk he might harm us at the table?" "Thank goodness." Yet, that won't suffice. We are united as one. He cannot target any of us without consequence. Perhaps we should confront him." Shan Hao, direct in his approach, rolled up his sleeves, assuming a stance ready for action. "Indeed. Enough talk. We must play our roles to the fullest. It would be unwise not to venture out and explore. We must discern who amongst this vast congregation of survivors is virtuous and who is nefarious." Yu Tianlin rose from his bed, patting Shan Hao's shoulder with a mischievous grin. "Let us proceed, my friend." "Oh, right." With a sudden realization, Shan Hao felt a pang of embarrassment. On the surface, he was the leader of this group, and it was he who must lead them as they strolled outside. Thus, the group set forth from the dormitory in a grand procession. As Yu Tianlin stepped outside, he inhaled deeply the refreshing air, his gaze fervently fixed on the depths of the zoo, where an old friend awaited him. Yet, he wondered, Was this little creature still as mischievous as ever? Chapter 25. This kid is extraordinary. The North Mountain Zoo is divided into two sections. One is the free viewing area, where Yu Tianlin and Shanhao are situated. This section primarily houses small animals, such as peacocks, wild chickens, and guinea pigs. However, in the face of the apocalypse, these creatures have merely become sources of sustenance. In this era, those who once praised the cuteness of small animals now feast with unabashed delight, willing to fight fiercely for a mere morsel of meat. Beyond the viewing area lies the predator zone and the marine pavilion. The marine pavilion features large aquatic creatures, while the predator zone is home to formidable carnivores like lions and tigers. Notably, this area also shelters some rare and less commonly seen large animals, such as elephants and giraffes. Yu Tianlin distinctly remembers that his old companion resides within the predator zone. To reunite with his friend, he must venture into this perilous area, subtly hinting to Long Xia and Shan Hao along the way of his intentions to enter the predator zone. The suggestion proved to be effective, and the group unwittingly found themselves at the entrance of the beast zone. However, at the imposing iron gate, 7 or 8 individuals armed with weapons stood guard, indicating that entry into the beast zone was not permitted for just anyone. Who goes there? You cannot enter the beast zone at will. This is the rule of our Beishan base. Are you unaware? As Yu Tianlin and his companions approached, a sharp-faced individual brandishing a tranquilizer gun stepped forward to deter them. Shanhao cast a troubled glance at Yu Tianlin, but the latter remained expressionless, showing no intention of retreating. As the de facto leader, Shanhao straightened his chest and bravely advanced. You lot are ignoring the warning, are you? Step closer, and I'll shoot. The sharp-faced man glared, hastily raising his tranquilizer gun. Yet, just as the weapon was lifted, Shanhao stood before him, the intimidation of his height causing the man to falter, retreating in panic. Such management methods often lead to the base's downfall. A single riot could lead to its utter destruction. As the sharp-faced man raised his gun, he felt a fierce gust above him, followed by a palm the size of a fan landing squarely on his face. With a resounding smack, the man let out a cry of agony, his body flying sideways, and before he even hit the ground, his teeth flew from his mouth. It was no jest. Shanhao possessed formidable strength. In terms of sheer power, his skills Danhao sent someone flying, and he stood there in astonishment, glancing down at Yu Tianlin and softly inquiring, so what do we do next? Yu Tianlin nearly laughed in exasperation, his lips twitching as he replied, curse them. Create trouble. Go inside. If they want to let us in, it's not over. But I'm not very good at cursing, Danhao said, a pained expression crossing his face as he looked at Yu Tianlin with a hint of distress. Yu Tianlin, exasperated, covered his head with his hands, utterly speechless. Ever since Danhao accepted the inheritance, he had become remarkably naive, utterly clueless about how to hurl insults. Teach him. With a swift slap to the rear of little Ahua, she leapt onto Danhao's shoulder, pressing her small mouth to his ear. Although her shout lacked any real force, it resonated loudly, akin to thunder on a clear day. A few who had intended to assist were startled by the flying figure and, coupled with her booming voice and formidable height, several young men found their legs trembling in fear. Why engage in a fight? It would be akin to courting death when they had no enmity with one another. They simply parted ways. Yet in the center of the path stood a man in white, blocking the entrance. This man was clad in simple, loose-fitting garments, resembling a practitioner of traditional martial arts. He had set up a table and sat calmly in the middle of the road, carefully sipping his tea and occasionally exhaling in satisfaction. Su Chang? Upon seeing the man, Yu Tianlin's heart quivered. He recognized this fellow. Not only that, but they also shared a relatively good relationship. Su Chang abruptly rose to his feet, his leg lifting to send the stool beneath him flying, aimed directly at Shanhao's face. Crack! Yu Tianlin, witnessing Su Chang's sudden action, couldn't help but smile. He was acutely aware that in terms of sheer strength, even 10 Su Changs could not match one Shanhao. Yet, when it came to a life-and-death struggle, Tu Shanhao's could not compete with a single Su Chong. This young man hailed from a lineage of ancient martial artists and had inherited the Windwalker technique, wielding the Storm God sword with an elusive grace. Among the cultivators of his past life, he certainly stood out with a distinctive flair. Should he engage earnestly, Shan Hao would be utterly vanquished, unable to lay a finger on him. The two combatants had contrasting styles, one heavy and robust, the other light and agile, yet Yu Tianlin was well aware of who possessed the greater prowess. However, his own understanding of Su Chong provided him with the insight to assist Shan Hao in countering Su Chong's techniques. Forward! I am here! Yu Tianlin confidently advanced, patting Shan Hao's shoulder while casting a supportive glance at Su Chong. Upon hearing Yu Tianlin's words, Shan Hao grinned widely, striding purposefully towards Su Chong. Stand firm like a mountain, counterattack at the opportune moment, do not strike first. Just as Shan Hao prepared to make his move, Yu Tianlin's voice echoed from behind. Shan Hao felt a weight settle in his heart, retracting his offensive stance, gathering his inner energy as he positioned himself a short distance in front of Su Chong. Su Chong was equally startled by Yu Tianlin's words, for he understood their implication. Should Shan Hao strike first, his own speed, already inferior to Su Chong's, would place him at a disadvantage, pitting his weaknesses against Su Chong's strengths. Consequently, Shan Hao would find himself unable to unleash his full potential, while Su Chong would only grow stronger with each passing moment, ultimately prevailing with ease over Shan Hao. However, upon uttering those words, Su Chong lost a golden opportunity. Though his heart raced with trepidation, the moment had come when he could no longer hesitate. The wind surged. Su Chong formed a mystical seal, azure energy swirling between his fingers, as a tempest whirled around him with wild abandon. His body spun like a leaf caught in a gale, swirling frantically around Shan Hao. Whoosh! In an instant, the tempest paused, and Su Chong's figure shot forth, delivering a powerful punch towards Shan Hao from behind. Startled by the approach, Shan Hao swiftly turned, his gaze locking onto Su Chong as he unleashed a colossal fist akin to a wine jar to meet Su Chong's strike. Thud! The collision of their energies abruptly halted Su Chong, who was sent hurtling backward, while Shan Hao's swift response astonished him. With a powerful punch that transitioned into a quick retraction, Shan Hao sidestepped and launched a fierce elbow strike, perfectly timing it to intercept Su Chong's trajectory. Damn it! Su Chong exclaimed, hastily raising his arms in defense, bracing himself against Shan Hao's formidable elbow strike. Thud! The force of Shan Hao's blow struck Su Chong, propelling him like a ping-pong ball, sending him flying backward over 20 meters, his steps unsteady as he struggled to regain his balance. Seizing the moment, Shan Hao charged forward with relentless speed, aiming a devastating dual palm strike towards Su Chong's ears, threatening to render his head a mere pancake. By the heavens! Storm Divine Sword! Come forth! Su Chong was truly anxious, seeing that he could not evade this strike. A flash of azure light emanated from his hand, and a fierce gust of wind resounded as his long sword whistled forth, aiming directly at Shan Hao's chest. Unleash the celestial weapon! The voice of Yu Tianlin coincided with Su Chong's movement. Shan Hao let out a furious roar. Yellow turban celestial garb, activate! Power of the mountain, manifest! With Shan Hao's thunderous shout, a radiant yellow aura enveloped him, shimmering around his form. His golden vest and trousers were adorned with intricate runes, and his muscles swelled dramatically, as if inflated by the wind. He extended his massive hands, and with two fingers pinched together, astonishingly seized the tip of the thrusting sword. The two engaged in a fierce clash of vital energies, one thrusting forward while the other grasped the sword's tip. Within moments, both their faces flushed and their necks thickened, neither able to gain the upper hand, locked in a stalemate of equal strength. Pfft! Feng Xiaotao and the other two women erupted in laughter simultaneously, finding Su Chong's demeanor irresistibly adorable, akin to a child who had just been robbed of his candy, his face a portrait of indignation. Oh! Why have you stopped fighting? Their disappointment was palpable, They had been eagerly anticipating the conflict. After all, Su Chang was deliberately stationed in the Beast Zone while Shan Hao and his companions meandered about. And a confrontation would serve to their advantage, particularly since Su Chang and the speaker were at odds. Chapter 26, The Crimson-Blooded Ink Unicorn. No one was foolish. Su Chang was no fool either. With Yu Tianlin guiding him, he felt increasingly constrained, narrowly avoiding a significant setback. If he continued to fight, it would be sheer folly. Is there anyone like you? Is there anyone like you? While we are engaged in battle, you choose to interject. A true gentleman observes the game in silence. Where has your sense of shame gone? Su Chang, genuinely exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Tianlin, unleashing a torrent of reproach. Yu Tianlin scratched his nose and chuckled. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to help my brother when he's being bullied? If it weren't for the fact that I find you somewhat decent, I would have jumped in to assist. Consider this a courtesy, otherwise, would you care to test your strength against me? But I think not. Su Chang was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Yu Tianlin's provocations. Just a few words from him were enough to rattle Su. Had he taken action himself, he would surely have been swiftly overpowered. Yet, one thing puzzled him: there was no discernible flow of true energy around this person. Could he genuinely be a master? Nevertheless, the depth of Yu's understanding of combat was formidable. His casual remarks struck at Su's vulnerabilities with precision. Su couldn't fathom that an ordinary person could possess such insight. Moreover, in a confrontation between experts, the speed of their exchanges would far exceed what an ordinary person could perceive. Thus, despite Yu Tianlin's seemingly mundane appearance, he was undoubtedly extraordinary. No matter how Su contemplated the situation, he concluded that he should avoid a confrontation with Yu Tianlin. Upon hearing Su Chang's remarks, the small gangsters promptly opened the door, gesturing for Dan Hao and his companions to enter at their leisure. Huh? You? Su Chang tightened his grip on the teapot and sighed deeply. If what Yu Tianlin claimed were true, he would no longer have to endure such solitude within the base. Duan Dupeng felt increasingly distressed. However, he was at a loss since the distance was too great for him to discern what had transpired. All he could do was wait and inquire with those ruffians later. But that was a matter for another time. Yu Tianlin had already ventured into the Beast Zone. Accompanied by a trembling small gangster, the sharp-nosed man who had previously wielded a gun. He was not entirely at ease with Yu Tianlin and his group entering alone. If something were to be amiss by that time, he would be at a loss for words. All he could do was follow along. Should Yu Tianlin and his group acquire anything, he would duly report it. The Beast Zone, in truth, held little of significance within the park. There were a few tigers and lions, as well as a small pack of wolves, but the whereabouts of these creatures had become elusive. With the advent of the apocalypse, the energy from another realm affected not only humanity but also animals and plants. After days without care, the park had become overgrown with wild grasses, towering over a person's height, providing ample concealment for the animals. With such sustenance, herbivores could survive without feeding, while the predators found themselves with a source of nourishment. Yu Tianlin harbored a peculiar sense that the arrival of the apocalypse, although it had obliterated civilization, had simultaneously awakened the vitality of all living things, at least for flora and fauna. Let us proceed. Quickly. With a wave of his hand, he hastened his steps, deftly circumventing the tiger enclosure and monkey hill, making a beeline for the meadow. What is it? Long Xia discerned the urgency etched upon Yu Tianlin's brow and regarded him with confusion. Yu Tianlin offered a mysterious smile, casting a meaningful glance at Long Xia, and jested. My dear, I am merely helping you evade trouble. Your admirer approaches, flowers in hand, seemingly here just for you. Ha ha ha! Observing Long Xiao's awkward demeanor, Yu Tianlin laughed heartily. Remember my words, reject him thrice. The first rejection is inconsequential. Men possess a measure of patience with women. A single denial may cause discomfort but will not lead to animosity. Moreover, Xiao Tao and Sister Pan must also exercise caution. That lad is a successor of the 10,000 Desires demonic art, and he may very well shift his focus. Yu Tianlin gently patted the little ehua on her bottom and softly instructed, "You are entrusted with those three. Should that young man employ his magical powers, you must safeguard their true hearts." "Understood," exclaimed little ehua, clapping her tiny hands. With a swift kick of her small feet, she leaped onto Long Xiao's shoulder, wrapping her arms around Long Xiao's head without a moment's hesitation. This sudden turn of events left Long Xiao feeling quite disconcerted. Having an extra person perched on her shoulder felt rather awkward. "Oh, you seem unwilling? Do you think I relish sitting on your shoulder, which is all bones?" Upon noticing Long Xiao's expression, ehua pouted her lips, a mischievous glimmer flashing in her eyes. Long Xiao awkwardly raised her hand to support little ehua and stammered, "No. Not at all. I cherish your presence, having spent ample time with you Tianlin." Long Xiao was well aware of ehua's nature and knew better than to offend this little sovereign. However, unbeknownst to her, this little sovereign had already formed a negative opinion of her. The group hurried along, swiftly leaving the sharp-tongued young man behind. Their pace was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Soon, they arrived at a secluded corner of the park, designated as the hoofed animal viewing area, where vast expanses of grassland flourished. Groups of spotted deer roamed leisurely, while the silly roe deer wandered about, accompanied by zebras and other exotic species. Yet, Yu Tianlin paid no heed to these creatures, making a beeline for a corner of the park where an abandoned iron cage lay. Inside the cage rested a diminutive, emaciated pony, its dark red coat dulled, its hooves curled beneath it, and its eyes tightly shut, appearing as though it were barely clinging to life. Even as the five approached the cage, the horse remained utterly unmoved, akin to a lifeless entity. "What on earth is this? Are you so eager to find it?" Shan Hao gazed blankly at the diminutive creature, which was scarcely larger than a dog. Its coat appeared rather splendid, yet in this apocalyptic world, what utility could such a horse possibly possess? Perhaps it could serve as a delicacy? Not only Shan Hao, but also Long Xia, looked on with puzzlement at Yu Tianlin. Yet, Yu Tianlin paid them no mind. He merely trembled as he unfastened the wire from the cage, reaching in to lift the small horse into his embrace. Gently caressing its crown, his voice quivered with emotion as he exclaimed, old friend, I have come. I have found you once more." Unbeknownst to anyone, the horse's eyelid flickered, almost revealing its gaze. It did not recognize the man before it, yet sensed no malice. Instead, an inexplicable warmth enveloped it. With the essence of a dragon coursing through its veins, it seemed to embody the spirit of a fierce beast, capable of chasing the sun with its wild gallop. The crimson-blooded Mo Lin's steed, still pretending. Yu Tianlin bent his head to whisper in the horse's ear in a tone only it could discern. The horse quivered, its eyes snapping wide open, unleashing a ferocious dragon-like aura. However, before it could unleash its fury, the weight of a pair of large hands upon its head sent a tremor through its body. This presence bore an equally potent dragon essence, even surpassing its own. It is said that noble steeds possess a hint of dragon essence, while the likes of the crimson-blooded Mo Lin's steed are imbued with a greater share, adorned with dragon scales and formidable horns. In theory, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to subdue him. However, before the formidable Yu Tianlin, the dragon prison golden immortal technique, which tempers the body with the fires of the wicked dragon, became a reality. At the moment Yu Tianlin inherited this legacy, he came into possession of the very essence of the wicked dragon's flame. Thus, it can be said that Yu Tianlin embodies 7 parts of dragon lineage. Specifically the domineering nature of the wicked dragon, which allowed him to exert dominance over the crimson-blooded Mo Lin's steed from the very core of his being. It is only someone as unique as him who could compel the crimson-blooded Mo Lin's steed to submit. With a snort of contentment, the little horse nestled itself into Yu Tianlin's embrace, entirely devoid of wariness toward him. Even when Yu Tianlin dripped blood atop its head to forge a bond, the little horse did not even blink, allowing Yu Tianlin to manipulate it at will. The crimson-blooded Mo Lin's steed, possessing a certain intelligence, understood that struggling was futile. Yu Tianlin was innately capable of suppressing it. Moreover, it concluded that rather than resist, it would be more beneficial to relax and enjoy the companionship of multiple masters who would protect and cherish it. Furthermore, the bond that Yu Tianlin forged was not merely that of master and servant, but rather a life and death pact, one of shared existence and unwavering loyalty. This was akin to treating each other as brothers. The crimson-blooded Mo Lin steed, imbued with remarkable wit and intellect, had no desire to rebel. Long Xia was taken aback. Although she was unaware of Yu Tianlin's intentions, she sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the moment the little horse opened its eyes. She understood that Yu Tianlin was not merely toying around but was engaged in serious matters. Now, faced with the situation, she could only respond with determination. Long Xia smiled faintly and gestured toward the little horse nestled in Yu Tianlin's arms, saying, "It's nothing much. My cousin has always had a fondness for dwarf horses before the apocalypse. He never had the means to acquire one until now. And upon seeing this one barely clinging to life, he thought it would be a shame to let it die." Duan Depeng, suddenly enlightened, nodded thoughtfully. Yet inwardly he scoffed repeatedly. Initially, he found Yu Yishanlin somewhat enigmatic and inscrutable, but upon closer inspection, he realized he was merely a debauched scion. Unable to even afford a meal, yet still keeping a pet, what great achievements could he possibly attain? Chapter 27, Dining Together? Duan Dapeng offered a faint smile and gestured towards the little horse in Yu Yishanlin's hands, saying, "It's merely a small creature. If your cousin fancies it, then let it be a gift for him. When a junior speaks, a senior ought to oblige. After all, this was the apocalypse. One could never tell if a child from a nearby family had gone missing in a playground, only to be found by Long Xia, who would then feel obliged to take charge. When it came to illusions, little Ahua was far superior to Yu Yishanlin. The latter's skill in thievery was, after all, borrowed power, lacking the innate strength of the supernatural beings themselves. Long Xia remained unaffected, pouting slightly as she remarked, "Isn't the banquet meant to welcome all of us survivors? Why invite me alone? Never mind. We can all dine together later, the significance remains the same." "I appreciate your kind intentions, senior." Hiss! Duan Dapeng inhaled sharply, bewildered as to why his desires had failed him. According to his prior experiences, his charm had never faltered. Women instinctively developed affections for him. He stood frozen in place for over 10 seconds, speechless, until anger began to simmer within him, his teeth grinding audibly. Exhaling deeply to suppress his fury, Duan Dapeng said, "In that case, Junior, you all carry on, I shall not intrude further. I will prepare for the banquet. However, this legacy possesses both remarkable advantages and glaring shortcomings. To master the art of the 10,000 desires, one must attain a profound understanding of various cravings and undergo personal experiences. Yet, a moment's carelessness may lead one to become ensnared by their own desires, ultimately transforming into a puppet of their cravings rather than a master of them." I gasp. "Is it not unwell?" Pan Ruelin was taken aback, staring incredulously at the little colt, which had appeared lifeless just moments ago but was now lively and spirited. Yu Tianlin smiled faintly and inquired, "Sister Pan, who claimed it was ill?" "It is in excellent condition. Indeed, there are no issues, it has always been quite healthy." Feng Xiaotao, however, was not surprised. She had long seen through the little colt's true state. The colt could deceive many, but not Feng Xiaotao, who possessed the legacy of the Qingsang technique, specializing in discerning life, death, and ailments. Thus, she remained unfazed, having known from the start that the colt was in splendid health. "Rotten peach, you're not capable, are you? It all depends on me. This clever little thing cannot defy my authority." Little Ahua leaped down from Longsha's shoulder and boldly mounted the little colt. This time, the colt not only refrained from resisting but also let out a cheerful snort, sensing that little Ahua and Yu Tianlin shared a common origin. The aura of Yu Tianlin resonated within little Ahua, just as little Ahua's essence lingered around Yu Tianlin. If Yu Tianlin were to be regarded as the master, then little Ahua was undoubtedly the companion. Suddenly, little Ahua froze atop the little colt, her expression dazed for more than 10 seconds. Finally, she turned to Yu Tianlin, bursting into laughter and exclaiming, "Father, it wants to eat the leaves of the old golden silk. Ha ha ha. Oh my goodness." The voice of the old golden silk reverberated within Yu Tianlin's consciousness, and a tangle of vines in the grass seemed to sprout legs, writhing and vanishing from sight. Yu Tianlin couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The old golden silk was no ordinary plant, but a creature of spirit, aware of pain and capable of fleeing. The little rogue horse, however, had chosen poorly, desiring to consume the vines, an utterly unacceptable prospect, for the golden silk was a member of their own ranks. The young colt cast a resentful glance at the escaping golden silk, snorted in discontent, and, with little Ahua on its back, nudged up to Yu Tianlin, rubbing its head against his pant leg. "Oh dear! Young scion, do not seek to curry favor with me. If you wish to nibble on leaves, establish your own rapport. It is entirely up to it, and I shall have no objections." Yu Tianlin shrugged in a wry smile, hastily dismissing this overture of goodwill. He could not permit such a thing, lest the old golden silk suffer for it. Time swiftly passed, and the hour of the banquet drew ever nearer. Yet, before the festivities commenced, Yu Tianlin chose to accompany Long Xia and the others for a stroll, not for leisure, but primarily to ascertain the current state of the zoo. After a thorough exploration, Yu Tianlin and his companions discovered that the zoo's status as a survivor's stronghold was no mere coincidence. Firstly, the walls of the enclosure were towering, standing a formidable 8 meters high to thwart any potential animal escape. Furthermore, the area was flanked on 2 sides by mountains and bordered by water on another, with only one side adjacent to the amusement park. Coupled with the imposing walls, it was exceedingly difficult for zombies to infiltrate. This indeed is a place that is easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The existing walls are readily available, if we were to transform them into fortifications. This could serve as a survival base, more than sufficient for our needs. Once we have secured the amusement park, we survivors would have a stable and prosperous home. As Long Xia wandered through the garden, she incessantly voiced her opinions. Her suggestions prompted Sanhao and the others to nod in agreement, while only Yu Tianlin trailed behind in silence, neither endorsing nor opposing Long Xiao's thoughts, which piqued her curiosity. "Hey! What do you think?" Long Xia finally could not contain herself, giving Yu Tianlin's shoulder a light tap, casting him an imploring glance. Yu Tianlin shot her a sidelong glance, shrugged his shoulders with a smirk, and remarked, "Not much, just fanciful thinking. If you consider this a base, everyone there would be accompanying you to your demise." "How could that be? Clarify your point," Long Xia retorted, her brows furrowing defiantly as she gazed at Yu Tianlin. Although she recognized his sharp intellect, she believed this was merely a conceptual blueprint and saw no inherent danger in it, so she felt compelled to seek clarity. At that time, among the thousands of survivors in the base, fewer than 100 managed to escape and survive, ultimately disappearing under Su Chong's leadership. However, Yu Tianlin had not left. He remained alone in the amusement park, hiding beneath the very noses of the undead horde. Yet he could never have imagined that he could survive beneath the very noses of the undead, only to nearly perish in a deluge. The banks of Beishan Park belonged to the Huai River system, and merely a month after the collapse of the base, a catastrophic event transpired as the Qianshan in the lower reaches of the Huai River shattered, unleashing the first of the ancient suppressed great demons, Waziki. Its mere emergence shattered the seals, transforming the vast expanse of the Huai River into an oceanic abyss. Forget the zoo. Even Beishan Park was left with but a solitary hillock. Moreover, from that moment forth, the waters teemed with countless water demons, instilling dread even in the hearts of zombies along the riverbank, let alone the living. Chapter 28, a series of slaps in the face following the emergence of Waziki. It was rumored that this entity had constructed a crystal palace beneath the Huai River, establishing a dragon palace to govern the river's demon populace, allowing them to thrive in seclusion. They remained within the confines of the Huai River, yet should anyone venture into its territory, they would not hesitate to strike. Although these lesser demons possessed minimal strength, Waziki was an ancient beast, rumored to be a remnant of the Great Desolation War. A creature of formidable power that even the four great dark races dared not provoke lightly. Thus, the Huai River had long been his dominion. Yu Tianlin pondered for a considerable time before resolving to disclose the truth to a select few, albeit in a manner that hinted at foreknowledge. Upon learning of the impending turmoil wrought by such a formidable demon, Longsha fell silent, questioning her own existence in this apocalyptic world. Was there still a place for humanity amidst this chaos? What? Had despair taken root in her heart? Upon witnessing Long Xiao's demeanor, Yu Tianlin's tone softened considerably. He silently approached and sat beside her, as if speaking to himself. He gradually remarked, "In truth, we must not look down upon these survivors. Although disasters may claim the lives of the majority, those who remain are the elite. In the face of such calamities as biological outbreaks, encroaching darkness, sudden climatic shifts, rampant monstrosities, and intensified gravity, while zombies and other species evolve, we too are undergoing our own transformation. Once regarded as the spirits of all living things, we possess a greater advantage for survival than they do. Do you not have faith in ourselves?" Yu Tianlin's words significantly uplifted Long Xiao's spirits. She exhaled deeply. Gazing at him with a newfound appreciation, she laughed softly, saying, "I never imagined you had such a paternal side. I stand enlightened, dear Yu. Thank you for your soul-nourishing words." Long Xiao even performed a gesture of reverence, which brought amusement to Yu Tianlin, turning his head with a flick of his wrist. He playfully scolded, "What would you have me do? If I don't encourage you, I fear you might leap from a building. What would happen if you were to despair further? Isn't it you who would jump?" Unbeknownst to them, Feng Xiaotao had approached from behind, delivering a witty retort to Yu Tianlin. He laughed and immediately chased after her, while Shan Hao and Pan Ruilin joined the fray against Yu Tianlin. Their playful pursuit soon turned into a spirited romp, resulting in them all drenched in sweat. Yet it offered a cathartic release from the emotional burdens they had carried for days. In the darkness of the aquarium, torches were ignited, illuminating the entire venue with a brilliant blaze. The once allocated seating for spectators, designed for performances, now served as a refuge for survivors, filling the capacity of 1,000 seats, with some forced to sit upon the ground due to lack of space. At the heart of the gathering, a great bonfire blazed, upon which a roasted yellow goat was suspended. The goat, glistening in a golden hue, dripped translucent, amber-colored fat into the flames, sending forth a cascade of sparks. The air was thick with the sounds of eager swallowing, as the survivors gazed hungrily at the goat. They had long forgotten the taste of meat. Since the dawn of the apocalypse and the establishment of their base, their diet had consisted solely of what was originally meant for the zoo's inhabitants: stale bread intended for elephants, overripe bananas, and inferior fruits designated for monkeys. Though animals were slaughtered daily within the confines of the zoo, the flesh was not something accessible to ordinary individuals like them. Among the survivors, numbering over 1,000, fewer than 100 had received the blessing of transcendent powers, and the meat was reserved exclusively for them. Alongside a few ruffians involved in the management of the facility, the ordinary folk could scarcely hope to savor even a morsel of broth. Duan Depeng watched with rapt attention, his fists clenched tightly behind him, vowing to possess this woman at any cost, without hesitation. With a swift motion, Long Xiao gracefully maneuvered around a chair, taking a seat alongside Feng Xiaotao, while she nestled herself against Yu Tianlin, positioning herself centrally. Duan Depeng suppressed the fury within him, forcing a faint smile as he gestured invitingly to Shan Hao, simultaneously chuckling, "Indeed, indeed. How forgetful of me. Brother Shan, please take a seat, don't be shy. It's only fitting that we share this table today. I'm grateful to the junior for the reminder." "Very well, I shall not hold back." Shan Hao proclaimed, taking his seat with an air of nonchalance. Duan Dapeng remained unfazed, as the platter before Long Xiao was perpetually replenished with roasted meats. For this banquet was indeed held in her honor. As long as Long Xiao was pleased with her meal, his objective would be achieved. He simply wished for her to lower her defenses. When the time came, he would employ his arcane arts, and Long Xiao would surely belong to him. However, one aspect irked him, the presence of Yu Tianlin beside Long Xiao. The sight of the lad was increasingly disconcerting, his manner of eating was utterly disgraceful. Devouring his food with the ferocity of one who had never seen a meal before, his face smeared with grease as if he were feasting on a creditor's fare. Most infuriating of all, he audaciously reached for Long Xiao's meat, which she uncharacteristically did not refuse, a sight that was exceedingly vexing. Though Yu Tianlin was not as physically imposing as Shan Hao, his speed in consuming meat was nothing short of alarming. Within moments of the meal commencing, he had devoured a third of the roasted ram. Ultimately, Yu Tianlin was Yu Tianlin, with his mouth full of meat remnants, continued to shove morsels into his mouth with remarkable speed, leaving onlookers apprehensive that he might choke. Duan Dapeng's eyelids twitched slightly, and with a look of displeasure, he instructed the third brother, "Go, fetch another foolish roe deer, both my brother and cousin possess hearty appetites. Let's roast another. We must not lose face while hosting a feast." "Oh, I shall attend to it at once." The third brother cast a reluctant glance at Yu Tianlin, withdrew his neck, and went off to make arrangements. He had never encountered such a person, akin to a ravenous spirit reincarnated, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of overindulgence. Thus, with merely 8 individuals, a yellow goat and a foolish roe deer were consumed, leaving Shan Hao and the others with distended bellies, nearly unable to move. Yet, Yu Tianlin sat relaxed, tapping his leg and using a twig to pick his teeth, appearing utterly unsated. Once they finished their meal, the surrounding survivors also completed their modest repast. However, those survivors could scarcely fill their bellies, each received only a bowl of meat soup, with perhaps 2 pieces of meat in abundance, yet still meager. Nevertheless, they were quite content, for it was meat, after all. "It has been laced with drugs," little Ahua whispered into Yu Tianlin's ear. Startled, he snatched the watermelon juice from Long Xiao's hands at the very moment she reached for it, wearing a mischievous grin as he declared, "My sister adores orange juice, this cup of watermelon juice shall belong to me." Gulp! It's fine, it's fine. I enjoy orange juice." Long Xia, having overheard little Ahua's words, felt her cheeks flush and lifted a glass of orange juice from the table. Chapter 29, I am your girlfriend's ex. Suddenly, Duan Dapeng rose, raising both hands and exclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?" Duan Dapeng wore a smile of contentment as he expressed his thoughts. "Esteemed guests, my acquaintance with my junior began in high school during a time of peace and prosperity. At that moment, I found myself utterly captivated by her, yet alas, the school forbade romantic entanglements, and thus, our chance was lost. Now, amidst this apocalyptic world, I am afforded the opportunity to reunite with the one I cherish. I am resolute in my determination not to let this chance slip away. What a profound fate it is to encounter one another in such turbulent times. I realize my approach may seem somewhat abrupt, but I can no longer contain myself. Junior, would you grant me the opportunity to care for you?" He extended a flower towards Long Xia, his face a picture of sincerity and hope. However, he soon noticed the shifting expressions on Long Xiao's face, which grew increasingly displeased. Rising slowly, she suppressed her inner fury and replied coldly, "Senior, we have not been reunited for even a day, do you not find this rather hasty? Moreover, my thoughts are dedicated to the survivors of this world. I wish to focus my energies on the multitude of those who endure, and I am not yet inclined to entertain matters of the heart. Can you comprehend my sentiments?" Duan Dapeng was taken aback. He had presumed that in these chaotic times, a man's instant infatuation with a girl would win over most women. especially considering he was the strongest among the survivors. What woman could resist the advances of a hero seeking love? Before this gathering of countless survivors witnessing love in the apocalypse, would this not be the most romantic of scenarios? Oddly enough, at the table where they sat, one would expect all to be heirs, yet among them was a lone woman surrounded by a group of elder ladies, the only young woman present. Devoid of any true energy, a veritable ordinary person. Upon hearing Yu Tianlin's voice, the woman shuddered, tears uncontrollably streaming from her eyes. As she turned her face, her features became visible to all. She was a woman of exceptional beauty, surpassing any other survivor present. Her wavy hair cascaded down her back, her almond-shaped eyes were alluring. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her oval face was adorned with cherry-red lips. Her beauty was absolute. Yet, her loveliness lacked any hint of fortitude. She possessed only simple beauty. A trace of timidity lingered between her brows, and she wept inconsolably upon seeing Yu Tianlin. Tianlin. The woman, known as Su Li, slowly rose to her feet, her eyes reddened, and approached Yu Tianlin. With heartfelt remorse, she cried. I saw the live broadcast of you jumping from the building. The broadcast was cut off, and then the apocalypse descended. I regret it, I shouldn't have left you. Only now do I understand the true value of genuine affection. Affection, my foot. Worthless. Yu Tianlin interrupted Su Li's lamentations with a dismissive wave, looking at her with disdain. Su Li, you are his woman now. Why speak of true affection to me? In truth, Yu Tianlin was not as callous as he seemed. Though he harbored resentment towards Su Li, he did not wish to cause her undue embarrassment, as they had once shared love. No! 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 Su Li broke down on the spot, wailing loudly, that beast forcibly took me. If I didn't obey him, I would have died. He even killed my best friend. I only wanted to survive, to live. The term little bastard referred to Yu Tianlin, who burst into hearty laughter. Yu Tianlin approached Su Li and gently helped her to her feet, speaking softly with a smile, our connection is profound, and I find it difficult to harm you. However, without inflicting pain, how can I reveal the true nature of this beast? I apologize, Su Li. Yu Tianlin. You are compelled by circumstance. But I speak the truth, I regret my departure from you. Su Li's eyes sparkled with hope as she shouted fervently at Yu Tianlin. Gradually turning away, Yu Tianlin exerted force to free himself from Su Li's grasp, offering a bittersweet smile as he said, From the moment I stood atop the Tianlin Tower, I resolved to sever our bond. To forsake affection is far more challenging than renouncing intoxication. Spilled water cannot be retrieved. Duan Depeng felt a chill in his heart, recognizing that the power of this celestial weapon was not inferior to his own insatiable demonic blade. This young man was indeed playing the part of a fool while hiding his true strength. A beast with a human visage, those who follow you will find no respite. Pan Ruelin also chimed in with scorn, as a dark aura flickered beside her, the waters of the myriad manifestations dress creating a crashing sound, tearing her garments apart. Duan Dapeng was filled with astonishment, perplexed by how Yu Tianlin could possess such clarity regarding his mindset. Who exactly was this young man? And how did he understand him so thoroughly, even anticipating his every move? Yu Tianlin locked eyes with Yi Chen, who was filled with dread, and coldly remarked. Among those who conspire with him, you are the most eager. Yet, your strength is quite mediocre, merely fearful of the prowess of the horses. I cannot allow you to remain, you will inevitably become a menace. With a swift motion of the hell gold-glazed staff, a massive wound appeared on Yi Chen's neck, rendering him beyond salvation. At that very moment, among the ranks of the inheritors, several individuals experienced an instantaneous transformation as their pupils turned jet black, their rationality vanishing in an instant. These inheritors simultaneously unveiled their innate celestial weapons. A faction directed their assault towards Yu Tianlin, while another group, undaunted by the specter of death, charged recklessly at Long Xia and her companions. With a resonant clang, the sound of a bell reverberated through the air, and behind them appeared a purple mandrake flower, with Xiao Ahua seated cross-legged at the heart of its largest bloom, her hands forming a mystical seal as she exclaimed, "Awaken!" Chapter 30, The All-Desiring Demon Pearl, the Demonic Desires of the World. Kill! Duan Dapeng, intent on eliminating these individuals, cast a fierce glance at Yu Tianlin. A malevolent grin spreading across his face as he declared, "Kid, to be able to disrupt my all-desiring demon technique, you possess considerable skill. But I wonder, can you withstand my all-desiring demon blade?" Just as the crowd stood in bewilderment, a series of hissing sounds emanated from the bonfire, and a blood-red shadow surged through the towering flames, expanding rapidly in the wind. In an instant, the shadow grew to a height of 10 feet, and at that moment, the onlookers beheld a horse. Upon first sight of this creature, everyone instinctively perceived it as a horse, albeit one that diverged significantly from the norm. This equine figure was entirely cloaked in obsidian, its skin adorned with scales as dark as ink, even its face was covered in these scales. Yet, strikingly, a mane of blood-red hair cascaded down its neck, and within the recesses of its ears sprouted 2 translucent black dragon horns. Could this truly be classified as a horse? While the others were merely astonished, not displaying any overt reactions, Long Xia found herself increasingly unsettled. She harbored a bold conjecture: could this possibly be the inconspicuous little colt she once knew? Indeed, this is the Crimson Blood Ink Unicorn, a companion that once accompanied Yu Tianlin to the ends of the earth. Clatter! Drive on! Duan Dapeng was on the verge of madness. There was no evading this strike, but what were the odds of withstanding it? He had no choice but to brace himself. Boom! Yet, such an impressive force was sent flying by a man who resembled a beggar. Who was this fellow, so remarkably powerful? Goodness! How fortunate I am not to have engaged him, otherwise, my 100+ pounds would surely be in peril. Su Cheng slammed his thigh, wearing an expression of relief, thankful for his clarity of mind at that moment. Otherwise, he would likely be lying at home, moaning now. You possess some skill, yet you can barely withstand my strike. Let us see how you respond next. Yu Tianlin sneered, wielding the prison gold-glazed spear with a flourish. Golden flames ignited from his palm, swiftly engulfing the spear. Simultaneously, Yu Tianlin's form began to transform, his skin turned a rich bronze, producing a sound akin to metal clashing upon contact. Yu Tianlin moved, the prison gold-glazed spear whirling like a windmill, the glimmering hues nearly obscuring his figure. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Obey me, golden body, wield my celestial weapon. Unmatched, I shall conquer the world." The 2 assaults clashed before the eyes of the spectators. The moment Yu Tianlin made contact with the dark mist, his heart trembled violently, as memories of past torments surged forth from the depths of his mind. Yet, he was evidently prepared. His gaze momentarily wavering, he swiftly regained his composure. In just that fleeting moment of distraction, the Wanyu demon blade had closed in, its tip less than an inch from his heart. Clang! Upon lifting his gaze, Duan Dapeng felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. His precious celestial weapon had failed to pierce the form of Yu Tianlin. Instead, Yu Tianlin gazed back at him with a smile, the edge of the Yujin lily spear descending menacingly towards his neck. Good heavens! Duan Dapeng was so startled that his voice faltered. He crouched low and rolled away, yet still felt a chilling sensation run down his scalp, followed by a warm stream cascading from his head. Duan Dapeng was on the verge of tears. What manner of creature was this? He had clearly held the advantage. Yet this young man could withstand his celestial weapon with sheer physicality. How could he possibly overcome this? Unbeknownst to Duan Dapeng, the former Yu Tianlin had always pronounced death upon anyone who dared to engage him in close combat. Coupled with the first form of the Yulong Jinxian Ju, the attack was inherently reckless, but such recklessness required an indomitable body. A strike exchanged meant that it was either death for you or survival for me. What is this? Wanyu Demon Pearl, awaken! The instant he beheld its radiance, Yu Tianlin's consciousness was drawn within, his ears filled with a chorus of demonic whispers. Yu Tianlin, Even your uncle has deceived you for your inheritance. What purpose is there in living? Jump, leap into the abyss. Yu Tianlin, do you remember? That woman saw only wealth in her eyes. Your once cherished love was merely built upon riches. She has never harbored any affection for you, hence you must seek vengeance. Yu Tianlin, that woman known as Long Xia, has rendered decades of your life but a mere shadow of brightness. Will you not avenge yourself? With his hands clasped around his head, Yu Tianlin let out a deafening roar, his voice rising to the heavens. Long Xia, you madwoman! You have wounded one of my eyes and stolen half of my light. May you meet a wretched fate. Just as Long Xia was preparing to rescue Yu Tianlin, she trembled, gazing at him in disbelief.